Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. Today's show will be NFL Power Rankings Week 15 live with your boy NWSF all day, every day. And we're going to get into it here in just a second. So I wanted to kind of make this particular stream a little bit more interactive. So we'll end up talking about NFL. I'm watching a little bit of the NBA with the Bucks and the Warriors. But, I want to go over, a top 5 and kind of a top 10. But then we can also kind of discuss it as a group to see if there's any movement or any pieces that we need to go higher or lower. I hope everyone is having a fantastic Tuesday. So we'll touch on power rankings. We'll do a little bit of wrestling, touch on Mike Leach, rest in peace. Since he passed away early this morning. We'll go over anything on the MLB side. And then obviously we'll dip in and get into some food right there at the very end. And then shout out to Space Kitty with the $50 dono before the stream started. So it kind of gets us on a good foot. She wasn't able to get into the stream late last night. So this is obviously going to carry us today. And then we'll get further and further along. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 bang. $50 dono. Thank you so much. 50 to go. And then if we end up hitting that number, then we'll go kind of above and beyond. Quite a few teams that we can definitely go over in this mix that we have in the top 10. But like I said, I'll wait for a few more people to kind of go through before I start going into my own personal top 5 and top 10. And then we'll kind of go from there. So shout out again to Space Kitty from, late last night, early this morning to kind of get us off to a good note for today. Got caught up with some things, obviously, last night with family. So just want to make sure that we can get the people healthy, that are proper, like Holly Hundo and the lead mod, Sarah Smalls. So we'll get into the list, but obviously we have quite a few names that, we could kind of go into as far as a list. So if we're going to go into just rounding off, teams that might be in this discussion, you got Patriots, you got Jets, you got Seahawks, you got Chargers, Titans, Commanders have been on a nice little run as of late, Dolphins, Ravens, Niners, Vikings, Chiefs, Bengals, Eagles, Bills, Cowboys. So we got quite a few that we can go through, and I can kind of go through a top 5 or a top 10. And like I said, there's no necessarily real answer. This is just kind of the eye test. Me actually going through and watching the games week in and week out, checking a look, pretty much on like the injury report, the depth chart, because you really got to be hot and healthy in this last month. These last 4 weeks are going to be very, very critical for contenders or pretenders. Now, if you're a contender, you got to go 4-0 or 3-1 in these last 4 games. Okay. If you end up going 2-2 or 1-3 or obviously 0-4, you're done. Right. But even the 2-2, those type of teams that finish off 2-2 usually get bumped in the wild card round because they don't have enough momentum. They're not hot and they're not healthy. So I'll end up watching a little bit of this. God damn, Milwaukee's up 81-59. Giannis versus Steph Curry. So that is crazy. I knew that they were going to probably be up at this point, but I didn't think it would be this much. And then I think we got the Cowboys and the Texans on as well. So one sec here. Because if this game is going to be a blowout, I would rather just watch the replay of the Cowboys and the Texans. So one sec. I didn't get a chance to watch all of the game anyways. And if anyone does have Twitter, do your boy a solid and obviously like and retweet the stream. If you're watching on Twitter or watching on here, it'll definitely help us out quite a bit, with getting about 20 to about 300 extra views on the video. And let me show a little love to Space Kitty, a little Bo Jackson action. And then we'll go over some Chiefs, and then we'll wait for a few more people to come through. And usually when I start the streams, I'll start them a little bit later. But at this point, I figured, all right, let's start it off a little bit earlier. Let's go 6 o'clock instead of 7. And then if anyone else has any fantasy football questions or anything like that, you can let me know. But I appreciate you, Space Kitty, for doing everything that you do. We'll see if she ends up showing up later on tonight. If not, She's always thinking about us and always supporting. So means a lot. I appreciate you, everything that you do for the channels. Chief Kingdom in the building all day, every day. Let's go, baby. I appreciate you very, very much. Let's get it. And again, we'll go over a number of topics today. We'll end up doing the power rankings, top 5, top 10, and we'll do it as a discussion. We'll also go over NBA, AEW, WWE, MLB news. We'll talk a little bit about Mike Leach, rest in peace, and anything else that we want to get into. Chiefs. Let's get it, baby. Sarah's in the building. Yeah, and this was obviously from late last night. She's not in the building at the moment, but I figured that we should just carry that over since she wasn't able to be actually physically in the stream last night. So I figured we'll carry that over. That'll get us started off on a good note for today. So we're already at 50, two $25 donations from her. Very generous of her. And hopefully we end up seeing her a little bit later on. How are you doing, Sarah? I know you weren't feeling too good. $50 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Sarah in the building. How are you? Finley in the building. How are you? And like I said, I wanted to kind of make this like kind of a group discussion. So that way, if there's anything that's left to be unsaid, we can kind of go over it together. I'll give you my, top 10 or top 5. But right now I feel that there's like 6 teams right now that I really believe in. And then there's like the other 4. So, with the other 4, there's a little bit of question marks there. And I don't really know what we're going to really get out of these teams. Because like I said, there's many teams that we could put in this list. Just to name off a couple few. Like I said, we can start it off from like the, 15 teams that will be in the bubble, right? So you got Patriots, Jets, Seahawks, Chargers, Titans, Commanders, Dolphins, Ravens, Vikings. And then that's kind of the cutoff for me. Because I know that the Vikings are 10-3, but they might be the worst 10-3 team I've seen. Like they really got some issues on defense. I love Cousins and Jay Jetta, Thielen, and Dalvin Cook. I like some of the pieces they got, TJ Hawkinson. But the thing is they don't got defense. And if you don't got a defense, that's really alarming. And some of these losses are going to start piling up. Yeah, you still got a fantastic record. And I thought you were going to win 10 to 13 games this year. And you're already at 10 right now. But I just have some worries about them moving forward with the defense. Ravens, obviously with Lamar. Dolphins, inconsistency with the defense. Commanders, even though they're not a popular team, they're starting to get hot at the right moment. They've been on a little bit of a tear. Titans, not looking too good. Seahawks, dropping games that they shouldn't. Jets, kind of, wishy-washy, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Same thing goes with the Chargers. Sometimes you get a good performance and sometimes not. So I kind of have like my top 6, my favorite 6 teams. And even though the Vikings deserve to be in the top 6 based off their 10-3 record, I think there's 2 teams right now that are 9-4 that I believe in a hell of a lot more than I do the Vikings long-term, unless they can clamp down on the defense in the last month. And that'll make me feel a little bit better. So we got to 50 with Space Kitty's late, early dono. Obviously, we'll see if she ends up showing up in the stream. And then I figured we will just use that for this one and continue it on. And hopefully that'll get us some good momentum moving forward. You're on antibiotics. I hope things get, well, at least you don't have to talk on the stream like here. With me, it's pretty much, just clicking some buttons, chatting away a little bit. You can relax. You're sitting on the couch or in the bed, just relaxing. So anytime you get to a point where you feel like crap, you feel like shit, and you just don't want to type anymore, or you just want to be able to sit back and watch TV and not, have to worry about anything, even though you don't have to type too much here. Just let me know, and I know you will, and then we'll go from there. So my teams, and I know this might surprise, some people, based off rankings and whatnot, because again, the Vikings are 10-3, but right now we got to go. Hopefully things get okay with you and you don't get fired, because last time you ended up getting sick. And even though you start a new job, they don't usually have a whole lot of sympathy for people that get sick. So this company sounds a little bit better than the other one. But anytime you get sick within that first month and you end up losing, a couple days from work or a couple weeks, I hope that everything works out for you. I don't know how cool your bosses are, but hopefully they have a little bit of sympathy for you. I'd hate for you to have to get fired or let go, and then you got to start over again and then try to find another place. But you got to be able to, take care of your body the best that you can. You got to get some exercise in, eat better. Obviously lots of washing the hands and making sure that you're minimizing contact with a lot of people. And that'll definitely do it for you. So I'm hoping things get good for you. And like I said, I hate seeing people get sick because I know Holly's been sick, Sarah's been sick, and a lot of my other friends have been a little bit under the weather. All right, so, and I'll go through some of this as well, but with my top 6 teams in the NFL, starting at number 6, even higher, than the Minnesota Vikings at 10-3. I know this might shock some of y'all, and I'll throw up some photos, representing each team. So let me do this here real quick. So give me a second. And we'll start it off, and I'll just do logos. I was going to do players and whatnot, but I was like, we can do logos here. And like I said, my list is not going to be the same as everybody else's. My list is, and like I said, we were going to kind of go it off, the 15 teams that are kind of on the bubble. I mean, if you even want to go even deeper, if we want to go in like the top 18, like half of the league, Lions, Bucks, Giants, Pats, Jets, Seahawks, Chargers, Titans, Commanders. But there's a lot of these teams that aren't going to be in the playoffs, and some that deserve the playoffs, and some that absolutely do not deserve the playoffs whatsoever. So again, I kind of have a top 6 that I feel, that I believe in, that I actually think can make a deep, deep run. Everyone that's below 6 is not a Super Bowl contender to me. Everyone else below 6 is a playoff team, but not necessarily, a team that I think that can go deep in the playoffs or go all the way. And it's no disrespect to Minnesota, but that defense needs to be better for me to be able to believe in them. So for teams that I'm leaving out, just to give a few examples, Lions, Bucks, Giants, Jets, Pats, Chargers, Seahawks, Titans, Commandos, Ravens, Dolphins, and then right at 7 is where I have Minnesota. So at number 6, and I know this might surprise a few of y'all that I'm going to go this particular route, but I'm going to go with a better one here. Let me go with this one. One sec. Ooh, this one right here. Hold on. I got a better one here. This is the one I was looking for. This is the one I was looking for, not this other one. Right here. This is my number 6 team. And this is a team that I believe that could make the NFC Championship game. I feel that they could end up overachieving and even going a little further than Minnesota, Ravens, Dolphins, Commanders if they get in, Titans, Chargers, Seahawks, Jets, Patriots, Giants, Buccaneers, Lions. I just feel right now, what do you need, to be a good, successful football team, right? You need a good head coach, check. A good running game, check. A good defense, check. Weapons everywhere, check. And I know you got Brock Purdy. Out there, right? And some people are like, how the hell do you think, but think about this. I mean, we know that Minnesota has Dalvin Cook, but, based on play calling and scheme, they're going to try to get the ball to Jay Jetta as much as possible, right? And they can't play defense. You know what I mean? That's what really worries me about Minnesota. Minnesota deserves, if I did like a top 7, Minnesota's there, you know what I mean? But there's just a couple teams that I feel that are a little bit better, that have, one less win than them, that both of them are sitting at 9-4. But I think these are much better teams. And the first one is going to be with Brock Purdy. And Brock doesn't need to be amazing. Brock doesn't need to throw for 2 or 3 touchdowns, even though he's been very good. He just needs to be like Jimmy G. Don't turn the football over. Don't fumble it. Don't throw pick sixes. Hand the ball off. Play good defense. Kyle Shanahan will bring the excellent play calling. And I think Brock Purdy, he looked really good in that first NFL start beating the Bucks. But, the defense is really carrying the team. And you got, so many key pieces, Talafanoa, Fred Warner, you got Nick Bosa. And if you actually look at Nick Bosa and Micah Parsons' stats, Nick Bosa is actually having a better year, but Micah Parsons is more popular. So Micah Parsons might end up winning the award, but if you actually look at the stats and the analytics, Nick is right there. And you can argue Nick actually has better stats, but they are very close. It's not like one guy's really above the other. It's like slightly above, but more than likely it's going to go to Nick Bosa or Micah Parsons. But At number 6, even over the Vikings, for the sole purpose, they don't have a defense, Minnesota. The Niners do. You have to run. You have to have a good defense. Yeah, I know Kirk Cousins can maybe be better than Brock Purdy. I get it. But I just trust the play calling, the defense, the running game. Even though Debo got hurt, they can puke Ayuk, George Kittle, run CMC. I think you just have a little bit more there, where if you make the playoffs, even with a Brock Purdy, I thought maybe – with Brock, it was over, that they weren't going to be able to win a playoff game. They were going to struggle down the stretch. But as long as they don't lose key pieces on defense, I think if the Niners played Minnesota, that they would have a good chance of beating them. So obviously my, outside of my top 6, Minnesota is obviously number 7. And you can argue with me all day, all night until my face gets blue. But I just honestly, genuinely feel that I could trust San Francisco slightly more than Minnesota, and the sole purpose is Minnesota's defense stinks and the Niners doesn't. And the Niners can single-handedly beat you on defense. And if you don't think so, just ask me watching the Buccaneers only score 7 on them. We had that emotional 17-16 win, but I knew we gave all our emotion that week before against the Saints. I knew we were going to lose to the Niners, but I didn't think we were going to lose that bad. So it shows you the Buccaneers defense, my defense sucks. They're uninspired. Obviously the O-line stinks. It just, we should have never got rid of, Bruce Arians. Todd Bowles can't coach. He's a defensive coordinator only, not a head coach. And that's kind of where I'm going. So at number 6, even over Minnesota, I have the San Francisco 49ers. Matt Payton in the building. What to do? I'm not sure if they're a bunch of frauds, but as far as all the teams that are at 9 wins or more, besides the Ravens, they are, to me, the biggest fraud for now. Now, they can turn it on. Minnesota, I think, can turn it on, but it's not what the coaching. I'm not worried about Kevin O'Connell. I'm not worried about Kirk Cousins. I'm not worried about Dalvin Cook, Adam Thielen, TJ Hawkinson, or Justin Jefferson. I'm worried about that offensive line, and I'm really worried about the defense. And if they can't get that cleaned up, they're going to lose. And they could easily lose early in the playoffs. But also on the flip side, the Vikings could play the Cowboys, the Niners, pretty much anybody besides maybe the Eagles, and they might be able to steal one. But for now, I'm going to have to go with the 9-4 Niners over the 10-3 Vikings. And it may change next week. We're going to have to go from there. At number 5. And number 5 and number 6 are interchangeable. And I'll go with number 5 to me. And at number 5, let's try to find a good one here. Here we go. Let's see. Got to find a nice one. Here we go. And at number 5, I'm going to go with another team that I feel that is one of the hottest teams in the NFL right now. They had a very, very slow start, but the defense is starting to pick up. They have great physical running game, just like the Niners. If you notice, these two teams have a lot in common, okay? They both have, obviously a great physical defense, but sometimes the Bengals are wishy-washy on their D, but they've been better as of late, right? You get guys like Von Bell getting picks, Jesse Bates III, you got T-Rex, Trey Hendrickson, but I really like the direction of Burrow, Chase, T. Higgins, avoid the Boyd, Tyler Boyd, and regardless if they have Joe Mixon or Samaje Perine, I really like the depth that they have on this roster. They're 9-4. They're 9-4. And I legitimately could see both of these teams in the AFC Championship game or the NFC Championship game. Now, is it possible that the Niners lose early? Yeah. Same thing with the Bengals. They definitely could lose early. But even higher than San Francisco, I'm really starting to believe not only do they have, the Chiefs number and their name, beating them the last 3 times in the playoffs and obviously at the end in the regular season, the playoffs, and then obviously earlier this year. But that's the one kryptonite to the Chiefs. They just don't know how to go against that physicality running style and a team that makes plays on Mahomes. And if you are playing from behind, like the Chiefs, they don't play the same kind of football just like any other team that gets down. Now the Chiefs can roar back and make a big comeback, But when the Bengals are continuously scoring on you, you have to be able to make that key turnover, key sack lunch. And we haven't really been able to see the Chiefs make those plays, at least against Cincinnati. So obviously right now, the Bengals are the biggest threat to the Chiefs and the Bills of making it, all the way to the Super Bowl or the AFC Championship game. At number 6, the 9-4 San Francisco 49ers. At number 5, the 9-4 Cincinnati Bengals. And I do have concerns with the Bengals, with the offensive line and with the defense. But the way that Burrow has been playing and the play calling has been very good as well. I feel really comfortable with these 2 picks over Minnesota going further. I think they can win a game or 2 or 3. I think you can win with Brock Purdy a game or 2 or 3. But again, if you end up getting down, there is a team like a Minnesota that has kind of a wishy-washy defense. But if you got guys like Justin Jefferson, you know that he can change the game in just a matter of a couple quarters. And that is big facts. And then we'll get to the comments, and I'll keep moving it forward. Shep in the building. What to do? How are you? What's good? Hope everything is going well. Do you have work today? Yeah, 49ers secondary is a little bit concerned, but they have so many weapons that, that they can go to. And obviously we know with Elijah Mitchell, with a little bit of the injury there, but you have to understand play calling to me is everything. And I'm usually really good at predicting, playoff games in general. And a lot of it has to come to O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. And if I feel that the play calling is going to be better, I'm going to go with that coach on the defensive side or the offensive side or both. And that's one thing that 49ers are probably the only team that could have a second or third or fourth string quarterback that I actually could believe in, because they got a really strong running game, a good offensive line, and they got a good defense overall. So even if they have some secondary issues, their front 7 is so good, they can hide some of the weaknesses they have behind them. I mean, look what they did against the Bucs. We already had that big emotional win. Some people thought the Bucs were going to win that game in San Francisco. I didn't, but I don't think anyone on planet Earth thought they were going to lose as bad as they did, including me. So I think we have to be able to give the Niners some credit. They have some really good coaching there. So again, I have the Niners and the Bengals at 6 and at 5. Number 6 here, number 5 here over Minnesota, even though they have a 10-3 record. Ravens and the Dolphins are sliding right now. And then the same thing goes for the Titans, the Seahawks, and the Jets. And then the Chargers are going to, try to climb in. But if you're really looking at like true contenders, there's only 7. Vikings, Niners, Bengals, and then the other 4 that I'm going to be going over here as well. So at number 6, I might as well put the Viking logo up so we can go over all of these. I mean, we're talking about them as much anyways, so. It's funny, I put in a Vikings logo, and it came up with the TV show. Hold on here. But we're going to be talking about Minnesota, and it's like I said, I don't want to disrespect them at all, but I have to be real. I got friends that are Viking fans, but I just can't be like, dishonest and fake and like, yeah, you guys are going to be great. You're going to go all the way to the NFC Championship game if I don't really believe it. So again, at number 7, we got the Minnesota Vikings. At number 6, we got the San Francisco 49ers, even with Brock Purdy. Number 5, and like I said, normally they say when you go to the Super Bowl, you don't get back. But if there was a team that could get back, it's definitely not the Rams this year. It could be the Bengals. Now, will it be the Bengals? Statistically speaking, and based off history, it's going to be a no. They're going to end up losing to the Bills or the Chiefs more than likely, unless they get themselves in a matchup with like Miami and it's a shootout and they lose. You know what I mean? But the Bengals are that first team that I really feel that I don't necessarily think they're maybe my top choice right now, but it's very, very close right now between the Bills and the Chiefs and the Bengals. I don't really think there's like a clear-cut winner like Philadelphia at number 1. You know what I mean? I don't think there really is. So, and we'll go through these here. And I do have concerns about that as well. And those are valid for sure. Yeah, I did. Yeah, rest in peace, Mike Leach. The dog catcher in the building. How are you? Hey, I ended up going to the game on Saturday, and we ended up seeing Minnesota. We got to see Rudy Gobert and Anthony Edwards, and it was the first game the Blazers had with 30 plus for Anthony Simons and Dame. We had good seats, I went to the arcade, had good pizza, good fries, good barbecue wings. Man, it was an awesome game. It's just nice to see the Blazers starting to put it together and actually play defense. But rest in peace to Mike Leach. And he wasn't even that old. It's just kind of sad. I think he was born in 61. My dad was born in 51, and my dad's got some health issues, but I mean, there was some questionable, coaching tactics that I don't agree with that Mike did, in his former coaching stops, but that's neither here or there. The guy is in heaven now. Rest in peace. Condolences to all his family members and friends. I know this is a tough time, and he definitely changed the game. As far as college football, your win percentage has to be 0.600, 60%. Mike Leach is at 59%. So hopefully they bend the rules and they let Mike Leach get into the Hall of Fame, because I think he does deserve to be at least in the college football Hall of Fame. He definitely changed the game, did a lot of spread offense, kind of did like what Chip Kelly did, and obviously Steve Spurrier did with that spread offense, obviously with the Florida Gators in the 90s. So let's go through the rankings here again. At number 7, the Minnesota Vikings, and defense. It's a major problem. If you can't stop anybody, you're going to be able to put up 20, 30, 40 from time to time. But if the other team is doing that as well, and then they get to a point where they're stopping you, and instead of getting 30 like you did the week before, you're getting 18, you're not going to win in the playoffs. And that is big facts. Number 7, the Minnesota Vikings. Number 6, the San Francisco 49ers with Brock Purdy. Looked very, very good. I'm not worried about him. It's all about running game, okay? Defense, good play calling. You're going to have to work around Debo, but they have other options. I'm not worried about that. They will be able to get it done, and they're already going through a lot of adversity as it is. And look at that. They're on their 3rd-string quarterback, and they're 9-4. You name one other coach right now with a 3rd-string quarterback, okay? If you had the Niners roster that could do the same or better. There's not very many coaches, in my opinion, that could be 9-4, with that type of roster that could do this. I think that Andy Reid could do it. There's a few other guys I feel that could, get this team with a 3rd-string quarterback at 9-4. But, I love Kyle Shanahan. I love Sean McVay. I love Andy Reid. But there's not very many that can do what Kyle Shanahan does. And will do for many, many years moving forward, regardless if it's with San Francisco or another team. So number 7, Minnesota. Number 6, San Fran. Number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals. And then let's go to number 4. And whether you love this team or you hate this team, one thing I do love is defense. And they got the number 1 ranked defense in the league. Sometimes the offense comes to play, and they play very, very well. Sometimes the defense comes to play, and they look like one of the best defenses we've seen in the last few years. But then there's other games where they play down to the competition that worries me. It's kind of like this team right here. It's like there's games where you should be winning by 20 or more, and you're barely winning, or you're dropping a game. Or with, Dallas, you beat the Texans, but it's ugly. There's no way in hell that a team that's got one fucking win, 10-1, should be competing with you on NFL Network right now, right, at 17-17 with 34 seconds left. You know what I mean? So that kind of worries me as well. And it's like, okay, I know the offense with Dak is good. I love Tony Pollard. You got Zeke, CeeDee Lamb. They picked up T.Y. Hilton. You got Michael Gallup. You got Dalton Schultz. The thing that worries me is the coaching and the play calling. I'm not worried about Dan Quinn. I'm not worried about Micah Parsons, even though sometimes they go, play down to the competition. But it comes down to, can you execute? I need great play calling, moving forward. And then that's one thing that I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get. So, I mean, the Cowboys could end up being 13-4, something of that nature, but that doesn't mean that they're going to get all the way to the NFC Championship game. It doesn't mean that they're even going to win a game in the playoffs. But this team seems a little better than last year to me. Another year of Micah Parsons. Dak is looking good. You know what I mean? They just need to make sure that they don't go away from Tony Pollard. So as long as they have a lot of Dak, a lot of Tony and Zeke, the O-line does their job and they don't have any significant injuries, the defense is, Micah Parsons' defense with Dan Quinn, this could be the year the Cowboys win a game. It could be a year where they win 2 games, and it could be a year where they make it to the NFC Championship game and overachieve. But that's really where the line gets drawn, because if they go further and they actually win some playoff games, which they haven't been able to do in a long, long time, but if this is the year that they do it, they're going to run into a big fucking roadblock, and it's called Philadelphia. And if they go to Philadelphia, they have a 0% chance of winning, in my opinion. They're not going to win that game. They could end up, competing maybe for a couple quarters, but if the game is in Philadelphia, they will beat the shit out of the Cowboys. You know what I mean? Because they'll be able to slow down that running game. They have the most depth. They're the team that is all in. But I would like to see, even though I know there's a lot of haters of the Cowboys, I actually would like to see them win a playoff game. I just don't like McCarthy, and I don't really like Kellen Moore. I want Sean Payton to go there or to go to the Chargers so that they can take Dak to the next level, or take Justin Herbert, who probably needs it more. He needs Sean Payton more than Dallas does, but he already has ties to Dallas. But you got to get rid of McCarthy, get rid of Kellen Moore. But if they keep winning, they're not going to get rid of those guys. I mean, it's not like Jerry Jones is going to be like, oh, wow, we went 13-4. You're fired. So the defense and Dan Quinn is keeping Mike employed as well as Kellen Moore. But I still think the team is very good this season. I love the defense. You beat the Texans, but it was ugly. And you're always going to have a game or 2 or 3 like that. But if you're going to be playing against a good team and you play like you did against the Texans, see you later. You're going to get a first round. See you later, and go on the couch, just like when you were the better team last year than the Niners, and you were at home, and you still couldn't get it done because you have a dumbass motherfucker calling a quarterback draw with no timeouts left, thinking that Dak is going to run for 50 yards and score. I mean, I've had some bad plays with Dillingham on the Ducks where we went for it on 4th and inches, 4th and 1 on our own 29 and 31-yard line, and what happened? We lost to Washington. Michael Penix Jr. We lost to the Beavers. He's no longer our OC. He's the head coach of Arizona State. So I hope he ruins that school forever, because obviously they're an idiot if they want to hire a guy like that. Like, why would you hire a guy that play calls like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if the guy slips, if he just gets stuffed, they literally don't even have to run a play. They can just look up, kick the field goal, the game is over. Like, who in their goddamn right mind? You don't even deserve to be in coaching. Like, even if Chip Kelly did that, I would be pissed. I'd be like, what are we doing? It's one thing to do it on the other side of the 50 or at the 50, so they can't just immediately kick a field goal. But you never do it when the game is on the line in the 4th quarter, when it's neck and neck. And you're like, well, 4th and inches, 4th and 1, let's go for it. And then you don't, and then you lose, and then you act like you're confused why the team lost, or with the Cowboys, and obviously their decision there. Number 7, Minnesota Vikings. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers. Number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals. Number 4, the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I think if these 2 teams play, I think Dallas is the better team because of the defense, right? But if San Fran plays Dallas, they kind of know how to play them. And Dallas's defense is dominant. But if you end up playing a team like this, and obviously Dallas wouldn't be playing a team like this unless both teams made the Super Bowl. But if you're playing a physical team that has really good physicality at the running back position, they struggle. They struggle at that. So we'll have to see if they can clean it up. But, great records for these guys. 10-3, 9-4, 9-4, 10-3. And at this point, this is the only team that's got 9 or 10 wins that I feel that is a pretender. The other one is the Ravens, because we know Lamar is hurt, so they're going to start going downhill. And we already know the Vikings are better than the Ravens, but the Ravens are 9-4, but they're going to start they're going to start going down, and I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to make it. I only think one team is going to make it from the north, and you're looking at it right here, the Cincinnati Bengals. So number 7, Minnesota Vikings. Number 6, 49ers. Number 5, Bengals. Number 4, the Dallas Cowboys. Now this is where it gets kind of tricky. Where do I go here with my rankings here? So let me hear. I'm just going to go through the comments so I don't get too far back. Yes, he did. He definitely changed the game, and we did hear about that last night and this morning. Very creative play caller, for sure. All right, let me get this Dallas off the screen. I can only look at Dallas stuff on the screen so much. Yeah, it was nice, man. It was nice. And I was thinking about you and a few of the other people when I was at the game. I was like, man, this is a good time. I imagine some of these other people would enjoy that. So yeah, I mean, they got a lot of guys on the team. It's not just Jamar Chase. They have T. Higgins, you know what I mean? And they also have Tyler Boyd. So T. Higgins could be a number one receiver, I feel, on maybe half of the teams in the NFL. So, like, if your main guy went out and T. Higgins has done great when Chase was out. So it's like if you're looking for a guy that can get 100 yards and 2 touchdowns, how many number 2 receivers could do that? Maybe Tyler Lockett, Chris Godwin, T. Higgins. There's others that are out there, you know what I mean? But there's not going to be a horrible amount. There's probably going to be about 5 or 6. Mike Williams, Gabe Davis, just naming some off the top that can, do that. I'm not really sure if Adam Thielen can do it anymore. Every once in a while, he'll get in the end zone, but he's lost a step. If you watch Minnesota this year, he's not as good as he was. I mean, they're going more to Jay Jetta, but yeah, I totally agree. Higgins is nice. Let me keep scrolling down. Message from a Golden Eagle. What up? Good. And you guys are obviously the number 1 team. Jameson's in the building. What to do? I'm good, man. I'm just grinding it out. Holly wasn't able to make it into the stream late last night, but messaged me and had some family stuff coming on, and obviously a little under the weather. So I figured that, we'd throw that $50 dono up and start it for tonight. And then that'll give us a good start. And hopefully we can get to a good number instead of just stacking that number on, from last night's stream, because, when I got it, the stream was already over. So, at that point I figured let's just, pay it forward, and then maybe that'll give us some good momentum moving forward here. So, but I'm doing good, Shep. How was work, bro? How are you? I hope things are good. And I normally, should be doing power rankings typically every week, but we've been doing like fantasy football. I wanted to at least give Jose's method a try and be like, all right, let's do fantasy football. And I was able to answer a lot of questions, but you're not really getting a lot of people showing love with the dono side. But it definitely was good filler content. But if we're doing filler content, I think I would rather do power rankings than fantasy, because I feel like my information isn't free. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why I'm 13-1. There's not very many people. I honestly haven't seen anybody else on Twitter that's 13-1. I know there's at least a few others out there. I don't think anyone's undefeated, but I mean, it doesn't really matter record-wise, but it does mean something that I was able to get to that fucking record. I'm proud of it. But again, I'm going to be playing Shep, and I could definitely lose. And the thing that really sucks is that I have all red. I've never, ever, ever been 13-1, and I've never, ever, ever had my whole starting lineup red. So I'm going to really be at a disadvantage against Shep in the best of 2 weeks, where he could just have average weeks and beat me, and I'm out. You know what I mean? So, and Jake and Sarah are going to be neck and neck. If you actually look at their numbers and their rosters, his running backs versus her wide receivers and quarterback situation, he's got Jalen and Tua. Sarah's got Josh Allen. It's going to get really spicy. And like I said, some people think, it's just going to be Sarah and Orion. It could easily be Shep and Jake based off their teams. So, yeah. But that's also, I have all red, though. So when you have red, usually the projection will be even lower than what the number says. So if the projection is showing based off the red, like let's say someone is projected for 14, do I really think Mark Andrews is going to get 14? Fuck no. I mean, the guy's been getting like 2 and 3. I might have to start Gerald Everett on my bench over Mark Andrews. I might have to make some really ballsy, gutsy decisions. I might have to sit Nick Chubb. I normally go Chubb, Saquon, Josh Jacobs every game. I might have to put Chubb on the bench and then go Godwin. But then if I do that, what happens if Chubb gets 20, Godwin gets 10, and I lose? So I don't know. I'm going to have a lot of decisions to kind of go through, but I'm excited for the opportunity. And yeah, but that's better than having like 8 or, I think I have like 11 in the red or something. I mean, that's ridiculous. You got like a 16-man roster and 11 or on the first week. I mean, I guess I can't complain that it's not red. Then I'm fucked. I mean, because if I end up winning this championship, this will be one of the best championships of all time, because let alone I'm 13-1. I only lost when I had my 4 major guys, on a bye: Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley, Nick Chubb, Dallas Cowboy defense, and Mark Andrews was hurt, and I only lost by like 10-14 to Holly. But I've never won a matchup with all red before. let alone I've never had a red matchup all red before. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this is all going to play out because, I'm hoping for 10 or 20 points with the Cowboys D, but they might give me like 4. So this is a real opportunity for you to take advantage and beat me. So, I mean, I hope you don't beat me, but I got to make sure that if you do beat me this week, that I have a very strong week number 2 or my season is over. So I know it's like the worst time to have all these fucking red matchups. And of course, we could have done another league where it's just like straight up, where you just do like 1 week and 1 week. But that's just the way that, ESPN does it. And I think it's kind of fair. Best of 2 weeks. I just wish I didn't have all fucking red, Number 7, Minnesota Vikings. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers. Number 5, Cincinnati Bengals. Number 4, the Dallas Cowboys. And now we're getting to number 3. And this is very, very tough, for me to kind of go through. There's a lot of teams that I can obviously go through, but we got to throw this one right here. I want to put them at number 2, but definitely the defense has been struggling. Offensive line, running game. The defense is suspect at times. And that's, they're 10-3 and they beat Denver. But the thing is, if Russell Wilson didn't get hurt, there is a chance that they could have lost that game. And I love everything that I'm seeing from Mahomes and Kelsey and, making all those beautiful plays. But the main thing that concerns me, from the Kansas City Chiefs, and I know Chiefs fans will admit it to you, the O-line, the running game, the defense, the secondary. I'm not worried about Mahomes. I'm not worried about the Travis Kelsey or the wide receivers. I'm not worried about the play calling. I'm not worried about this one bit. Okay? I know you can beat the Bills and the Bengals, but the way that things have been playing out, even though Von Miller is injured, it seems like the Chiefs have more holes in their team right now than the Bills and the Bengals. The Bills have a lot of holes. The Bengals, it seems like they're firming up at the right time. They're getting hot and healthy at the right time. And I feel like beyond the Bills and the Chiefs, I legitimately think the Bengals could beat both. You know what I mean? Like if we were to play this weekend and the Bengals were at home or on the road and it was between the Chiefs, they already beat them the last 3 times, and the Bills, I think that obviously we know Buffalo can win, but I'm really liking the way Joe Burrow is really playing. And like I said, we've seen Joe Burrow play great. We've seen Joe Burrow throw 2 or 3 picks in the first quarter. I get it. But the consistency after a slow start, they're really starting to get hot at the right time. Don't be surprised if the Bengals finish the year 13-4 or 12-5. I really do think they're going to go 3-1 or 4-0 in the back stretch, and that's going to give a lot of pressure on the Bengals. Keeping up with them, with the Chiefs and the Bills, because at this point, we don't even know who the number 1 seed is going to be. Do we really 100% believe it's Buffalo? What happens if they have another injury? What happens if Gabe Davis goes down? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like the wiggle room, at the beginning of the year, it was the Bills, no doubt. Then in the last few weeks, it was the Chiefs. Now you got them even, and then now you got another team, Cincinnati. And I really feel honestly that the Cincinnati Bengals are not below the Bills or Chiefs. I really don't believe that. I feel that they are equal, all 3. Bills, Chiefs, Bengals, and I know history and stats tell me you went to the Super Bowl, you're not going back. But if anyone can buck the trend and get to the Super Bowl again as a sleeper, the biggest sleeper team in the AFC as far as a contender, not pretender, Bengals. And then the other team that is a sleeper team that could go further, but I don't know if I fully believe in them, is the Dolphins. I know they have some issues, with their team. Tua, for all the social media people, he's not better than Herbert. Yeah, it's a great story, you know what I mean? But if you actually look at Herbert's stats and what Herbert brings, Herbert lacks coaching. Herbert has, a lot of injuries on the defensive side. The defense can't stop the run. That's not on Herbert. You know what I mean? Because if you imagine if Herbert was on the Dolphins, what do you think the record would be? How much further would you get with Herbert on the Dolphins? Be honest. The Dolphins with Herbert could get to an AFC championship game. Dolphins with Tua, They could maybe get there, but they would have to upset a team like the Bengals or the Bills or the Chiefs to get there. But realistically, the Dolphins look like a team that maybe can win a game, but maybe not win 2 games, just depending on the matchup. But I like what Miami is doing, even though they had the rough one, with the Chargers. But I'm not really fully sold on the Chargers or the Dolphins or the Ravens, those teams that are kind of fringe playoff teams or a wild card team. So number 7, Minnesota Vikings. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers. Number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals. And this is the most dangerous team, I feel, out of these 5. Number 4, Dallas Cowboys. And then number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. And don't get me wrong, I feel that Minnesota, it can't win the Super Bowl. The Niners can't win the Super Bowl. The Cowboys can't win the Super Bowl. But I do think the Bengals, Chiefs, Bills, and Eagles are legitimate teams that can win the Super Bowl. So I only have 4 teams. All the other ones can get there, or can win a game, but those are really the only 4 teams today that I believe in. So at number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. So they have some big plays, but the defense is not good. I have to be honest. I know Chiefs fans know that. Now they are a Super Bowl team, right? They are a Super Bowl team, but when you make Russell Wilson look quote unquote good, that's a problem, because the guy could only throw for 1 touchdown a game or none. And then all of a sudden against you guys, they brought their Super Bowl effort. That's alarming. I know things will get better as we get further along, into December, but this is going to be something to watch for these 3 teams. Do they go 4-0 or 3-1, right? Do you go 4-0 or 3-1? Do you go 4-0 or 3-1? You have to make sure you go 4-0 or 3-1 in this last 4-game stretch if you want to be considered a true Super Bowl contender. And I wanted to put Kansas City above Buffalo because I like them better, but I can't be biased. I have to keep it real. Even if I personally like Kansas City better than Buffalo, I can't be biased because that's what I preach, right? All day, every day. I can't just put Kansas City number 1. Obviously, that wouldn't be truthful, right? And then we got to go to number 2. And obviously, now we know who the number 2 teams are. But again, the difference between the Buffalo Bills right now, to me, and the Kansas City Chiefs is not by much. I mean, it's not like I feel that they're, oh my God, this team is so much better, because I don't feel that they are. And they don't have Von Miller. So if you don't have Von Miller, that could be the difference of being able to beat Kansas City or Cincinnati or not. And if you don't think that's correct, you're smoking something. And because, look at the Rams and what they were able to accomplish with OBJ, who's injured. And obviously they're bringing back Cole Beasley now. And then the Cowboys signed, obviously, a stud that we remember, T.Y. Hilton, that was retired, right? They're trying to look for depth. And these were the teams that were looking at them. And then, maybe Kansas City offers some type of, deal. But OBJ isn't going to be ready probably until January. And he's looking for a deal going into next year. So, if the Chiefs have the extra money and they just want to be able to, give themselves an advantage over Buffalo and Cincinnati and anyone else like Miami or anyone else that gets hot, if I'm Kansas City with all the other wide receivers getting hurt, Kadarius Toney, McCole Hardman, Juju, you may want to consider just throwing some cash at Odell. And if he ends up being ready by even the AFC Championship game or right before that, he could end up, if he can run routes, he could end up winning the game for you. So, I'm not sure if the Chiefs are interested, but just the way that the wide receivers have been going healthy, unhealthy. Juju, concussion. Kadarius Toney, injured. McCole Hardman, no. It's like the only one that's constant is Mahomes, and then this guy. So you're going to need another option to go to besides Juju. Maybe it's Odell, but if I'm Kansas City and you passed, okay, you aren't going to go to the Super Bowl anyways, okay, and you passed. And you were going to go to the Super Bowl, but you lost Vaughn, and that could be very detrimental and hard to beat the Chiefs and the Bengals if you don't have Vaughn. Like I said, even though Vaughn is older, he's very productive. And I think the Bills without Vaughn, like let's say it's Eagles-Bills, the Bills are not going to beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl, in my opinion. You have to have a guy like a Von Miller, the X factor, to at least give the Bills a shot, against this team that is all in this year. But that's my opinion. And things can change next week, the week after, the week after. But today for week 15, at number 7, the Minnesota Vikings. At number 6, the San Francisco 49ers. At number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals. At number 4, the Dallas Cowboys. And I'll be honest, you could flip-flop these two. I really actually like Cincinnati's team better than the Cowboys based off history, reputation, and I love Dak, don't get me wrong, but Burrow's a little bit more like dialed in, even though I think the Cowboys are very, very good this year. And obviously Cowboys have a better defense, but the one thing that worries me is what? The play calling and the coaching. And if I can't count on you on that, that's one of the most important things. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching. Can I trust you, McCarthy? No. Can I trust you, Kellen Moore? No. So keep an eye out on these teams. Number 7, Minnesota. Number 6, San Fran. Number 5, Cincinnati. Number 4, Dallas. Number 3, Kansas City. Number 2, Buffalo. And at number 1, and they've been number 1 all year, and anyone that says they have a cupcake schedule, they're not that good, you'll find out. And like I said, for a while there, it looked like, hey, the Bills and the Chiefs, they could beat them. This is the number 1 team in the NFL. Yeah, I don't give a shit. The Eagles are undefeated, 1 loss. Who cares? They got Josh Allen. They got Diggs. They got Von Miller. And now, no, they know Von Miller. They got all these great players. Now their wide receivers are getting hurt. Now the running game isn't as consistent. The O-line is struggling. The secondary is not good. And then you got this team right here that has the most ways to beat you in the NFL. And this team right now is by far the best team in the NFL. Now, I know, you have Josh Allen. They could win against Philly. You got Patrick Mahomes. You could beat the Eagles, right? You got Dak. There's always a possibility you get on a hot streak with Micah and you get a lead, and it's just enough to hang on 23-20 over the Eagles. But, I don't know if they're going to – they might be able to do it like at home, but on the road, no way. Cincinnati, another team that could give, a team like this some fits with Burrow. A team like Brock Purdy, this could be a team that faces the Eagles in the NFC Championship game because they have a good run game, great coaching and play calling, and a great defense. But right here at number 1, the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts is the MVP, period. He's the MVP. They rolled the Giants. The offense is the most unstoppable. Hurts is the MVP, 100%. I go Hurts, and then right now I got to watch the last 4 weeks. Defensive player of the year is either Nick Bosa or Micah Parsons, whoever has the best stretch down at the end of the year. Micah's more popular, but Nick's stats are better as of today. But right here, best team in the NFL. And if this was earlier in the year, I would say, you know what? Buffalo can beat them. Kansas City can beat them. But as of today, I don't think anyone can beat this team right now. Because you got Jalen Hurts. You got 4 different running backs to go to. You got a true number 1 receiver and a true number 2, and then Goddard's coming back. Offensive line is stacked. When you got guys like Kelsey and the big boys up front, they're fantastic. You don't fuck with Lane Johnson. You don't fuck with Kelsey on the O-line. And then the defense, that's really been the game changer. People are like, okay, Jalen, A.J. Brown, and Sirianni's been able to do a good job. But the defense, they've had some games where, they've kind of played down to the competition or just had a really good matchup against the Lions, and Jared Goff was going crazy with Amon-Ra St. Brown. But when it gets closer and closer to January and the weather gets colder, Philly's going to get better and better. And if you have to go to Philly, I don't think you're going to be able to win there. And Philly also is very good on the road. There's a few teams that I believe in on the road. I believe in the Philly on the road, Buffalo on the road, Kansas City on the road, the Bengals on the road, the Niners on the road, and then not so much Cowboys, Vikings. I want to believe in them on the road, but I just don't. I think they're very, very good at home, but they're not as consistent. If you guys have any other rankings different than mine, please, write them down, or, we'll discuss them here. Let me know. And then also teams to keep an eye on, pretender, Ravens, Dolphins, I think, are the real deal. Commanders are getting hot, but they're pretenders. Titans right now will get into the playoffs like the Buccaneers, pretenders, both of us. Chargers, if they get into the dance, there is a chance the Chargers could upset someone. Same thing with the Seahawks and the Jets, or the Patriots for that matter. Giants, I don't think that they're going to be able to beat anyone. They're a one and done, right? Lions could do some damage as well if they get in, if they play the right team. But the teams to keep an eye on, Patriots, Jets, Seahawks, Chargers. Those are teams that if they get in and they don't play, like if the Patriots don't play Buffalo, they could maybe surprise a team. The Jets too. They might be able to surprise a team. And then same thing goes with the Chargers and the Seahawks, who I like better than the Jets and the Patriots. I feel like if the Chargers get in with Herbert and the Seahawks get in with Geno, they just have to play defense. Help them out. And if they can get anything out of the Charger defense or Seattle defense, they could overachieve and win a game. And I know you guys believe that too, but we just haven't been able to see the defense play good enough. And that's why the Chargers are 7-6 and Seattle is 7-6. But I think both of those teams can get to 9 or 10 wins, but it is going to be difficult. So, all right, let's go through some of the messages here. Great to hear that. Love that. I love that. You need Goddard. And the team hasn't been the same without Goddard. And I know you know that as well. Jameson's in the building. How are you? Shep is in the building. How are you? Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, that was tough. They didn't look too good in the last game that was on TV. Who did they play? Did they play the Warriors? Is that who they played? And they were on the road. It was a tough game, huh? I do love Tatum, so. You know it, baby. Yeah, I mean, but you never know. You know what I mean? If you don't have Von Miller, all it takes, who has the most explosive offense? You know what I mean? Besides Kansas City, like explosive. We know Philadelphia is explosive, right? Buffalo can be explosive. At times, Dallas is explosive. Chiefs can be explosive. Bengals at times explosive, right? Vikings offense with Jay Jetta, sometimes explosive. But when you have Waddle and Tyreek, even though they lost the game, all it takes is one or two big throws, and you might be able to win the game because you got Waddle and Tyreek. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really know where we're going to go with it. But as far as if the Dolphins get in, I don't know if anyone's really going to play them. Their defense is shaky, but their offense, when they're rolling, is as good as anybody's in the NFL when they're rolling because nobody can keep up with Waddle and Tyreek once they get the ball. Once they get the ball, you're fucked unless you have a very good defense. And how many corners can keep up with Waddle and Tyreek? I'll show you how many. Right there. There's not one corner that can keep up with any. I mean, you got Sauce Gardner and Tariq Woolen and some of these other guys that have been pretty good. But if I had a choice between Sauce Gardner or Tariq Woolen rookies going against Tyreek or Waddle, I'm going to go Tyreek and Waddle because they might get shadowed and shut down. But at some point, they're going to be able to make a play. They're not going to get shut out the whole game. At least I don't think they would. So, and if they get shut down deep, then they'll just run a jet sweep where they get the ball close and try to use their speed to the outside. So. Yeah. I mean, it definitely feels like the Titans and the Bucks are almost mirror images. We have some good games and we have some bad games, and we're going to win the divisions by default. And we're both going to lose in the first round by default. I wish but there also is a chance, right, that the Bucks and the Titans get slept on, and we just get pushover. These guys suck. They're not that good. And then we play someone like the Giants, or you play someone. Like I'm trying to think of a team that, like Miami, the Chargers, the Jets, you could win. You know what I mean? If you're going against like the Bengals, the Chiefs, or the Bills, you're not winning that. Yeah, I think you know that as well. But if it's one of the other teams, even including Miami, you could keep up with the defense, but it only depends if your D shows up. And same thing with my team. If my defense shows up, maybe I can hang with like Washington, the Giants, Seattle, and maybe I can upset one of those teams or even like a Minnesota. But if I don't play defense, there's no way in hell. So that's facts. Hey, your boy knows football and I can't be biased. I have to keep it real. So $50 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Lost to the oh man, you got to get back on track, but you guys will. Like I said, you got the Milwaukee Bucks. They're always going to be at the top. But if they have any injuries, who do you think is going to be able to creep up and take a spot? It's Boston. So it's a long season. 23-17 Texans. I'm watching that replay here on NFL Network. Right, but I mean, let's be honest, though. Panthers, I mean, if you want to go to the playoffs and lose in the first round, that's fine. You know what I mean? I would actually rather not even go to the playoffs. If the Panthers or Falcons or Saints want it, you fucking have it. You fucking take it. I don't even want to go to the playoffs. I'd rather get a draft pick and move on post Brady. And I'm not even joking right now. If I could have my choice of making the playoffs or not, 100% no. I don't want to go. Why? So we can get embarrassed by 20 in the first game? No. And lose draft position? We have, no chance of winning the Super Bowl and no chance of getting to the NFC Championship game. Now, the Titans and Bucks have a chance to win a game, but not 2 games or 3 games. At least I don't think so. So I know, man. Like, I don't want to. Hey, if the Panthers want it, let them have it. Saints aren't getting it. Hey, Falcons, whatever. I saw the head coach talking shit about Mariota, which was kind of interesting. I don't know if Mariota and him got into a little squabble, or maybe he was talking down to Marcus or whatever, but I know Desmond Ritter's the guy right now, but I haven't really seen like Arthur Smith and some of those guys like talk bad about Mariota. Like, I know Mariota's limited, but hello, you knew he was limited, but when you got him. It's not like you're like, oh my God, this is going to be the guy for the next 10 years. It was just going to be a guy that you were going to have for a little while until you were ready to start Desmond Ridder. So I'm not really sure, like, if they thought they were going to make the playoffs this year or something. But I mean, all the teams in the South are horrible. So, but yeah, I agree. I don't want to be in the playoffs either. Hey, Finley, if your team, if you want to go in there, but beating the Seahawks, or beating teams in the division, that doesn't really mean you're good, though. Because if you're 3-1 in the division, what's the record of the teams in the division? Is there teams that have 9, 10, 11 wins? No. So, I mean, yeah, you're 3-1, but that's just like, shitty teams beating up on shitty teams. I don't know if there's really anything. We don't even have a team that's 500. So I don't think there's anything to brag about with that, Finley. You know what I mean? Like, I hope you get it. I mean, we're 6-7. You're 5-8. Falcons are 5-8. The Saints are 4-9. This is not a time to brag to be about 3-1. Yes, you may be 3-1 in the division, but do you think anybody respects the Panthers as a good team? Hell no. No one gives a shit about even my team in the division. We are the worst division in football by a long shot. We thought it was the AFC South, and now you're seeing the South and NFC South, AFC South bootios. So, congratulations for going 3-1. But if you're going to go 3-1, now if the Saints were, had a good record, like if the Saints were, 10-3, and the Buccaneers are 9-4, and the Falcons are, a little bit better, 7-5, and you have a 3-1 record against that, then I'm like, dude, you're the fucking man. But when you're beating up teams that don't even have a 500 record, I mean, I'm not sure if that's really a braggy moment. I mean, it's cool that you did it. Right. But I'm 3-1 in the division. But do you hear me bragging about it? Hell no. I don't even want to go to the playoffs. We're disgusting. And you know what's another disgusting thing? The point differential. Usually you have to be in the green to be a good team. This is very startling. Okay. And I want to let you guys know what the difference between elite teams, good teams, and bad teams are. Okay. You have to be in the plus to be a good football team. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you know what their point differential is? -30. Do you know what the Panthers is? -30. Do you know what the Falcons is? -24. You know what the Saints is? -32. Is that good? No, it's not, right? And then I'm going to give you some stats here. Seahawks, +8, right? So that's why the Seahawks are 7-6, right? I'm going to blow you away with a stat right now, okay? I'm -30. -30 with a 6-7 record. The Niners are 9-4, right? The Niners, and I look at stats and analytics all day. The Niners are 9-4. The Seahawks are 7-6. The Seahawks are +8. Good, right? 7-6 record. The Cardinals 4-9. Rams 4-9. -71 for the Cardinals. -78 for the Rams. You know what the point differential for the 49ers is? And I tell you that I think the Niners can make the NFC Championship game. Mandy lost the title. I figured that she would at some point. Plus 120. Let me say that again. Plus 8 for the Seahawks, right? Negative 71 point differential for the Cardinals. Negative 78 for the Rams. What up, Birdman? Plus 120. And this is how you gauge good teams, average teams, bad teams, or pretenders. Plus 120, the 49ers, okay? Plus 138, the Eagles. Number 1, right, in the NFC. Number 2, the Dallas Cowboys. Plus 131. You would think so with a 12-1 record and a 10-3 record, okay? Detroit, plus 2, right? Green Bay, negative 39. Bears, negative 63. Giants with a 7-5 record, negative 33. Commandos, 7-5, negative 3, right? The Lions, plus 2, the craziest stat of them all. The Niners are 9-4, and they're plus 120. The Cowboys are 10-3, plus 131. The Eagles are 12-1, plus 138. That's when you know you're elite, and that's why those 3 teams are my favorite in the NFC. And you say, wait a minute. What about this team, oh? What about Minnesota? There's a reason why I don't have them in my top 6. Believe it or not, I have never seen this in NFL history. You know what this is? The Minnesota Vikings are 10-3. What do you think their point differential is? How is it? If you are 9-4, the Niners are plus 120, right? If the Eagles are 12-1, plus 138. Cowboys plus 131, right? Minnesota Vikings are 10-3. And you know why they're a pretender and not a contender? Do you know what their point differential is? You'll never guess. -1. How the hell are you 10-3 and you don't even have a plus differential? The other teams are plus 120, plus 131, plus 138. Do you know what that means? That means Minnesota's defense is booty, okay? If they are -1, that means they haven't really been scoring more or getting more turnovers than the other teams, and somehow they're 10-3 because they're barely getting by teams, and their offense is scoring more, and their defense can't stop anyone. I have never seen a 10-3 team with a -1 point differential. They're not even in the green. That's a first in a million. So keep that in mind when you think about betting, and when I talk about teams, I go deep into the stats. -1 point differential. Normally you're plus 50 or more when you're 10-3, typically over 100 in point differential. -1. Plus 131. Plus 120. The best team in football. Plus 138. That's mind-blowing, isn't it? And that's why I gauge things, based off that. People can bring up stats and analytics, but I am Mr. Stats and Analytics. That's why I feel I know, just as much as any fan of any team. You give me all 32 teams, I'm putting in 16 hours every day on this channel, and those are the things that I look for. Now let's go to the AFC side and see if we find any other pluses that surprise us. But that's the biggest one. And I don't know if I've ever seen a team 10-3 with not even a plus differential. -1. Unbelievable. And that's why that team will more than likely lose right away in the playoffs. First or second game. But they could overachieve and make the NFC Championship game against Philly, but they're not going to beat Philly. If there's a team that has a good chance of beating Philly, some people would say, "We damn boys." Yeah, if the game was in Dallas, but it won't be. This is the only team that is in the path of the Eagles, and they have a third-string quarterback. Think about that for a second, okay? I don't make predictions that are wrong that often. So, injuries could happen. You know what I mean? Injuries could happen, but I want to make sure I'm bringing up these stats for you to make you guys smarter, so that way you can drop the knowledge in front of your friends, and you guys can look like the genius as well, okay? All right, let's go over to the AFC side. Kansas City Chiefs, 10-3, plus 86. So, these other teams that have 10 wins besides Minnesota are usually plus 100 or more. So it shows you Kansas City is good, right? But they're not as good on the road that you would want them to be. And like I said, I need to see better O-line, D-line, and secondary play from them. They could still win the Super Bowl, don't get me wrong, but they're plus 86. Chargers, negative 31 at 7-6. Raiders, negative 5. Broncos, negative 44. Okay? AFC South. Okay? Just like the Buccaneers, just straight up bootios. Everyone in the division is negative. Bucks, negative 30. Panthers, negative 30. Falcons, negative 24. Saints, negative 32. Disgusting. When you have all red, just like I do in fantasy this week, disgusting. Okay? AFC South, NFC South, horrible. Okay? Titans, negative 35, and they have a 7-6 record. Jaguars, 0. This is negative still, Negative 89 for the Colts, negative 103. All red, like, obviously the NFC South. But what that does show you is the AFC South is worse than the NFC South, believe it or not. Okay. Baltimore Ravens, 9-4, plus 51. But Lamar is hurt, so they're going to tank and they're going downhill. Bengals, plus 70. That's the true contender. Okay, that is the true contender. The biggest threat to the Bills and the Chiefs. Cincinnati. Don't ever question them one bit. Yeah, the O-line stinks at times. The defense is shaky at times. But we also have seen Burrow get rid of the football quicker and the wide receivers making big plays. But we've also seen Mixon and Samaje Perine. They might be a top 5 duo. This season, they look great. And if you can't stop Mixon and Samaje, you're fucked. And that's the thing that Cincinnati knows and will use against Buffalo and Kansas City. So if we get for the first time a team to go back-to-back to the Super Bowl, whether they win or lose, this could be the year Cincinnati does it, but they are going to need to play great football in December. They have to go 3-1 or 4-0, and they have to effectively run for 100 yards rushing on Buffalo and Kansas City. And I don't know if you're going to be able to do that, but I know that the Bengals are the biggest threat. But statistically speaking, and history says, if you go to the Super Bowl, you're not going back next year. Something's going to happen. Injuries, whatever it is. Free agency. Plus 51, Ravens. Plus 70 for a true contender, the Cincinnati Bengals. Browns, negative 23. Steelers, negative 66. Okay? And then we go to arguably the best division in football, not named the NFC East. Okay? You got 7-5, 7-5, 10-3, 12-1. Okay? We already know that's the best division. But who's actually playing the best football on defense? Right? Who is it? AFC East. Okay? AFC East. Buffalo Bills plus 132. A true contender, right? Dolphins plus 4, even at 8-5. Patriots with their monster defense plus 37. Ask Shep how many points he got in fantasy last night. 20. Okay. New York Jets plus 21. It's the only division in football that has all green with a plus. That means those defenses are solid. And Miami's is the worst out of the 4, but even once in a while, a blind squirrel can get a nut, and they're going to be able to do something. So again, the real contenders, Buffalo Bills plus 132. The Philadelphia Eagles plus 138. The Dallas Cowboys plus 131. The Kansas City Chiefs, a little bit of a drop-off, but still great, plus 86. It's close to 100, right? Bengals, still legit, plus 70. So even though their numbers are lower, we know goddamn well Kansas City and the Bengals can beat the Bills, right? And then you got the San Francisco 49ers with third-string quarterback, Brock Purdy. That defense is legit, plus 120. All right, so you're seeing, right, plus 138, plus 132, plus 86, plus 131, plus 70, plus 120. Minnesota Vikings at 10-3, -1. You tell me which one doesn't belong. That's the reason why I do stats and analytics, because it's always going to be about defense, defense, defense. And there's one team that doesn't belong. Good defense. They got a defense. This defense is shaky, but sometimes they bring it. Not every game. They have defense. Defense is shaky at times, but they bring it when it counts. Defense is solid. no defense whatsoever. So Kevin O'Connell needs to figure that out. But those are stats that you guys need to know as we're going in, because you're going to get a lot of Minnesota Viking fans and a lot of fans that are going to pencil in Minnesota over the Niners and over Dallas. But you're crazy, because, if Jay Jetta gets 3 touchdowns and 200 yards, maybe they will beat Dallas. Maybe they will beat the Niners. But, I just haven't been able to trust them because they don't have a good defense. That's pretty wild, right? 10-3, and they're not even plus 10 or like plus 5, -1. That is alarming. So something you guys need to be able to, recognize as well. So, all right, 23-20, Texans and the Cowboys. And then we got basketball on. I don't really know if I want to watch it, though. Let me see. Let me click over to it. I think I'd rather watch football, to be honest. And then NXT will be coming on, and he just said Mandy Rose lost the belt. So we got Celtics, Lakers. Well, I can watch Tatum. All right. Blake Griffin on the Celtics. 12-5 Boston. And this was one of the best rivalries in the 80s. Bird and Magic, baby. Ooh, Tatum on LeBron. He just crossed him up. All right, I already watched a little bit of the Texans and Cowboys. I suppose I will watch a little bit of this NBA. And if anybody's got Twitter, please do me a solid and like and retweet the stream. And I don't think I have anything on the Cash App side. But hopefully we'll get a few more, to get us to the goal. So let me check all my apps and everything real quick. Usually when I talk about football, you guys know I can just go nonstop, going into the stats, and I can go nonstop for 30 minutes to like 2 hours. And then once I look at, take a break and I try to get, caught up in the comments and whatnot. But the NFL is my passion, and it's one of the only things that I feel that I can continuously keep going on. I can do it obviously with wrestling and other things as well, but obviously football I feel is what I know the most about, except, I would probably put wrestling up there too. So yeah, good start for your Celtics. You want me to throw up some Tatum photos for you, Shep? And at this point, you guys can let me know what you guys want to go over. We can go over football. We can go over baseball, wrestling. I'm going to end up watching NXT here in a little bit and whatnot, but let me know what you guys want to do. Any other questions, any other rankings? If you guys want to put those up, if you guys have anything different than what I did, let me know. But I feel I try to be honest. Even if I like teams like, the Eagles or the Chiefs, I have to be honest, because I easily could have put the Chiefs over the Bills. I like the Chiefs more than the Bills, right? But based on that game against Denver, I can't just act like they didn't play the best football. You know what I mean? And I have to keep it honest, and I have to keep it real. So, number 7, Minnesota Vikings. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers. Number 5, Cincinnati Bengals. Number 4, Dallas Cowboys. Number 3, Kansas City Chiefs. Number 2, the Buffalo Bills. And number 1, the Philadelphia Eagles. And, like I said, I have the Bengals and the Chiefs and the Bills dead even. I got all 3 teams at like a 90. Like if I was going to grade them 1 to 10, I would give all 3 teams a 9. I can't put anyone higher because, like I said, I like certain things from the Bengals, but I worry about their O-line and their defense at times. Same thing goes with the Kansas City Chiefs. I worry about their running game, their O-line, and their secondary. And then Buffalo, I worry a little bit about their O-line and their defense without Vaughn. So there's going to be a lot of wiggle room. But the one thing that I am 100% confident on is Philly is going to win the NFC, and they're going to the Super Bowl, and they might be an underdog because this team is more popular. This team's got a lot of bandwagon fans, and their fans are very hardcore. But, the way that Philadelphia is playing, it would be a shame for any team, not Philadelphia, to not win. Like Philly, this is the team. It gives you those same vibes as 2017 with Slick Nick Foles. They went all in, and they're the only team to go all in. Yeah, you got Cole Beasley. Yeah, you got T.Y. Hilton. Maybe you need to get OBJ. But the teams that I like right now the most are Philly and San Francisco in the NFC, as well as the Dallas Cowboys. And then on the AFC side, Bengals, Chiefs, Bills. But the difference is the Cowboys can't beat the Eagles in Philly, but San Francisco could. I mean, I don't think, not many teams are going to be able to go to Philly, but Dallas has 0% chance to win in Philadelphia. San Francisco at least has like a 20 to 30% chance because they run the football with physicality and they play good defense. So that could slow down Philadelphia. And if the Niners get an early lead, that gives them a better chance. But we are talking Philadelphia with everything on the line. I just don't see it. I just see Philadelphia versus who? Buffalo, Chiefs, or the Bengals. But again, the Bengals, already went last year. So statistically, that would mean they're not going. So it's going to be Buffalo or Kansas City against Philadelphia, more than likely. And if there's any other team that's not Kansas City or Buffalo, 100%, it's going to be this team. 100%. So, and I don't necessarily put the Bengals, 3, so I think that, you could argue right now that the Bengals are the best team in the AFC. Like, even though that the Bills are 10-3 and the Chiefs are 10-3, I kind of believe a little bit more in Cincinnati, like moving forward. Like, I got a lot of question marks and I just can't, dust it under the rug. Oh, Chiefs have issues on the O-line in the secondary. Let's just push it under the rug. Oh, Von Miller got hurt. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yes, it does. It does matter. So. No, and I know you weren't trying to brag, and you want to win no matter what. You love that team with all your heart. So I know it's not being braggy. I'm just saying that I would rather want you to get in. I don't want to get in. But you want to get in. Falcons fans don't want to get in. Saints fans don't want to get in. I think the Panthers are literally the only team in the South that want to get in. But if it was you, I would rather not get in and get a higher draft pick. That's going to help you moving forward. But I totally agree. Wilkes has done a good job. And I agree with what you're saying. We're always on good terms, Finley. You don't have to worry about getting a Hollywood Hogan boot from me. So 15-9 Boston. All right, I'm going to try to get some Tatum photos up here. And again, whatever you guys want to discuss, it's totally up to you. If you guys want to start going into food right now, we can do that. You guys let me know where you want to go. I'm totally cool with wherever we go. Like I said, I can talk about literally anything. Fantasy football, NFL, NBA. At this point, I'm just going to watch the Texans and Cowboys, but I switched it to Boston and LA, and I'll probably watch this whole game. Believe it or not. And I'm not watching it necessarily for the Lakers. I'm watching it for Tatum. So, but AD and LeBron are out there. So, oh man, Justin Wills and Nola. How many? I wonder what their life is up to at this point. I assume just the angry as ever. You know what I mean? Now the Saints are really dog shit this year. All kinds of complaining, conspiracy. Bring back Drew Brees. Fuck Roger Goodell. The league is against us. We should have won that game against Minnesota. I've never heard a fan base complain more than the Saints. You know what I mean? It's like at some point you got to fucking move on. Like talk about like that ex-girlfriend that you loved or ex-boyfriend and then you just never got over it. That's the Saints. They never can ever get over it. Even if they get to a point where they win a big game and they get to the NFC Championship game, they won't even be able to enjoy it. They'll be talking about 5 years ago when they got robbed against the Rams. You know, it's like, it's toxic, and they wonder why so many people don't want to associate with them on social media or on YouTube or Twitch, because they're probably the most toxic fan base in the NFL. There's a lot of toxic fan bases. Everyone's got bad fans. Everyone's got toxic fans, but I think the Saints fan base has more like suspect fans than other fan bases. I mean, I met some like annoying like Cowboy fans, but they're not as bad as the Saints fans. And a lot of them are smarter than them too. So, and I'm not saying Saints fans are stupid. They're not, but they're definitely some questionable fans there that don't know football. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, it's not even NOLA. I mean, I have many people that they're just overconfident, cocky, love to talk shit, like, not even being able to apologize, not willing to say they were wrong, not willing to give credit to the other team when they do good. It's like, instead of the Bucs doing a good job, oh, fuck Jared Cook. I'm going to fucking go to his Instagram and blow him up and get blocked. Like, who does that immature behavior? The Saints, NOLA. You know what I mean? It's like, guess what? Antoine Winfield and Devin White, they're really good at football, and they punched the football out. That anyone would have got that football punched out. But instead of giving us credit, you have to just talk shit about your own guys. If you're going to go after your own guys on your own team, you're not a real fan. Who does that? Who, no matter how mad you get, if you go to Twitter and Instagram and start swearing at your quote unquote favorite players, you're not a real fan. You're a fucking pretender. You're a bandwagon fan. That you only cheer for them when things are going good, and when things are going bad, all you do is complain. But I don't know any other fan base that does that besides them. And I don't want to call them out on it, but I see it all the time. I don't see any other fan base. Buccaneers, we don't do that shit. We might be upset with what's going on, but we're not going to go after our own players. They're our guys. And that's the difference between other fan bases and them. And I know Shep knows. I mean, you're a Falcon fan. They love to go extra. Falcons, Panthers, Bucks, we're not like that. They are different. You know what I mean? They're not like the other three. So, and sometimes maybe it's karma. Maybe it's karma, for all that shit talking. You're going to be an asshole fan base. You're never going to be humble. Well, fuck you then. We're just going to have you lose all the time with Breeze, and you're going to be fucking miserable for the fucking rest of your life. And you had the best record in the NFL for 4 or 5 straight years in the regular season. How many Super Bowls did you get? And I'm glad. I really am, because you don't deserve to win a Super Bowl based on how the fan base acts. You know what I'm saying? I can be a preacher. For real, man. I spit fire, man. I mean, like I said, I can be a motivational speaker, but I just like to speak facts. You know what I mean? I like to say things that no one else says, or that is afraid to say, or say things that other people are thinking in the room, but like, damn, I can't say that. Orion will, though. You know what I mean? I have to keep it real. I mean, the Buccaneers have some horrible fans. Like, I have had to eliminate myself from Instagram and Twitter fan pages because these motherfuckers are so annoying. All they do is pretend they're Saints fans and complain about the Falcons, fuck the Saints, complain about I mean, I don't want to be a part of a group, that all they do is complain about the other teams in the division and other teams. It's just annoying. So I don't even do it for the Ducks. Like, on the Ducks, I eliminated that, and you wouldn't think the Ducks fan base would be as toxic, but there's a lot of dumb fans that think they know football, but they don't. And it's very clear when I read these posts if you know football or you don't. The Bucks, we're wasting Tom Brady. We should be much better than this. Have you paid attention to the whole offensive line being injured? Oh, no. Well, you don't know football then. You kind of have to have an O-line for Brady to be effective. People are fucking stupid. And everyone thinks they're a fucking football expert. Have you noticed that? Doesn't matter who you meet at a bar, your friends, everyone thinks that they are the fucking expert. And even me, I don't know everything, but what I do know is I work a lot harder on trying to relate to every fan base, and I'm putting in 14, 15, 16 hours. I feel that I can have a conversation from anyone from an Eagle fan to a Jag fan, and I can vibe because I know the history. I take every team as my own. So even though I'm a Bucks fan, I feel like I can vibe with the most hardcore Panther fan, Falcon fan, Saint fan, whoever it is, just because I try to imagine myself as a GM or coach of that franchise. And I also imagine, okay, if I could have, Cameron Jordan on the Bucks, would I like that? I would. Okay, then I think that, do I like Demario Davis? So I don't look at this like hater mindset. It's unhealthy. I look at guys that I think that are talented, and if I like them, I don't care what team they're on. It's not about the team on the front. It's the name on the back. You feel me? I'm a preacher, baby. I could be like Joel Osteen, but I can actually be legit. I could be preaching about things, but I could actually get donations, and I wouldn't be stealing stuff like all those other guys that are on the worshiping church programs and whatnot. Preach, the preacher, baby. You know it. I mean, how often do I, say things that are false? How often am I wrong? I mean, I'm not right all the time, but I honestly feel like, you tell me. I mean, is there anyone else on YouTube or Twitch or on TV that's more right than me? on a consistent basis. You know what I mean? It's all about hard work. If you're willing to watch the film like Matt Payton and me, and if you're willing to read, that's how you get this. But there's a lot of people that are on TV and that are on YouTube that don't use this. They just try to skate by with great thumbnails and, just trying to wing it. But, there's a difference between the elite. I'm trying to be the best in the world. I'm not trying to be just a guy. I'm trying to be one of the best NFL minds on planet Earth, and I feel that I am. And I know some people that live here in Oregon, they don't think so because they don't watch my channel and they just are hoping that I fail. But anyone that's been a part of this channel knows, that I'm an assassin on the microphone. I'm like the MJF. I can fucking destroy anybody, but I can only do that, right, with my personality, but also the knowledge. That's facts. Oh, 100%. Remember when you said you didn't like him? All those young fans, including you guys were all against me. You were like, no, we're going to get someone in the draft, right? And what did I tell you? You never, ever doubt me. You can doubt and question any other Eagle YouTuber, but that doesn't mean they know more than me. Or if they have more subs than me. I know just as much about the Eagles as any hardcore Eagle fan that's been covering the team for 50 years. You know what I mean? That's a team I watched when I was a kid. I watched the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Niners super heavy. You know what I mean? And I know that you didn't like him. But what did I tell you? You need to have better O-line. You need to get a true number one receiver, not Devontae Smith, who just came off the Heisman with that pressure. You got A.J. Brown. You got Goddard. The offensive line is flowing. You got good sets of running backs. Defense, you guys are getting the full package. And so you have to have proper expectations. You shouldn't have even made the playoffs last year. And if you had the mindset that you were going to beat the Buccaneers, that's the problem. You got to humble yourself and understand that it takes time to be a contender. Come on, though. Come on, be honest. You didn't really think that the team was going to be where it is today. You didn't think it would be. There was talk in the preseason, but you never really were on board 100% with Sirianni or Jalen Hurts, especially Jalen. And what did I tell you? I said Jalen is Dak 2.0 before anybody. Okay? I know football, bro. I've been watching these guys since high school and college. I watch more tape and more film. You know what I mean? You just have to be able to have a complete team. And you didn't have a complete team last year. You know what I'm saying? But you weren't a believer of Jalen, be honest. See, this is where we got to make sure that you're honest. You were not a believer. It's okay to say it, because I would say probably about half of the fan base didn't believe. I did, because I knew what I saw in him. You know what I'm saying? He is the MVP, 100%. You know what I mean? But it's a team effort. Yeah, but you have to be honest with yourself. You were not sold on Jalen Hurts. Even if A.J. Brown doesn't come there, you guys still would be very, very good this year. You guys would not be 12-1. You probably would have like 2 or 3 or 4 losses, but you still would be a very good team. It's okay to admit that you were wrong about Jalen Hurts, because there's a lot of people that were wrong about Jalen Hurts, okay? And like I said, now they're going above and beyond, and you guys are all in, and it's really your guys' Super Bowl to lose. You know what I mean? You have to be honest with yourself. When you hang around all these other Eagle fans, you guys brainwash each other with misinformation, thinking you guys are better than you are, or, coming up with these weird topics, and it can get toxic. Some Eagle fans know football. Some Eagle fans are fucking morons, and they don't know anything. Most of the Eagle fans that I know are very smart. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that they don't make mistakes. Sometimes I can make a mistake as well. You know what I mean? But I already knew that Philadelphia was going to win the division, and I already knew that Jalen was going to be well, but it shows you it's more than just A.J. Brown. The defense is a big part of where you guys are. It's the balance. You got to be able to have a good running game. You got to have a good defense. You got to be able to have that whole package. And obviously going all in and getting guys, obviously like you did in 2017, that's what I'm saying. You just can't assume that you're going to build a championship contender right away. Usually it takes a couple years to get there. So, well, I think he deserves it. It just all depends. If he doesn't get the MVP and it goes to someone else, right? If he gets Super Bowl MVP, that's better, right? So if you want to give MVP to someone else, who's worthy of MVP? If it's going to be Nick Bosa or, Micah Parsons for Defensive Player of the Year, who's Offensive Player of the Year? Is it Jalen Hurts? All right, then who's the MVP, of the regular season? Besides Jalen, who is it? Is it Mahomes? Is it Jalen? Is it Josh Allen? No. So it has to be either what, Mahomes or Jalen Hurts. So, we'll see where it goes. And if they do decide to give MVP to like Mahomes, the real one that matters is going to be Super Bowl MVP. But the thing is, you could say it's not Mahomes, but who is it then? Right. Super Bowl MVP would be better for Jalen, right? Because that's what you want to win it all, right? But I'm saying like Josh Allen has thrown some picks, but he's been good. Mahomes, there's only really like 3 guys that you could really, who else can you say? It's not Herbert, it's not him. It's not Joe Burrow, right? It's not Dak. It's not Kirk Cousins. It's not Justin Jefferson. It's not Brady. It's not Brock Purdy. I mean, who is it? Geno has played pretty good. I mean, if the record was a little bit better, you could say Geno. Geno has been a godsend for them. I mean, Geno is probably the second most valuable behind probably Jalen as far as the NFC is concerned, based off Seattle and what he means to that team. Geno would probably be, be like, you'd have those two. But again, you're not going to get the award when you're fucking 7-6 and you're losing to teams like the Raiders. You can't be losing to teams like that. The bottom feeder teams. You can't lose to teams like that. So, but Geno has been good, but he's not going to get the award. So we'll see where it goes, but it will be exciting. Yeah, but we'll see. We will see. But all I know is that a lot of Eagle fans, especially young ones, were totally against Jalen. And then now they have the jersey. I can't wait for him to be here for 10 years. It's funny how things change in a matter of 6 months when they were like, fuck this guy. I hate him. Let's go to get a guy in the draft. And then now everyone's all bought in, so. Well, you obviously know zero about football. A comment like that, you go from people that are smart and then to like a moron. You're getting to the moron column right here. Okay, smart column, me. Eagle or frauds, moron comment, you. Tyler. I've been watching football since 1985, bro. You weren't even born when I've been doing this football thing, okay? You were fucking in the womb. Tyler, how old are you? 18 or under? Probably. With a dumbass comment like that. Come on, man. Be better. Be better. See, I don't need to have people in my room get dumber from you. 14, and it shows. And how did I know that you were under 18? Because dumbass comments like this, okay? Don't be stupid. Don't be a moron, okay? See that? Do you see that, Shep? How smart I am with my ESP, right? Don't even know who the guy is. He's come in here before, right? But that's who I am. ESP. I know. I can tell. I've been doing this football thing when you were in the womb times 3. Come on, man. $5 holla. O-Dog with the ESP, baby. And a win is a win. And, the thing is like, you play who's on your schedule. And sometimes people have a last place schedule. Some people have a first place schedule. All right. But when you're 12-1 and you're making all the moves and you have a balanced offense, you have to understand this is the team that maybe some people think that can't beat Buffalo, can't beat Cincinnati, can't beat the Chiefs, but you're wrong. And you know why you're wrong? Because you're fucking 14. All right, so maybe in like 16 years of dedicated football study when you're 30 years old, and then when I'm 56, then you can come back and maybe we can have an educated conversation, okay? But I don't need to have people in my room get dumber from people like this, okay? Look at who they played. I mean, you're just digging yourself a ditch deeper, and a lot of young people are dumb like this with dumbass comments like that. Don't ever say shit like this. Like, you know what I mean? If you had your own YouTube channel, you would get negative subs for this comment right here. And just because you might be a hater of the Eagles, if you're a Cowboy fan, Giant fan, or whatever it is, I'm just trying to help you out. Don't be like that. Don't be stupid. And then when the Eagles win the Super Bowl, what are you going to say? Oh, I was wrong. Well, I guess they are kind of good. Get out of here with that. My God. $5 holla. Making me lose brain cells. It's like I'm talking to young Nola all over again. Jesus Christ. Bang, 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 bang. Now I need to go deeper. Who is your favorite team, Tyler? I need to see what kind of fan base comes up with these type of comments, okay? Eagles are frauds and you're 14, okay? Who's your favorite team? And don't lie, because I already knew that you were under 18 years old. See these people, Shep? No one can slide anything through me, dude. Fuck that. $5 holla, my boy. Bang, 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 bang. And that's the difference between me and someone that's 14. Because even though I'm not at 20,000 subs yet, there's a reason why I'm at the number and when other people are not. So, yes, he did. Let me know what you want to see for a photo, and I got you. Yeah, but it's really about the balance. There's been games where they haven't looked pretty and they play down to the competition. But guess what? Every team does that in the NFL or the NBA or the MLB or the NHL. You're not going to beat every team by fucking 30. This isn't fucking NFL Blitz in Portland when I'm at the arcade and I'm playing you and beating your ass and you can't even score, okay? It's different. Every team will have big games. Every team will have that game that maybe they lose to a bottom feeder. I mean, look at the Dallas Cowboys. We've seen them beat the shit right out of Minnesota, like 40-3, almost lose to the Texans a couple weeks later. How do you explain that? Does that mean that the Cowboys are a bad team because the Texans hung around and they barely won with one win? We know Dallas is good. It just happens. Unbelievable. $55 in donos. Let's go. Let's get to 100. Yeah. Are you at 20,000 subs? No, you're not. And you're a Cowboy fan? That makes a whole lot of sense because you're a hater. See? Nice try, bud. I knew it too. Bro, I know it. Anytime I hear someone talking shit, it's always this Cowboy fan or a hater, of the Eagles. Whatever it is. 99% out of 100. Dude, I can't help it with the ESP, bro. I mean, that's just how it goes. Okay. And I knew it too. Sad, man. And if you want to talk about frauds, I'm not going to say the Cowboys are frauds. I think they're a very good team, but you got horrible coaching. McCarthy sucks. Moore sucks. So, you got a good offense and you got a good defense and maybe even defensive player of the year. But if you end up having a moron calling a draw on the 50-yard line, right, with no timeouts left at home against the Niners, and you think that's good football? Okay. And this could be the year that Dallas overachieves against Philly. But guess what? If it's the NFC Championship game and Dallas plays Philly, Dallas' chances of winning the game in Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game, I'm going to give you the percentage. 0, because it's not going to happen. And that's real. Is it too far? Is it too far? Saying dumb shit on my channel like this is too far. Okay? Being 14 is too far. You might need to go to a different channel where you can make other people dumber there. You know what I mean? I'm trying to make people smart here, okay? And I'm trying to educate people. I'm not trying to have people fucking go backwards. Yeah, and they're better than you too. Cowboys are good, but the coaching is horrible. Yeah, be better, bro. You don't have to be a Cowboy, a lover, and an Eagle hater like everyone else. You can be different. You can actually buck the trend and not be biased. But that, shows you, that's just how people are. They have so much hate in their heart. They just spew out dumb shit with the comments. Be better, Tyler. Be better. 39-28 Boston. You should be. You should be. For a comment like that, I mean, that's probably like your allowance for a year needs to be deposited into my Chase bank account. You just gave me brain damage with your horrible hot take. All right, I got to take a moment to get my brain back in order after this brain damage I got from Tyler. Big 3. Nice shot by Tatum. He said, all done. Okay, look, it's at 0. But the thing is, it was already at 0 because you didn't have any money. Come on, Tyler. Yeah, baby. 45-32. And it's okay to be a Cowboy fan and love the Cowboys, but you know what? To make yourself like a real respected fan, it's okay to show love to the rival. Most Eagle fans and Cowboy fans can't because they just hate each other so much. But don't be like everyone else. Be different. Be better. You know, it's okay that you can recognize that both teams are great teams this year. You know? Because what's going to happen down the road when the Dallas Cowboys, you're like, fuck this player, and then all of a sudden some of the Eagle players are on the Cowboys, and you're like, fuck that guy, right? And then all of a sudden they're wearing a Cowboy jersey. Are you still going to say fuck that guy? No, you're probably going to go buy the jersey. Ooh. Tatum going to the hole, 47-34, Celtics. LeBron, there we go, nice dunk. A flush. But see, you're 14. You need to go back to school because you can't even spell study correct. This is a failure from the very, very start. You're 14 years old. You need to go back to school. You spelled study wrong, and then you're studying wrong here again. I mean, I don't know if there's any hope for you as a Cowboy fan. I mean, we got to get you back in school so that way that you can at least have good comments, and that way we can actually have you spell correctly. Come on, Tyler. Go to school. Pay attention in class. Come on. 50-36 Boston. All right, now I got to look up some photos of whatever the hell we're going to do. Tyler just made me 10 times dumber, you know, based off some of these comments. All right, let me try to find a Tatum photo. At least maybe I can get something that will be better than saying that the Eagles are trash, which obviously they're not. I knew you were a Cowboy fan too. I absolutely knew it. I knew you were under 18, and I knew you were a Cowboy fan. It's funny how I can predict things even when I don't even see your face, just based on how you type. That's that ESP for you, baby. Tatum. You're throwing Giannis, right now. Listen, it's the curse of winning two-time MVP. You got to do something better, right? Your numbers have to be better. I'm going to tell you right now, all these front runners. Sarah, what do you want to see for a photo? Let me know what you want to see. Shep, you as well. And I'll get you. What time do you have to go to work, Shep? How much more time do you have with me? It's an hour and 46 minutes. I mean, every stream is going to be entertaining. But like I said, whenever I get someone that's 18 or under, I already know what it's going to be. It's going to end up being where it's going to be comedy. I'm going to have to roast someone, or they might get a big boot. And I'm not going to give Tyler the big boot. But hopefully he'll go to class, learn how to spell, and then come up with some better takes than the Eagles are trash. And the one comment that he had, they haven't played anybody. That's the most ignorant, like, copied comment on Twitter and Instagram. Like, you know, if you're looking for this, like, that generic comment on what to say about the Eagles because you don't think they're a good team, that's what you say. You got to be better than that. 9 usually. Oh, okay. Awesome. Well, good. Well, you'll probably laugh a few more times before this is over. Well, there you go. It's not dumb. I know I inspire a lot of people, and I don't want to roast you, but I have to be able to be firm, you know, to let you know that you're wrong. Okay. And not only do I think you're wrong, I know everyone in the room and other people that are not even in the room know that you're wrong. It's okay to be a Cowboy fan, but don't act like all the other Cowboy fans. Be better. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And Cowboy fans and Eagle fans hate each other, but you can be different. You can be that guy that doesn't have to be like the rest. You know? You can give credit where credit is due. You know it, man. I have to be able to let people know. Otherwise, if I don't say anything to Tyler, he's going to go around saying that dumb shit in every fucking chat room and get roasted. You know? I mean, he doesn't have enough money out of his bank account to be able to, you know, make amends for all the bad comments that have happened. So. All right, let's go some Darius Slay. And like I said, you know, I'm not a Cowboy hater. I'm not a Patriot hater. Everyone else on planet Earth seems like they are, but I'm not. I don't feed in to ESPN and NFL Network's lies and bullshit. I make my own opinion. All right, let's get some Darius Slay up here. I'll even throw a cowboy photo up for Tyler, because he gave me brain damage with that horrible take. So normally I don't put up with that, but I will forgive him temporarily. He'll be on some friendship probation. So we'll see if he can come back with some better takes. Otherwise he'll turn into like YouTube GM and we'll never see him again.
That's the thing about trades. You see, they don't happen on your schedule.
And also home field advantage in the playoffs. Philadelphia is one of the best in the world. When Philadelphia is one of the best teams in the world and they're at home, you're not beating them. You're not beating them unless you have a 2002 Bucks defense, 2000 Raven defense, 85 Bears. Unless you have like something really, really elite, you have no chance. You know what I mean? And we'll see. Like the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Bengals could beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. It could happen, but because obviously it'll be on a neutral, field or whatnot. But I mean, this is Philadelphia's Super Bowl to lose. Facts. But I can't have Tyler say that generic hater statement that every fucking Cowboy fan and every Eagle hater says on planet Earth. Well, they didn't play anybody. They're 12-1. They didn't play anybody good. Well, they're fucking 12-1. Obviously, they are good. 6-1 at home, 6-0 on the road. Get out of here with that. Plus 138 differential, number 1 in the NFL. Okay? They're kind of good. It's already proven. They could beat anyone in the NFL, even the elite AFC teams. Now, if the Bills didn't have Von Miller get hurt, then it might be a different story. Could be a little bit closer. If the Chiefs were better at defense, maybe a different story. Maybe if the Bengals O-line and defense was a little bit more consistent. But, based on what we've seen, I mean, this Eagle team is by far the best team this year. It's not even close. Soto. And look at this. Even for a 14-year-old Cowboy fan, your boy still puts it up on the screen. You're welcome. Yeah. I just have to make sure I nip it in the butt. I can make fun and I can joke, you know what I mean? But like I said, if you want to be a part of this stream moving forward, you know what I mean? You got to learn. Everyone can have their favorite team and favorite players, and you can be biased as hell anywhere else, but not here. You know what I mean? Just keep an open mind, and like I said, there's talent everywhere in the league, right? But you can't discredit someone else's success, especially when they are better than you. Could go either way. The Niners have been playing very good, inspired football. Who needs to win more? Seattle with Geno, right? But the thing is can their defense hold the Niners? I don't know if they can, and so we'll find out. I would assume that the Niners will win the game, but if Seattle wins because they're desperate, just like the Chargers were more desperate than Miami, then I wouldn't be shocked. So. You get your statements from other Cowboys fans. Well, that's your fucking problem because a lot of Cowboy fans are fucking stupid. You know this. Not all Cowboy fans are smart. I mean, if Skip Bayless is the guy that you're listening to and other people in chat rooms, you're going to be fucking – I can't even say it here on the stream what you're going to be. So, but, saying things that Cowboy fans say, no shit, I can tell. But it doesn't make you look smart or educated, and you're never going to get any fans that are outside of Cowboys, and even Cowboy fans won't respect you after a while. You know what I mean? Like, who's going to sub to your channel when you say the Eagles are frauds and they haven't played anybody? Like, do you think you're going to get people to be like, wow, Tyler's right. The Eagles are frauds. I'm going to sub to his channel right away. Come on, brother. Be better. Be great like Micah. Don't be like the others. Otherwise, O-Dog will have to put you in your place like this.
He said he wants to live with their shooters, so they're almost daring the Lakers to beat them from the outside. So we'll have to see if that happens. Chris, thank you. They got new player coming back in, Lonnie Walker for the Lakers. Westbrook is in. Small lineup now. Davis has come back in. 4 guards outside, 3. As Tatum has just come off the bench and come back in the game. And Westbrook will try to accelerate inside. And Davis with a floater. And a crash. And the rebound. And another miss. Fighting for it. Played by Walker. Shot clock renewed.
Yeah, you're going to get fined $100, for the bad comment. So, I'll send that to you, and you'll send it to me on Cash App. So I expect the $100 fee to be paid shortly. Can't make the fans in the room dumber. There's a fine for that. And then another fine for unliking and unsubbing and subbing again. That's another 100. Looks like you're going to be mowing lawns and, cleaning toilets for quite some time. 56-45 Boston. No more video games for you, brother. No Xbox, no PlayStation, no TikTok. Just scrubbing toilets and doing work, mowing lawns.
Hey, Reggie, you talked about 2 elite finishers, but they're not shying away from contact either. And so they're rewarded either with 2 points or 2 points from the free throw.
Yeah, we got plenty of ways for you to make it up to me. Cash, credit, check. You know it.
Shot under 50%, 6 consecutive games from the floor. Coming in tonight, they are right at 50%.
Try and get a couple more of these other ones.
22, 11 of the first 22 games of the season. Shooting was a big part of being the most efficient offense in the NBA.
And then Slay has been a big part too. It's like you got Fletcher Cox, but I don't think enough fans talk enough about the O-line and the defense. To me, that's really been the anchor for Philadelphia this year. Everyone wants to talk about Hurts and A.J. Brown and Miles Sanders. For me, it's more the coaching, the play calling, the O-line, right? The balance offense that opens up more opportunities for Goddard, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith and others. But for me, it's been O-line, D-line, defense, and coaching. Those are really the things that I look at. And most people will be looking at record, Jalen, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Goddard. They only look at the flashy pieces, but that's not the reason why they're so good. You have to have a defense. You have to be able to have a good O-line and D-line. You have to have good play calling. It all has to mesh together. But, that's why I look at football in a different perspective than most. So, yeah. Well, we already let's be honest, Eagles John. To Tyler's credit, Cowboys fans my age are spewing the same, and Phillies fans right. And the thing is, every fan of Cowboy and and the Eagles, regardless if they're young or old, they feel like that. They're never going to let it up. It's just the toxic, combative, rivalry back and forth that neither one will ever give the proper credit to the other. The Cowboys could be 15-2. Eagle fans aren't going to give them any fucking love. They're like, well, win a fucking playoff game, and then we'll talk. They're never going to give credit to each other. It's just never going to happen. I get it. It's like Niners and Seahawks. They're never going to give each other credit. They're like, fuck you. I don't care if you got a better record than me, whatever. I get it. Young people, middle-aged, old people, but every once in a while, it's just nice to be able to get people to not be that way. Don't be like everyone else. It's like you can still have your favorites and this is your team, but you don't have to go out of your way just to be a dick, you know what I mean? And say things that aren't true, but it just seems like that's how the fan bases react. And usually it's going to go that way too, whatever rivalry you're going to have, Saints, Bucks, fuck the Saints, fuck the Buccaneers. That's just how it goes. I just won't do that. I'm bigger than that. I'm bigger than the Saints fans. I don't have to stoop down to their level. I got 2 Super Bowls. Okay. Not only 2 Super Bowl appearances, 2 wins. Saints, how many do you got? That's what I thought. Nice. Congratulations. I have 3 quarterbacks as well. I went 13-1, first place, but there's no guarantee that I win. And I got all red. Amazement. That's my boy right here. Go Bucks. Let me know what you got. I have Justin Fields, Geno Smith, and Justin Herbert. So, and I got all red, and I'm going to go with all red probably. So, exactly. And then that's why when you get comments like that from like a Cowboy fan, even though he's 14, but even when he's 28, he probably would still say that comment. 55, still feel the same way. Now, it's not necessarily maybe him, but if you're hanging around in other Cowboy group chats and all you do is talk Cowboys, it's not going to be positive. Maybe about your team, but then you have other teams that are better than you, and then you have to chop them down and make excuses why they're not good. Even though in your brain, you know the Eagles are better than you, but you got to chop them down and act like they're not, you know? I agree, man. And that's why I can't be friends with too many people that are Cowboys and Saints fans unless I get them to learn to stop being that way. Otherwise, I don't want to deal with you, you know, because, you're spewing out all this garbage. You're giving me brain damage. I already had to deal with that for, so many years on the channel. This is my 6th year on YouTube, my 10th year recording. I've already gotten brain damage in the first 5 years. I didn't want to get any additional brain damage from a 14-year-old Cowboy fan today. So, oh, good job, bro. 11-2. Nice. Definitely not Brady. Yeah, I'm going Fields. Right. Eagles D is going to be tough. Right? Eagles D is going to be tough, but you would assume at the very least that Fields can run for 1 and throw for 1. So a total of 2. Now, if he can throw for 2 and run for 2, or throw for 2 and run for 1, or throw for 1 and run for 2, then we're in business. But even if it's just 1 rushing, 1 throwing, he can get to 18 or 20 points. So I'm and I know Fields could have a bad game, but he's such a dynamic player. I just don't know if the Eagles defense, when it turns it on, it's very, very hard to get points on them. They're not, it's possible that Fields gets 10 to 14 points. It is possible, right? Where he gets 120 yards passing, a couple picks, and maybe only has 1 touchdown passing, no touchdowns rushing. But I would have to look at Goff to see what because Goff is starting to kind of get hot. But let me take a quick peek to see. But I'm probably going to go with Fields with mine. Here, I'll show you. 1 sec. All right, so Justin Fields is projected for 20, but it's against Philly's D. That's number 1. Justin Fields, Philly defense, number 1, red. Saquon Barkley, Washington defense, 4th, red. Josh Jacobs, New England defense, 2. Justin Jefferson, number 1 against the Colts defense. D-Hop, Denver, number 2, red. Mark Andrews against Cleveland, 5, red. Godwin, Cincinnati, 5, red. Cowboys D against Jacksonville, 4, red. Jason Myers against San Francisco, number 1. What kind of bullshit is this? I'm 13-1, and everyone is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 worst option for me. Bullshit. And then on my bench, Nick Chubb, 7, red. Geno Smith, red, 5. And then I got Herbert in green, Latavius Murray in green, and Gerald Everett in green. But am I actually going to play Herbert, Latavius Murray, or Everett? Probably not. The only one that I would probably play is maybe Gerald Everett over Mark Andrews, because I don't know if I can trust him. Maybe Gerald Everett will give me 7 and Mark Andrews gives me 4. I don't know. Mark Andrews is the bigger name, but if it's like Anthony Brown throwing to him, he sucks. You got to hope that Huntley gets healthy and I can get to at least 10 to 13. So 6 in red is bad, but not 9 in red. And look at the ranking of your red. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? Probably not as bad as mine, bro. I think I have like the hardest lineup to win of all time. I have never, in all my years in fantasy on the internet and seeing other people's teams, I've never seen a 13-1 team, let alone a team that's got all red. That's, number 1 defense, number 2, number 3, number 4, I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't even have like a 9 or a 10 where it's red. It's all 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So that means I'm going to score nothing. It's like projected for 130, score 40. Stupid. Yeah, hold on. Let me take a look. Well, against New England D, he had 24. At Dallas D, 26. So are they better than those two defenses? You know what I mean? So if he can put up 23 and 26 at New England, at Dallas, you're at home. It's not in Philly, it's in Chicago. So 42 against Miami, 39 against Detroit, 22 against Atlanta, 20 against Green Bay. I think it's safe to say if you can get 23 against New England's D and 26 against Cowboys D, you should be able to get something where maybe they take the Bears for granted and maybe Fields gets loose a couple times down the sideline. But I'm probably going to go Fields. So yeah, I have the best of 2 weeks, so I don't get no bye week. Let me take a look. But definitely not Tom Brady. You can drop Tom Brady. He's not even worth rostering. Yeah, I think Fields will be good for, like Eagles John said, 20, but he has upside where he could get to the high 20s. It's not like the Bears are going to win the game, but there is a chance where he could run for 2, throw for 2. You know what I mean? Like something of that nature. All right, Goff is ranked 12th, 16.4 average. Last 3 games, 17, 21, and 26. 2, 2, and 3. But you're going to be at the Jets, right, against Sauce Gardner. And if Amon-Ra St. Brown's going against Sauce, that's probably not going to be very good. So I think that I would be going with Fields. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm 13-1. And if I relied on green, I would be not 13-1. I play guys with red. I just normally don't have 9 guys in red. The bottom line is if a guy is a superstar, if you have Justin Jefferson and it says red, are you going to bench him? No. You're going to play him every week, right? Green, neutral, red. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck who Justin Jefferson's playing. I'm playing him, right? So sometimes in the playoffs, you have to get to a point to trust your guys. Obviously, you want to be able to find some matchups, but how many times has a guy had a green matchup and scored 5 points? How many times have you gotten a red matchup, right, and you've gotten 30? Think of it that way. Too many people in fantasy rely on the colors, and they decide to bench a guy because it was red, another guy's green, and then the guy on the bench on the red puts up 30 and you lose. Oh, what happened? What happened? I saw that he got his Instagram account back. Draws. What happened? And then they took him off Instagram, and then they put him back on. He's got like 500,000 followers. Some of them like to poke fun at him. And others are, there for the, the comedy purposes of draws. And he's got a "what happened" t-shirt that he sells. But if you rely on, honestly, like, do you really think I'd be 13-1 if I relied on just colors? I don't do that. I look at stats, you know what I mean? But if he can get points against New England and Dallas, the Eagle defense is right there, and you're at home. Like I said, they're going to lose. But hopefully it ends up being a shootout in the high 20s or 30s, and then Fields will get 20 to 30 points. Who knows? Fields could blow up and go for 40. They'll lose the game, but maybe he has a fantastic game. So I think the best chance of getting 220 is going to be Fields. So here, I'll show you my team. I'll pull it up here and I'll show you. I'm going to send it to Sarah, and I'll show you how bad it is. Hold on. So that way you can actually see what I'm doing and what I'm working with, and I'm not lying. Okay.
Tatum, 24 points for the Celtics, 15 in the second quarter. And Boston, the best team in the NBA, takes a halftime lead of 65-50. Tonight from Los Angeles, the NBA on TNT, presented by State Farm.
All right, I'm going to pull it up here for you, Amazement, so you can actually see.
Other universities didn't fit into my life.
They said I'd have to quit my job.
Yeah, it's one thing about trying to get cute, but the other times it's just like, you don't really know. But here, I honestly feel I have one of the best teams, in the United States for fantasy. I've never seen anybody online that's 14-0 that's actually in a competitive league. And I think there's only a few people, including myself, that, are 13-1. But if you look at the roster, so you got Fields, red, Barkley, red, Jacobs, red, Jefferson, red, Hopkins, red, Andrews, red. Flex is normally going to be Nick Chubb. And then I got Cowboys D there as well. And then we'll take the ticker down. Okay. And then that doesn't really cover it up. Okay. And then here's my bench. Then I got Jason Myers at kicker, red. And then I got Nick Chubb, red. Herbert, green. Bills D, neutral. Geno Smith, red. Latavius Murray, green. Gerald Everett, green. One spot open, and I got Waller on IR that I picked up from Brute Saint because he dropped him a month ago. And I said, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just grab him, throw him on my IR. If Waller gets healthy, maybe I can get 8 to 10 points out of him if Mark Andrews struggles and I'm still in the playoffs. You know what I mean? So I made sure that I always had 3 tight ends and 3 quarterbacks once I had the injury to Herbert. You know what I'm saying? But if you look at this team, I mean, I normally will go Chubb. Usually it goes Fields, Chubb, Barkley, and then Jacobs is my flex. But I don't know if I can trust Nick Chubb. I don't want to bench him. You know what I mean? I normally go 3 running backs, but I know I'm going to get 10 to 14 out of Godwin, and sometimes I can get 14 to 19 with Godwin, and Chubb has been getting me under 10 points. I just don't want to play 3 wide receivers, and then all of a sudden Godwin gets like 10, and then Nick Chubb gets 22, and I lose. So if you're looking at that squad, I mean, I got a squad, and you just have to be able to, go with who you trust. I don't look at the fucking red. I mean, of course I take a peek at it, and I frown. I'm like, this sucks. You know what I mean? 13-1, and this is what I get rewarded with. That is not money. It's garbage. It's the opposite of this, right? But if I can end up winning, I can prove all the haters and the doubters wrong that you can still win, with the methods that I do, right? That's going to be unorthodox. I picked Jefferson number 2 overall, but I can find a way to go 13-1. And if I can find a way to win with an all red lineup, I've never seen it before. And, we'll find out if I'm one of the only ones on planet Earth that can get it done. So, right. You got to play your studs and let the chips fall where they may. But if you have a really good bench like I do, you have to make difficult decisions. Chris Godwin or Nick Chubb? What am I going to do? I always go 3 running backs. But if I can't get that consistency out of Chubb, I don't want to get like a 5-point game or 6-point game. Like him and Saquon haven't been very good for me lately. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know what to do. I have to really, it's like, oh, I can look at the matchup. No, I can't because they're all red. Nothing's good. So it's just like, who's going to suck less? And like, can I get 10 out of Chubb, Barkley, and Jacobs? I need preferably 15 to 20 for each guy, but it is what it is. Absolutely. $55. Let's get to a hundo, baby. I drafted them because I'm fucking smart. My draft, I'll show you how my draft went. So with my draft, if you look on the team, I made the most moves in the league. And it's not like I'm playing with people that aren't playing. I made over 100 moves in the league. Second person that got 3rd place, Jake, made the second most moves, and he had 50. I made 110. So I put the most effort, right? So when I ended up drafting, I'll go down the list. Justin Fields, the wire. Saquon, I drafted. Josh Jacobs, I drafted. Justin Jefferson, Jay Jetta, I drafted number 2 overall. D-Hop, second to last pick in the draft. I picked him. Even I know he was going to use him for the first 6 games with the suspension. D-Hop, drafted. Mark Andrews, drafted. Godwin, drafted. Cowboys D on the wire, week 1. Jason Myers on the wire, week like 2 or 3. Nick Chubb, drafted. Herbert, drafted. Bills D, drafted. Geno Smith, wire. Latavius Murray, wire. Gerald Everett, wire. Darren Waller, wire. So half of my team I accumulated from the wire, but the big chunk of my team I drafted Chubb in the 2nd round because there was other guys that were available. And the reason why I didn't go for the other guys and I went Justin Jefferson and I didn't go Cooper Kupp or I didn't go Derrick Henry or Eckler because I looked at the stats, right? And I always pick Jacobs all the time, right? But I looked at the stats. Nick Chubb has got 8 touchdowns every single year in his career. That's consistency. And what do I look in fantasy? Consistency. So when I saw that he had 8, 8, 8, 8, I know I can trust him, right? So I'm not going to go for someone else. So I picked Justin Jefferson first. Then I went Nick Chubb. And then eventually, I think she went Travis Kelce, Sarah did. Then I went Mark Andrews. Then she went Josh Allen. Then I had to go Herbert or Mahomes. And I even gave Mahomes up. If I had Mahomes, I probably would be undefeated right now. But I decided to give that to Holly because it's her first time playing. So I took Herbert. He got hurt. Still was able to pick up Fields and Geno. So, as long as you're doing your due diligence. And then I picked Jacobs because I already knew every single year that he's going to be solid as a RB3 as my flex. And I took a gamble on Saquon, but everything that I read and everything that I watched told me that he was going to be more than likely healthy this year or a better shot to be healthy. And I was right. So then I was able to ride that momentum. But, normally, if Herbert's up there, but Fields, Barkley, Jacobs, Jefferson, Hopkins, Andrews, normally Nick Chubb, Cowboys, D and Myers. And a big part of it too is when you're looking at the stats, right? And this is a big part. Overall ranking, right? Overall ranking, right? Overall position rank. And this is why I feel that I'm one of the best in the world. Justin Fields, 5. Saquon, 5. Josh Jacobs, 2. Justin Jefferson, 1. D-Hop, 33, but he missed the first 6 games. If he didn't, he'd be ranked number 6 right now. Number 5, number 6 in that borderline. He's averaging 19.61 points, which would put him at like number 5, number 6, based off the rankings. Mark Andrews, 2, even though he sucks and he's been hurt. Travis Kelce's been the only good tight end this year. Godwin, 24, but he's averaging 14 points a game. Cowboys D, number 1. Jason Myers, the kicker, at one point this year was number 1. He's dropped down to number 4. So I literally have all my pieces are in the top 5, except for D-Hop and Godwin in this particular lineup. And here's my bench. Chubb, number 6. Herbert, 9. Bills, D, 6. Geno Smith, 6. Gerald Everett, 10th as my backup tight end. And then Latavius Murray, I picked up just a couple weeks ago, 40th rank. 10.67 points per game, just as a backup to Chubb or Josh Jacobs or Saquon if they get hurt. And Darren Waller on IR, 43, 7.9. But you see what I'm saying? You want to try to get as many top 10 players on your roster. That's how you gain consistency in fantasy. So, and I have more top 10 players than any team in the league. So, and my bench is the deepest as well. So if you have the best bench and you make the most moves and you're smart, chances are you're going to be in first, second, or third. So, yeah, I wasn't down on him though, because I knew, what I mean. I like I said, I was like, it was a contract year. I didn't know that he would be this good, but I drafted him knowing that I was going to use him all year at my flex. I mean, imagine having a flex and everyone else has got wide receivers averaging 10 to 14, and they see me and my flex is averaging 20 at running back. That's a little intimidating. It's like when they already see Justin Fields, they see Nick Chubb, they see Saquon. They're like, fuck this guy. Then they see Jay Jetta. Then they see D-Hop. Then they see Mark Andrews. And they're like, this motherfucker. And then they see Josh Jacobs at flex at 20 on top of Cowboys D and Jason Myers. I mean, but again, half of the team I drafted and the other half I was smart enough to pick up. So. But it also depends on the moves that you're making. You can't be an idiot, and just picking up people. So, number 1, your boy's smart. Remember what I told you at the beginning of the year? That I thought he could be number 1. He's number 1. And he's going to break the record too. With all the, he only needs like less than 400 yards to break the all-time record for yards this season. So, yeah, that must mean this guy's a fucking moron. 60 moves and finished 9th. He doesn't know how to play fantasy then. Or he got a lot of guys hurt, so. Yeah, but also I make picks every week. And I always pick guys, right? I always have guys on my bench that I would consider starting. I never have a wasted spot on my bench. I never just let guys sit there and collect dust. If there's always another guy that's getting hot, I'll replace it. I'm always looking ahead in the schedule, making sure that I'm looking out for my big bye week, but I'm always making sure that even Latavius Murray or these guys that I got on the bench, I will consider playing them every week. If you got guys on the bench that you aren't considering being in the lineup, then you're not playing fantasy the right way. So, all right, man, take it easy.
Nuggets dropping coal on these dudes.
That's tough. That's tough. You either go with your own guy, right, with Patterson, or you go with the touchdown machine, Jamal Williams. You know what I mean? But not every time a guy's on a contract year, he's going to ball out. It does give them more of an incentive to get paid, right? But sometimes guys on contract years get hurt. And luckily, I've only had 2 major injuries, right? Herbert and Andrews, and they weren't even major. They were minor. They had injuries, but they were only out for a few games, and I was able to find replacements to keep me afloat. So I'm a stat and analytical guy. So if you're going to beat me, you got to make sure that you're bringing your A game, because I don't lose that often. And like I said, I've never finished lower than third ever. $200 money league buy-in, never lower than third. Free league, never lower than third. But again, no one plays fantasy to be like, oh my God, I hope I can get second place this year. Oh my God, I'm going to finish third this year. You're trying to win the chip, That's facts. All right, what other things do we want to look at here? Because like I said, we're about 2 hours and 19 minutes in. I got 40 minutes left with Shep. Sarah, is there a particular thing that you want to see? Anything above and beyond? If there's anything that you guys want to transition to, NFL, anything like that, let me know. Godwin slid, but again, I knew that he would be more consistent, from the 20 to the 20. And after all those offensive line injuries, I didn't think Mike Evans would be as good this year, and I was right. And like I said, I barely started Godwin at all because, like I said, I've always tried to find someone else. I started Godwin for the first 6 weeks of the year with Jay Jetta, right? Or when he was able to play, but D-Hop is the better player. But now with no Kyler, you don't want to take for granted guys that get you 10 to 14 every week. So reflect in the building. What to do? I never do that. Streaming with defenses kickers is horrible. That's something that people on the internet tell you to do. Yeah. But the thing, I don't do what everyone else does. Everyone else gets too many running backs, too many wide receivers. I make sure to have 2 or 3 defenses. Sometimes I'll have 2 kickers. I don't do what everyone else does, and that's why I'm successful. Everyone that does that type of thing, how many championships have you won based off that method with streaming defenses and kickers? I find it hard to believe that you're going to be able to win a lot doing that. I've never, been able to win streaming defenses and kickers. Like I said, once you have a defense like Dallas, right? You can keep them. I got Dallas and I got Buffalo, and every once in a while they're going to suck, but why stream? And, you might get lucky and be able to go against like the Rams and, you know what I mean? But that's too risky. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get 20 points in fantasy, not 8 in a stream. And kickers, you got to have a solid one. You got to have a Justin Tucker, you know what I mean? A Harrison Butker, who I drafted, dropped, picked up Koo, dropped, and then picked up Myers. So, I mean, that's your strategy, but I never would do that. And there's a difference between what I do and what you do. So, oh yeah, if Jerick McKinnon is available, put him on your bench and reevaluate, and that way you can kind of look. But if Kenneth Walker can go, he still might be injured, but he could get you 10 maybe. You know what I mean? You have to be able to kind of monitor. But definitely, P. Ryan, you probably want to still keep because just in case, something happens with Mixon. But if you have like a garbage spot open, definitely try to get McKinnon. And even if you don't play him, put him on your bench, and then you can have that as depth. So, because we don't really know the status of Ken. Yeah, that's tough, man. And you're going against me, so I'm not going to give you the wrong answer, but I kind of have an idea who I would use. But you're going against me, so I have to be careful in what I say. So. Yeah, but I don't like streaming defenses. I try to find good ones, you know what I mean, early in the season, you know what I mean, and just have 2 or 3, You know what I mean? And then you're going that route. I absolutely hate streaming kickers and defense. I think it's very hard to be able to win championships doing it like that. I mean, if you're playing with people that are stupid, yeah, you can definitely stream kickers and defense. But if you're actually playing against someone like me and you have a couple of me's in the league, there's no way in hell you're going to beat me doing that method. No way in hell, because you're not going to be able to keep up with the moves that I'm going to be making. You know what I mean? You might be able to finish in the top 3, but it depends on who you're playing, what intelligent minds you're playing in fantasy. Some people are better than others, as we know. So, but like I said, that's your method. But I never will do that. 0 out of 0 chance. Never. You know what I mean? I'm always going to be looking for 1 or 2, and then I'm always going to find my kicker. You know, I'm going to find my guy. And for me to drop Butker, right, and not hang on to him, and then still be able to get a top 4 kicker with Myers is pretty impressive. So, but again, that's you, and that's me. So, you know, you have your methods, I have my methods. So, all right, where do we want to go for photos? Like I said, you guys let me know. I'm going to go here probably for another hour and 16 minutes. We'll probably go to the 4-hour mark. Like I said, if Holly didn't do that donation late last night, we'd be sitting at $5 right now. So hopefully we can get a few more people to show up, and hopefully we can end up getting to a good number. Otherwise, we'd be at 5 right now. So, all right, where are we going for photos? Do we want to go to food? Is there something specific that we want to go? Oh, look at these guys. Reggie's wearing the bird. Candace Parker's wearing the Jordan backwards. And then we got the Garnett. Woo. I love that. Those are swaggy. All right, Sarah, where are we going? You let me know. 65-50 Boston. And like I said, we're going to end up doing food in the last like 30 minutes anyways. But if we want to start it earlier, I mean, I'm pretty much open to whatever you guys want. If you guys want to look at players, yeah, I can bring up photos of players. If you want me to bring up wrestlers, cars, food, video games, you know, this is kind of an open forum. And so anything goes. So take advantage of this opportunity if you're in the room, and then we can go from there. But again, you know, most people that play fantasy, they draft way too many running backs or have too many, and they have way too many wide receivers. And you need to focus on the positions that are weak, which is tight end, kicker, and defense. So if you focus on tight end, kicker, and defense, unless you have Travis Kelce, right? You want to make sure you're having options. Just because I have Dallas D or Buffalo D doesn't mean that it's going to be good. There was a stretch where Buffalo D was giving me 3 to 4 points. And even Dallas Cowboy defense, once in a while, they'll give you a 10, a 15, or a 25. But yeah, there's going to be some times where they give you 3, 4 points. You know, so just because you got the number 1 D that averages 10 points or 11 points doesn't mean they're going to do it every week. So, but again, everyone's got their own methods. So, yes, it is going to be interesting. Okay, well, do we want to do old school? You know, if you guys want to fire off some old school players instead of new school, we can go that route. I feel like looking at Joe Montana, so we're going to go there. Maybe Barry Sanders, Bo Jackson. So we'll start off here, and then once you guys go here, I'll go probably Dion. Throw something up for Shep on Atlanta. But it's pretty amazing that, you know, I drafted my heavy hitters and I did a good job there. And a lot of that had to do off mirroring Sarah. Because like I said, if Sarah didn't do what she did, if she didn't pick Josh Allen, you know, then, you know, where do I go? I mean, I could have, 99 out of 100, I go Mahomes, but I tried to be nice for Holly. But if that same scenario happened again, Mahomes would have been my quarterback, and then I'd even be better than I am now, even though I do have Justin Fields and I have Geno Smith and Herbert. But I kind of like the way that it happened because it made me face adversity. You know what I mean? I had to find other options other than Herbert because I was thinking, I'm going to use Herbert all year. He'll be a top 5 quarterback. Maybe I can win a championship with Herbert. And lo and behold, him and Andrews got banged up. But, you know, sometimes things don't work out the way you think at the beginning of the year. There we go. Here are some goats with some great options.
So is the vision of LeBron James right there. Wow. You changed your mid-thought. That's pretty good. For Smart, one of the elite defenders, certainly the standing defensive player of the year. The miss by White, the pick up by LeBron. They'll put up another three, same spot. And get the rebound. Lakers got most of their points in the second quarter in the paint, 20 of the 26 in the lane.
Yeah, but you can't put a price, on a consistent defense. It's like you got a piece, you feel good about it instead of having to worry on scrambling and trying to get someone to stream for a week. Like when you know you have Dallas and Buffalo D, you feel good. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry every week trying to find out who the fucking Rams are playing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to use those other pieces that I would be looking at and pay my attention to, the other tight ends I need or other positions. Or if you have like a team like New England, because there's teams that you can pick up, but when you stream a defense, how often are you going to stream a defense and get 20 points? It could happen, right? But you have a better chance if you have a team like New England defense or like, Dallas, where you actually have them, and then, you just don't worry about it anymore. But again, everyone's got their own methods. I got Mark Andrews, but I'm still keeping him. I got him and Gerald Everett. But I also have, gone through a lot of the other guys, Ingram and Dulcich, and I'm always like looking for that guy. But I mean, a lot of the guys, they just, the tight end position sucks this year. And then you have guys get hurt like Goddard and Waller got hurt. Kittle's not as good, even though he's getting hot. It's like pretty much you got Travis Kelce, Sarah did. So she forced me to get Mark Andrews. She went Josh Allen. I was going to go Mahomes, but then I went Herbert. Like sometimes you got to mirror that person, that's next to you. And if you do it correctly, then you can feed off each other. But if you don't do it correctly, then you're not going to be in the playoffs. So I do owe a little bit of my success from Sarah doing what she did so I could, bounce and follow off her. Because I'll tell you what, if she would have went Kelce and I didn't pick Mark Andrews, I wouldn't be 13-1. And if she went Josh Allen and I said, well, let me wait and get my quarterback, and all of a sudden I end up with like a Lamar. How is that going now? Not good. Unless you got lucky and you got like Fields, or if you got like Tua or Hurts like Jake did, or you got guys later, but not everyone can be lucky to get guys like that. And not a lot of those guys are going to stay hot forever. So. Penny, Walker, Andrews, Kupp, Herbert. Yeah, you just had a team of all injuries. And another tip, that I always tell people, when a guy does amazing the year before, through running back or wide receiver, right? You have to kind of like moderate and like look, on what they're doing. But a lot of times when the guy is very, very good, number one running back, number one wide receiver, I never pick that guy the following year unless I have a feeling like a coaching change or something like that. Because if you ended up grabbing a Cooper Kupp based on what he did last year, the chances of someone having 2 record-breaking years back-to-back is slim. So in fantasy, you never want to, Derrick Henry? Oh, he's going to have 2 good years, and it doesn't happen. Cooper Kupp. Nope. And that's why I went with Jay Jetta, number 2 overall, because I knew with Kevin O'Connell that was going to pan out. So, and Pitts, Jesus. Right, and then Ingram almost got you 40 points. I was thinking about him too, but sometimes you just never know. And obviously the Jags have been getting hot as of late. So, you never know when teams are going to get hot. Yeah, I always look for teams that have really good offense that get to the red zone a lot, right? But they struggle maybe not getting a touchdown every time. So like a Daniel Carlson, like a Raiders kicker that Sarah got, I would have gotten him. Normally I shoot for Tucker, because he's the most consistent. But then I look for guys like Jason Myers. Normally I go Butker because I know how many points that they were going to get, but he got hurt. So then I was thinking Koo, but then the Falcon offense started sputtering. So I was like, I need to find someone. And then I picked up Geno and Myers to do a double dip because I saw how good Geno was doing early on. And I was like, I'm going to double dip and I'm going to get Geno and the kicker. And then Myers had about 6 or 7 games in a row of 10 points or more. And I was like, I got my guy. But, you have to do a lot of research. You have to watch a lot of football and find those teams that have really good offenses. And they don't even have to be the best teams in football, but they just have to be able to get you to the red zone a lot. So if they go to the red zone, 6 times and get 2 or 3 touchdowns, then that means I'm going to have 3 opportunities for field goals, right? 9 points or more, and maybe 3 extra points. That's exactly what you look for in a kicker. So, and I usually draft D and kicker a lot higher than anyone else. I'm usually the trendsetter. So usually for me, I'll usually draft a kicker, or I usually go defense first and then kicker. But sometimes I'll go as high as round 7 or round 8, and I'll be the first one to grab that defense. Like, boom, Buffalo. And then I'll grab another one later, and then I'll try to find one in the first 2 weeks on the wire to supplement that. But I usually do it way earlier than anyone else. Some people don't even draft a kicker or D into the very end. But the teams that do that never win a championship, because you got to be able to get that defense. And sometimes guys get hurt, and Buffalo D hasn't been good really since week 2. 18 points, 22 points. But then Dallas, I was able to pick up because I knew Micah Parsons, and, I got lucky there. So, but, everyone has their own different style, but this is just me letting you know what I do. And like I said, but you have to make sure that you do your research and pick the right defense. You can't pick the first defense in the draft and pick the wrong one, because if you do that, then you're fucked. Because then you could have had a really good wide receiver or backup running back or some other quarterback backup. You have to make sure you're confident in your picks. So. Yeah, but also, like I said, it shows to flex the knowledge. Some people can get lucky, but I think a lot of it is skill. You have to know the players, and no one's going to know the players and the backups and the GMs and the OCs and the DCs more than me. So I kind of have an advantage just because of the amount of, and like I said, let's be honest, no one is going to be on the fantasy app 2 hours a day. I am. No one is going to read about the NFL on all 32 teams for 6 hours a day. I do. So there's a difference between me and all the other YouTubers that are out there. They try to be me, but they're not me. They might have a nice thumbnail, but I mean, you want to go one-on-one with me, I'll be like Shannon and they'll be Skip and I'll embarrass them. So did you guys see that little interview when Shannon was talking about Brady and Skip was being disrespectful, talking about like, Brady's better than you. Like Shannon's not even a Hall of Famer. I'm kind of surprised that I know they're boys, but they do get heated and it's for ratings. But there has been times where you could tell Shannon wanted just to fucking uppercut that bitch. Like you could just tell. Sometimes Skip, like, he knows it too. Like, oh, fuck, I think it's not like he dropped like the N-word, but Skip kind of, he's a loudmouth motherfucker like Stephen A, but most of the time he's more smart than Stephen A. He just is told by the producers to have certain takes. Stephen A is probably the worst one in sports right now, in my opinion. So, and Emmanuel Acho, that's another one that's horrible. I would rather eat dog shit than listen to him. No lie. You have to have me like Step Brothers, right? When he has to eat the dog shit where the kids pick on him and he's got the white dog shit and he's like, oh, they made me eat the dog shit. I would rather eat dog shit than listen to Emmanuel Acho. No joke. Not a bunch of it, but if I had to take a bite, there's no way in hell I am listening to Acho or Stephen A, period. Have me looking like Step Brothers out here. Those guys are horrible. Horrible. All right, let me get some more photos. And no, I wouldn't want to eat shit. But those guys are horrible, let me tell you. No one else gives me more of a fucking headache than those guys. And they're wrong all the time. They're not even right. You know what I mean? And Emmanuel Acho is trying to be, Stephen A. Smith 2.0. He thinks by screaming and yelling that it's getting to a point. All it makes you look like is a fucking idiot. Because not only are you yelling doesn't make you smarter or make your point correct. But for whatever reason, they think that's good TV. So I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for their mother. So many people that are so horrible. It's disgusting, man. It's like Tyler coming in here saying the Eagles are trash. That's the type of shit that I hear from those guys. Stupid. All right, let me go get some more pictures here. Ooh, let's get some work done. You want work done in the Falcons? I assume you don't want the Buccaneers. All right, we got to get Shep's favorite player work done. Work done in Tampa Bay, right? That's what you wanted to see, because you love Tampa so much. Tampa, right? Say no, O-Dog, you dummy. Falcons, boy. Okay. I do miss him and Allstott. That was a great Thunder and Lightning. Just what a shame that he didn't get a Super Bowl with us. And Michael Pittman Jr. ended up getting it, so I got you, bro. I know.
The Lakers have to be careful because you don't want to play the Celtics game and shoot threes, but you also have to get stops on the other end to be able to exchange twos and be at the free throw line.
Jaylen Brown picked up his second personal foul. Take a look now at our FanDuel live point spread for tonight's game. We began at -4. Now we're at -14.
And I like that Warwick does the the homes, for the less privileged, and he tries to help people out, with families that are struggling and whatnot. That is a real inspirational thing, Warwick done. Really class act type of guy. Oh, AD in and out. 84-67 Boston.
Two weeks ago in Dallas.
2 weeks ago in Dallas, it was chief record, I promise you.
It was unbelievable.
The amount of travels.
I think there were 14, right? Was it 14 travels?
It was
Algie Crumpler. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. It was Golden State in the match. You missed that game, right? You were doing it for Westbrook in the corner at the three. Lonnie Walker, the former.
You fucking hit me with the algae, bro. Bro, did you end up watching that Ancient Aliens last night? I watched it last night. I stayed up fucking late, dude. I was up until like 2, 3 in the morning. I think I fell asleep when it was on. Did you watch it? I hit you with a Roddy White.
Turning the ball over, that's not what you want to see. But what Coach Ham does want to see is him hustling back and getting this possession right now. That could have turned into 16 points lead for the
Julius Peppers, I got you.
Lakers ball.
And Smart's block out here was just as impressive. Fun to watch. LeBron's going to sit Reeves, Westbrook, and Davis. Walker trying to get free. Troy Brown in the corner. That's the find out there for LA. Shot clock, single digits at 6.
Roddy White was a G.
You saw the eyebrow raise.
The
unibrow, the brow raise.
11-3 Laker run here.
84-72 Boston. This is the most Roddy White than anyone's ever seen in the last 10 years. Yeah, me too.
That was a good catch, though. That was a good catch.
There's the chemistry between Westbrook and AD. Go to the rim. I can do the rest. Sometimes it's just a glance, right? A look, whatever.
Telling you, Kevin, we need a brow cam. That was all the way down. You saw, Reggie and I saw it. We saw the brow raise.
Gets the screen. He'll pop a three.
I did like Peppers from North Carolina. He was good. Special player. Just like Javon Curse, the freak. There's certain guys off the edge that were really fun to watch. Yes, we will put a Mike Leach photo up here. No, you didn't. You did not tell me. Give me some info. What's going on? All right, we got Bruce Smith, Andre Reed, and John Abraham. I'm trying to get through all these. It's always good to look at the old school guys and his favorites when we were younger.
It's the holidays, and the big wireless companies are busy spending billions on advertising. At Mint, we're not into wasting money, so we bought this spiffy stock footage for $500. Our footage also came with another hand.
I loved this old school Bills team. Bruce Smith, Andre Reed, Jim Kelly, Cornelius Bennett. God damn. I mean, it's just sad that they made 4 Super Bowls and lost all 4 in a row. Imagine that happening now. It's never going to happen. You're never going to see 4 teams go in a row. And why couldn't they have just won one? You know what I mean? Why couldn't they just won the one against like the Giants? You know, you weren't going to beat the Redskins or the Cowboys, but the Giants won. You should have won that one. That was the first one. That one hurts the most. I mean, they all hurt, but what a stud. God, look at the helmets and the jerseys. God, what a time. Like when I look at this picture, I like can go back to looking at Pro Set cards when I'm in first grade. I'm 40 and like I remember this, like fun times, man. It's like I can look at a picture and go back in time.
Now everyone can get peace of mind from ADT with the helpfulness of Google.
God, when's the last time I looked at a Bruce Smith photo? It's been a while. That's why I like, being able to do this type of format. Of course, having a nice fancy scoreboard would be awesome, but I wouldn't be able to do this ever, either before the show, during the show, after the show. So, all right, let me delete some of these photos. Let's do a quick review, and I'll get into a few more. So we did just try to do some like throwback photos. Love me some Montana and Reggie White. Work done. Love him. Just wish he could have got a Super Bowl with us. I would have rather had Dunn get it than Michael Pittman, but it is what it is. I mean, and we had to have Michael Pittman play well. Let's not get it twisted. If we didn't have Michael Pittman, we wouldn't have won. So, good old Roddy. Roddy was a stud. I always knew that when they played Tampa, I was like, oh, fuck, Roddy. I already knew. I was like, him and Joe Horn. I'm like, you motherfuckers. Steve Smith. I was like, I always knew like the rivals. I was like, hell. I already knew what I was going to be getting myself into that weekend. All right, let me delete all these. And then let's make some room for some more. So let's leave it on Joe, and then we'll make some room.
Going exploring. Or starting a new chapter. Wherever you're trying to go, we can help you get there. On Point. People are the point.
Go, man, compete 48 minutes. Multiple efforts, that's what we're talking about. Come on, we got to be on our bicycle on defense. Going back to the so we can generate. All right? Top the threes is the transition. Got to protect the paint. The most important thing is protect the paint. State Farm Audio assists to first-year head coaches. Brockton with Troy Brown out of the shot clock at 7, 2.5 to play. There's Jalen Brown with the ball here and a second consecutive difficult shot made by Jalen Brown.
Boy, does he have that escape.
Look at this photo. It's not a full screen photo, but woo-hoo-hoo. Okay, Andre. That one is too good not to share. All right, next up, John Abraham.
He's on a mission. Points between Brown and Tatum tonight. Westbrook picked up his third personal foul. 57 to go. Boston is plus 27 points from 3. A lot of them from Tatum, who's got 30. Brown's got 20. Finding Cornette in stride and a whistle. I think he was going to pass that. But they're going to give him 2.
But Reggie,
Unless they're in the bonus.
you talk about your superstars and their ability to score. Let's talk talk about the stride that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum have taken this year in distributing, in moving the ball, in making quick moves, quick decisions. That's really helped the Celtics offense.
And if you remember the beginning of last season, really that first month, the chemistry really was not there. We're talking last season. Yes, last season. Yes. And right now, they are so in sync between Brown and Tatum, and they play so well off one another.
Old school. I got you, Shep. Megan in the building. How are you? Oh. Serranis Marcelonis. What a name.
Smart decision, Grant. Smart decision.
Okay, what are we up to now, brother? I think maybe you guys are the traveling. Yes. How many? I mean, come on, guys. That's 5. Oh, it's got to be more than 5 in this quarter. Oh, maybe in this quarter. Yeah. It's been 5 of us, 6 in the game. And most could have been here. LeBron. Open. 3. Same spot. Twice. Brown is only a 32% three-point shooter. Well, you're open for a reason. Right? You're open for a reason.
Serranis Marcelonis' son, huh?
Down from beyond the arc because AD has been dominating.
No one on planet Earth knows how to spell Marcelonis. I'll tell you that right now,
So what do you
without looking it up. Too difficult. Too many letters.
And on the free throw line,
There he is.
13 of 18.
But you can't turn down open looks. You got to knock them down, right?
Speaking of extra free throws, they've made more free throws than their opponent. 13 consecutive games coming into tonight. I think you touched on this earlier, Ken. Plus 11 free throws attempted over their opponent on average this season so far.
And I think that buy-in for the Lakers has been what has turned their season around. They aren't good from beyond the arc, but they have to be able to know what their identity is, and that's getting to the free throw line and getting paint points.
Greg Williams had picked up the second personal foul, but Davis at the stripe. Davis with 29, 9 of 11. Step back three, Brown. And off of Davis, they may change the call.
Rest in peace, Mike Leach. It's a horrible way to go when you end up having a heart condition and then you end up having a cardiac arrest or you have some kind of issue. Super young, too. Not even that old. Rest in peace, brother.
Year 20 he's doing this, and year 18 for me, I needed crutches, a wheelchair, assisted therapy.
I got you, Finley. I'm a Bucks fan, but I'm not a hater. Hey, he's a Duck as well, so I got you, man. Well, Jonathan Stewart, I always liked him. Lacey Washington, I already knew he was going to be a beast at Oregon, and he would actually, be halfway decent in the NFL. I didn't think he'd be like Hall of Fame, but I think he would be able to hold his own, and he did. D'Angelo Williams, Jonathan Stewart, Zo Tolbert. I got you, Finley. I got you. I'm not going to skip over you. I got you, bro. Really? Oh, wow. That's cool. That's awesome, Reflect. Heck yeah.
final seconds of the third. It's not good. And the Lakers close on a
88-82. Wow, Lakers with a huge run to come back.
Davis with 31, James with 18, the NBA on TNT presented by State Farm.
Oh, I found a killer photo with Pace, Orlando Pace, Isaac Bruce, and Aeneas Williams. Remember Aeneas? Oh, my God. I haven't seen any photos, and I loved Orlando Pace. You know, I'm an offensive line guy, too. So, oh, my God, look at this. I've never seen this photo before. Oh, my God. How cool is that?
There's still too many bad burgers out there. So Arby's is running that Wagyu Steakhouse burger back. Arby's, we have the
Greatest show on turf. That's why I'm just so blessed that I never gave up on, researching, watching film. Like I've always, been consistent with everything that I do. And I never had any missed moments or anything. So.
If you're making a sci-fi movie, you need to finish the special effects. And if you want to
$10 holla. Appreciate you. I'll be right back. I got to go through some of these other photos, and we'll get to anything that you want to see here in just a second. I just want to do them in order. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Thank you so much. There's nothing to say to be ashamed of. Yeah. What are you ashamed about? There's nothing to be ashamed about. I mean, I honestly, if I wasn't a Buccaneer fan, I'd be a Niner fan because, back in the 80s, that's what it was about. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, John Taylor, Tom Rathman, Brent Jones, Merton Hanks, Ken Norton, Dion in 94, Steve Young. There was a lot to like. The Niners were the team. The Niners were it was like Packers in the 60s, Steelers in the 70s, right? Niners in the 80s, Cowboys in the 90s, and then, then Patriots. So nothing wrong with that. Joe is still I still like Joe Montana and Peyton Manning more than Brady. Just because Brady's on my team and brought me a Super Bowl doesn't mean that I have to like him over Joe Montana and Peyton Manning, because I won't. I always will put Joe and Peyton above him. Like I said, I know what he's accomplished, and I'm really happy that he did it for Tampa. But as far as overall, I know that he is a GOAT and all that. But I just kind of preferred, Joe Montana and Peyton Manning the way they played. No disrespect to Tom, but just because he's my quarterback doesn't mean I'm a bandwagon guy and I went and bought all these jerseys of him. I still, to this day, I only have 2 Tom Brady things, and I didn't even buy them myself. I got a shirt instead of Bucko Bruce with the knife in his mouth, the old school logo on the helmet on the creamsicles. Instead of the Bucko Bruce, it's Brady's face with a knife in his mouth on a t-shirt. My boy Justin got that for me in the Super Bowl year. And then my dad got me like $100 Tom Brady bauble a couple years ago, still in the box from Foco. And other than that, that's the only, I don't have any jerseys or anything like that. And I probably will never get one, honestly. I'd rather go Mike Allstott rather than than Brady if I'm going to go for an offensive jersey that I don't have yet. I'm not trying to be a hater or anything. I do appreciate him, but just have to be honest. Thank you so much, Megan, for your support. And then hopefully that'll get us one step closer to the goal. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to be able to put a smile on your face and to go back in time. And like I said, anytime you're down or if you're feeling a little bit out, always go back to things that you did when you were a child. If you're having a rough time, go back and watch a cartoon that you watched from 5 to 12 years old. Find something. Go back and watch an old game. Go back and watch an old TV show. You got to be able to reconnect with your younger self. And if you do, you'd be surprised on how happy it'll make you, especially if you haven't done it in a while. Nice. I was going to go there too. Yeah, I got some McFarlane's and I got some cool ones I got like a chase figure of Torrey Holt and some other stuff. One of these days I'll have to just open up one of my boxes again for you guys and we'll just like go through it and see what kind of collectibles I got. Because I don't label any of my boxes, so I have no idea what's in there. It could be Walking Dead, and then the next figure could be like a Torrey Holt or an Isaac Bruce, and then the one after that could be Star Wars figure. Like, you never know.
It was a 20-point loss for the lead. A turnover, another one. 7 in the last.
88-84 Boston. Good game.
This is a team that didn't turn it over. Here's Westbrook. For the Lakers, a three.
And Reggie, earlier this season, you talked about Lakers making timely threes. They're shooting 5 of 17 until this point, 6 of 18 now. That was a timely three.
Yeah, and the actual special figure that I have is in this, but not this jersey, but the figure that I have in the McFarlane is like this from like his rookie year. I have this. Like, imagine having a Ram McFarlane with that jersey on. It's insane. It looks so dope. It was like the special version, old school. Dick Vermeil and Torrey. Some studs right there. All right, let me delete these, make some more room for some more photos. Rest in peace, my leech.
Bodies flying. Smart picked up his fourth. Look at the free throw line. Where he is tonight, 3 of 4. In Los Angeles tonight, the NBA on TNT is brought to you by Burger King. Try the new BK Italian Royal Crispy Chicken. You rule. I kind of like how he did that.
With the accent?
Randy Moss in college. Hello.
Lakers have taken their first lead since the first quarter, since they were on top 5 to 4. 21-point turnaround in this game. Smart. Tatum. Oh, Westbrook is causing all kinds of. He is causing all kinds of trouble.
You got a lot of ball on that. If you're Darvin Ham, you gotta think about this or save it. Maybe. When he hit it up.
I couldn't see it from that angle. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the arm. Good call. Good call. High dribble though. I'll tell you that.
So it's on one of those troughs. You saw the lack of scoring. A 3 from Smart. Freeze defending. Rebound by Davis. Davis has got the double at 10. Rebounds tonight. James. Cracked in there. Screen. Step back 3. Oh! There's a foul. It's going to go on Brown. Or James. Will they go on James or Brown? Who do they call that on?
This is my guy right here. I've always been more of a Randy and Calvin Johnson, Jerry Rice guy. Don't really like T.O. Even though I was like a Niner kid growing up, I never liked him. He was just too mouthy for me. You know what I mean? He was always trying to make it about him. You know what I mean? And I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I respect what he did, but if I had a choice between Megatron or Jerry Rice is the GOAT, so there's no questioning there. But Megatron, Randy Moss, or T.O., I'm going Megatron and Randy Moss over T.O. all day, every day. Now, you can say T.O.'s numbers deserve to have him at 2 behind Jerry Rice, but I personally like Randy more. That's just me. I like Randy more, and I like Megatron more. And he left in his prime, so. Yep. 2 in the early 80s and 2 in the late 80s.
Celtics are down by 4 after leading by 20. And they're going to let it take a break with 8:19 to go. Boston is not scored in over 6 minutes. With 23.
Welcome to life in the new open web, where innovation keeps pace.
And I was more of a fan of Peyton on the Colts. No disrespect to the Broncos or anything like that. I mean, obviously they won it with him if they didn't have him. But I just, this was the OG team. I really and truly enjoyed me falling in love with him at Tennessee and then here. And then obviously Denver, they picked him up and they got the Super Bowl. But I don't know. I've never been a real big Denver Bronco guy for anything. I do respect like TD and Sharp and some of the guys that they've had. Over the years, Steve Atwater, Elway, but there's always teams that you kind of like, and then other teams that you don't really care for. Like they got good players, but again, if Peyton Manning didn't have, DeMarcus Ware with Vaughn, there is no Super Bowl. The DeMarcus Ware was the X factor, and when the Cowboys let him go, I already knew what was going to happen. That's facts. All right, I'm trying to get caught up here. I promise I'm getting caught up. I'm just trying to go through all the requests, and then we'll get Megan some photos, and we'll get some more. Like who else is going to do this? Nobody. That's really, I feel that separates me from a lot of the others. I mean,
Kia, movement that inspires.
Warren Moon, game changer, baby.
Theaters, December 23rd.
Old school.
Is crypto going to zero? Is the dream over?
Giants, yeah. I knew he was going to get paid. They were saying either Giants or going back to the Twins, and I knew he wasn't going back there. And so pretty much the Giants' money that they had saved for Aaron Judge is now going to Correa. So.
Google Pixel is giving back by supporting economic opportunity and career development for Black youth throughout the NBA Foundation program.
Oh boy, said Steve Berline. See, that's the type of name that I like. I'm always doing like those random off the wall. That's what I like, man, because just based off my history, it doesn't have to be the most popular player, just someone that you remember. Nice one. I appreciate your 10. Let me know what you want to see. I assume you don't want to see a bunch of Joe Montana figures, so I'll get you some Largen and Zorn or anybody current. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Finally getting caught up here. Bang, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. What do you want to see for photos? Let me know. And I'll do either current or old school. You let me know what you want to see. The regulars, I got you. Yes, they were. I actually loved the games when it was the Bucks and the Packers, when Madden and Summerall were going at it. Back when it was like Brett Favre going against Sapp. Those are some of my best memories from Fox back in the day. So, yes, thank you so much. It's been a little slow. Like I said, if we didn't get what we got in the beginning, we'd be sitting at 15 right now. So, not ideal when you're 3 hours in, but luckily we're at 65, not 15. So, based on how I structured it. Yep. You don't have any other option. You got to pay.
Kevin, did I hear MVP chant? I heard the MVP
Yeah, those are the only guys that I would probably consider buying too. Evans is a Hall of Famer, and Allstott. I do have a Keyshawn Johnson jersey. It was one of my first ones because I wasn't able to get the Sapp or the Brooks. Or I live here in Oregon, so it was like, they didn't really have a whole lot of options. And the very first Buccaneers one that I got, it doesn't even have the NFL logo underneath the chin. That's when the Reebok ones were super old, and it was like a medium. So that shows you how small I was back then. Now I'm wearing like XL and double XL. So. Oh, absolutely. I have to walk every day with Paisley and get my exercise in, or I feel lost. I don't feel good if I don't do it. So, well, they had a lot of money to go to. So, nice. Yeah, I have one of those too. If you can get baseball all-stars, RBI baseball, if you can get bases loaded, 1, 2, 3, RC Pro-Am, you still a lot of that, and it can definitely bring back some good memories as well. Bro, I have to give you some advice. You look at me, I'm at 20,000 subscribers. I usually have less than 20 people in the room. Okay. And I got good thumbnails, good editing. I fully produce the show. I've been doing this for 10 years. You know what I mean? Like you have to be able to be committed to do something on YouTube. If you're just doing YouTube just to do it, YouTube or Twitch or, you're not going to go anywhere. You have to commit, you know what I mean? And you have to improve. And you know what I'm saying? You have to understand like how hard it is to gain ground. You know what I mean? There's no point of, you have to just make sure that you're doing it for the right reasons. If you're trying to do it for popularity and money and, just doing it because other people are doing it, you have to really dig deep and understand why you're doing it if you're really committed or not. Yes. Good old Bo Jackson, the Tech Mobile. Like lemon pepper, mango habanero, and OG hot. So try the new chicken sandwich for only $5.49 at Wingstop, where flavor gets its wings. YouTube and Twitch and social media will spit you up and spit you out, chew you up and spit you out. Touchdown, Bo Jackson. Yeah, I think if we're talking about pure dominance, Randy and Calvin, Megatron was more dominant than T.O. T.O. was more of a receiver from the 20 to the 20s, and he did make some big catches and had some good red zone moments. But I think Randy and Calvin Johnson did it the way that it was supposed to be done. The only thing I slightly get a little worked up about is Randy took plays off, like when he was on the Raiders, but he didn't take a whole lot on the Vikings, and he did great with the Pats. But there was a few games that I watched where he just totally gave up on the Raiders, and I never really forgot about that. But I do like Randy a hell of a lot more than T.O., and I always will.
Welcome to the happiest place on earth, where your happy is everywhere, anywhere. He's kind of happy.
Yeah. Would be nice to have him join the Mariners. I would have loved that. All right, man. I'll talk to you a little bit later. Have a great day at work and a great week, bro. All right, I'm finally caught up. Let's get some Megan, some mental health here. So let's get her some pictures, and then hopefully we can get a few more people to come through. And then, yeah, I mean, this Oiler throwback I would buy. You know what I mean? Like when they have the Warren Moon white and the Warren Moon blue, like that would be something that, like, if I had extra money, of course, there's others that I would buy first, like Bo Jackson and Barry Sanders, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, and Niners Dion in 94. But I really think that this is a swaggy jersey. It's just a cool look. And then they don't even exist anymore. Same thing with like Randy Johnson and Expos. Of course, I would want a Randy Johnson Mariner jersey, but I think a Randy Johnson Expos jersey would be insane.
33-6 run. Reggie, get this. The Celtics didn't score for 6 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you, Reflect. It really helps, man. Appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you as well. Bang, 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 bang. Let me know what you want, and I got you. Let me get some photos here for Sarah, and then we'll go to Reflect. Thank you, man. It means a lot because, like I said, some people think, oh, it's not going to, he won't care, or it doesn't matter if I do $1 or an odd or two or it does. You know, if everyone had that mentality, then I'd be at zero every day. So, you know, everything matters. So thank you. I mean, especially if this is my full-time job. So. And I'm not lazy whatsoever. That's one thing that no one can ever say about me. You know, they'll be like, that Orion guy, he's really lazy, said no one ever. And I take a lot of pride in that too. I can't stand lazy people. Can't be around them. Don't want to be around them. Don't want to associate with anybody that's like that. You know, I want to hang around people that are going to challenge me, make me better. You know, not someone that's just lazy. I have no room for laziness in my life. Now, everyone can relax, but there's a difference between relaxing and being lazy. (103-93). Lakers took a 10-point lead. How the hell did that happen? Uh-oh. Cherry picking.
What a game on Westbrook, especially at the defensive end. 3 blocks.
31-5 run against Boston. What the fuck happened?
A league of runs as well. And the Lakers imposing their will. Ham talked about it. Ham talked about it before the game. It starts on the defensive end.
Cherry picking, motherfucker. Westbrook. What a joke. Foul on Tatum, no call.
In this quarter, the Lakers have outscored the Celtics 23-5, and Brown has picked up his 4th personal foul. James, 1 or 2 at the line. That was the 27th free throw attempted by the Lakers, and the Celtics have attempted 10. Westbrook over here having fun with our own Candace Parker. Can't believe it. They keep challenging him at the defensive end, and he's responding.
And he is answering the call on the defensive end. And some of that will not show up in the section.
Yes. LeBron's got a win in this 4th quarter for the Lakers. Pushing 4 to play. Brown works on Reeves. Rebound by Davis and out of James. Well, what a disappointing finish for the Celtics. I mean, everything was clicking through 2/3 of this game. I mean, everything just.
And all hope is not lost for Seattle. But again, losing to the Raiders and then losing to the Panthers is unexcusable. But again, it's not really all on the offense all the time. Of course, Geno threw too many picks. I had him in fantasy. Luckily, he got me into close to 20 to at least, you know, salvage everything that I was doing. But it shows you the Seattle Seahawks are the mirror image of the Chargers, right? They got really good offense, but the defense isn't there. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's there with a couple players, but sometimes they just don't have enough depth. And that's why you're sitting at the record that you're sitting at. And coincidentally, they're both at the same record. They're both 7-6. So, and they both are exactly the same, 3-3 at home, 4-3 on the road. almost identical. It's like you got Geno, you got Herbert, you got weapons, DK, Lockett, Mike Williams, Eckler, you got Keenan Allen. But what's the thing that they don't have? A consistent defense that tackles well. So they do have players on both sides of the defense, but it just seems like they don't have enough. But I am rooting for Seattle and the Chargers to both get in as wild card teams. But we'll see if that happens. All right, Reflect. What do you want to see, brother? Let me know what you want. Yeah. All right, no problem. I'm going to keep going because, like I said, I got to, this is my life. So and you're not feeling well. You're sick. So you get rest, you get better, and you stuck it out a lot longer than I thought you were. Get that medicine in you, get rest. And like I said, and then we'll be back at it tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we got Niners Seahawks, which will be really exciting for me. I love that matchup every single year. Seattle is desperate. The Niners don't have to win that game. Seattle, it's a must win. So I'm really excited to see if Seattle brings an A+ effort. Otherwise, their playoff hopes are kind of waiting in the wings. So. Yeah, and I already know, like I said, you guys are going to go defensive line, in the draft. So that's 100%. And there's actually some really good defensive line linebackers. There's quite a few really good players, that are going to be in the 2023 NFL draft. So, and at this point, you guys got pick number 2, which is almost like unbelievable. Yeah, but if Bryce Young goes 100% Jalen Carter, D-tackle. That's where you guys are going to go from Georgia. And then after that, the Bears will probably go to Will Anderson, who's a D-end outside linebacker. Now, if Will Anderson ends up having a better, if he ends up having a better, kind of like combine and, meet and greet, and they fall in love with him, it wouldn't surprise me if they go Will Anderson because he can play 2 spots, D-end or outside linebacker. But having a nice run stuffer plugger in Jalen Carter, I assume it's going to be one or two of those guys. But I would assume it's going to be very, very heavy, going to be Jalen Carter because he's the best D tackle. He's kind of like the, Warren Sapp type of guy, and you guys can't stop the run. So I would assume even though they need D end and outside linebacker also, the Bears need that more. So I would assume that we're in the number 2 pick. The Seahawks will get Jalen Carter, and I think they'll fall in love with that pick. So. All right, we'll get some more Pete Carroll for her. That's very nice of you. Let's do it. Yeah, like I said, well, if you're all the way at number 2, I don't think, again, if you were at pick 6, then you can trade down to 9. But if you're pick number 2 or 3, it's almost too good to pass up unless you're able to get like an additional 4th or 5th or 2nd rounder this year or next year. Like if you're able to get like 3 additional picks and you only drop down a couple spots, yeah, then do it because you guys have proven that you can draft pretty good the last couple years. But if you're only going to slide down a couple spots and you're not getting a whole lot extra, why would you do it? You have to get like an additional 2nd rounder, 5th rounder, and then an additional 3rd rounder the following year. You have to make sure you're getting 2, 3, 4 extra picks if you're going to slide from that spot. And honestly, who needs, D-line more than Seattle? No one, at the top of the draft. So I don't think you guys are going to trade out of it. So. Yeah, but also too, how much film have you watched of Carter? Be honest, probably not very much. So, you might, it's like, have you watched every single Georgia game? Probably not. So they don't have him there unless they thought he was going to be good. So, and like I said, same thing goes with Will Anderson on Bama. You know what I mean? Like both of those guys look like they're going to pan out. But again, it could be someone where they get injured, and some guys on the D-line get injured pretty frequently. But, you're going to need to go D-line. And after that pick, Miles Murphy, D tackle from Clemson's pretty good. But then that, if you want him, that's who the Eagles will probably be targeting, depending on their defensive scheme. And then after that, you're not going to even get another one until like Jared Verse at Florida State, but there's a drop off. So if you don't pick him, then you're going to have to switch positions. If you don't get Jalen Carter, then you have to go to like DN outside linebacker. If you don't do that, then you're going to have to get like the best offensive lineman. But the best offensive lineman this year isn't worth a top 3 pick. So that's why I feel that you're probably going to end up going that route, because the drop off after Carter is pretty significant. So that's just what I feel. Yeah, but how many of the 12s are smart? Let's be honest. Just because someone's a Seahawks fan doesn't mean they're the most intelligent person on planet Earth. Some people are smart, and there's going to be stupid Seattle fans. Just like with me, I might be a smart Tampa fan. There's a lot of dumb Tampa fans too that don't know football, or they just go in chat rooms and be toxic with each other. You know what I mean? But when you're this high in the draft, you can't afford to trade down unless you get 3 or 4 additional picks. Otherwise I wouldn't trade down. So. Well, if you're not sold on him, watch the film. Go look up his name on YouTube and watch every fucking highlight that you can. I actually like Anderson more than Carter as well, but what's more of a need? A D tackle or a DN outside linebacker? I mean, they're both a need, but you guys can't stop the run worth of shit. Like, you guys are horrible at stopping the run. So, yeah, we know Will Anderson might be able to get some sacks there, and, you're going to need pass rush. So either one they get will be a good fit. But I think if your guys' run defense was better, then they would just immediately go Will Anderson. But you guys can't stop the run. So if you guys can't stop the run, then you gotta figure it out. But I do think both are going to be good players. Oh, hello! I was hoping you were going to show up. How are you? How's the family? I hope everything is good. I'm going to throw up a couple photos for Megan and her mental health. And then we went over kind of a power ranking, and I got some amazing stats that I went over with the turnover differential. And I'll do this for Holly, and since she just came in. So I went over kind of my top teams. At number 7, the Minnesota Vikings. At number 6, the San Francisco 49ers. At number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals. At number 4, the Dallas Cowboys. At number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs, which is pretty much interchangeable with number 2, the Buffalo Bills. And at number 1, the Philadelphia Eagles. But the main thing I wanted to bring up before I bring up more photos of Steve and Pete that reflected a dono for Megan, the difference is point differential. And one of these teams does not belong. Okay. Philadelphia Eagles, right? They're plus minus differential, plus 138. That's when you know a team is a contender. Buffalo Bills, okay? Plus minus differential, plus 132, okay? Kansas City Chiefs, not as high, but still very good, plus 86, okay? Dallas Cowboys, plus 131. The Bengals, okay, plus 70. The 49ers, even with Brock Purdy, plus 120. So that means they have defense. This team is 10-3, right? And all these other teams are plus 70 or higher, in the differential. Points for, points against, the differential. That means like how much you're winning by each week. And if you actually have a defense of any kind. Do you have a defense? Yes, you do. Do you have defense? Yes, you do. Do you have defense? Yes, but you're shaky at times, just like the Bengals, but it's there. Defense is there. Defense is there. Uh-oh. Who doesn't have a defense? The Minnesota Vikings. They're 10-3, and their point differential is -1. It's not even positive. So that tells me that if there's going to be a team that's going to get bumped early in the playoffs that has a high record, it's this team right here, because they absolutely don't have a defense. So they could still make it, to a certain point. But just to give you an example, plus 120 for the Niners, plus 8 for the Seahawks, -71 for the Cardinals, bad team, -78 for the Rams, bad team. Buccaneers, -30. Panthers, -30. Falcons, -24. Saints, -32. Vikings with a 10-3 record, -1. I have never seen a team with 10 wins at this point with a negative differential. So it's pretty alarming. Lions +2 at 6-7. Okay, -39 for Packers, -63 for Chicago. Eagles +138. Cowboys +131. Commanders -3. Giants -33. Chiefs +86. Chargers -31. Raiders -5. Broncos -44. Titans -35. Jags 0. Colts -89. Texans -103. Ravens +51, but that's going to go down because Lamar's hurt. +70 with the Bengals, -23 with the Browns, -66 with the Steelers. And then the team that's got the best defense as a division is the AFC East. Buffalo +132, Dolphins +4, Patriots +37, Jets +21. So out of all the teams that have good records, there's only one that doesn't even have positive, and it's Minnesota. And that's what's going to hurt them this year from winning the Super Bowl, getting to the Super Bowl, or maybe even just getting to the NFC Championship game. And that's where I come in with the stats. So there's that. And then we did look at some photos. Rest in peace, Mike Leach. And then we did some photos of some throwback players, Randy Moss and a few others like Megatron. And then let's throw up a couple more for Megan from Reflect. There's just a couple Zorns, a couple Steves, a couple Petes, and we'll get a couple more here. Glad that you're in the room. We missed you. The person that's the better athlete, no doubt, right, is Will Anderson. You could argue he's the best defensive player in the draft. I know this, but your guys' defense stinks so bad at stopping the run. As long as Jalen can, stay healthy, he's shown flashes of upside. So we'll see. You know what I mean? If they're not sold on Jalen, they'll go Will, and that'll be a good pick for them. Or they'll trade down. We'll see what they do. Okay, good. That's good to hear. Yeah, Ravens are +51. So that just pretty much means that you can score more than the other teams you got, but you got to have a defense, and we know the Ravens have defense. So I'm not really worried about that. I'm worried about Lamar, not having him in the lineup. And if Mark Andrews and Lamar can't get going, they're not going to make the playoffs. They're only going to have one team in that division, and it's going to be Cincinnati. So if somehow Lamar can come back, they might be able to get a wild card. But if it's going to be between the Ravens, the Dolphins, or the Chargers, I don't know if the Ravens are going to be able to beat out. They might be able to beat out the Chargers, but they're probably not going to be able to beat out Miami for a spot. So we'll see. We'll see how it flows. All right, man. Get some rest, dude. Glad that you were in here. Yeah, and then you notice the record. Everyone said the Lions were going to win, and we were like, okay, well, they're 10-2. But like I said, these bettors and people in Vegas, they know. Like Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, they just have a feeling when teams are going to, project higher. And I don't think I've ever seen a team like the Lions play the Vikings, and the Vikings were 10-2, and the Lions were 5-7, and everyone and their mama said the Lions were going to win, and they did. That's what's crazy. Football is nuts. But yes, rest in peace, Mike Leach. Absolutely. And then we'll get some more photos up here. I say Anderson's more of a generational talent than Carter, but Carter is a need. So if they were smart, I guess it just depends on how Carter does, the rest of the way and going through the meet and greets and all that, because obviously if you pick Carter and then he ends up getting injured or sucking, and you left Will in the next pick to the Bears and he turns into the next Roquan Smith, you're never going to forgive yourself, that you gave up a Hall of Fame player for a guy that, maybe is a good player, but maybe not a, generational talent. So I think Will is better, but the Seahawks have a lot of needs. So I don't know where they're going to go, but I mean, it's going to be one of those two players that they're going to draft more than likely. So, and you can always get another D tackle later, second round, third round. It's just not going to be as good as a Jalen Carter, but we don't really know. We don't really know if he's going to pan out or not either. Just because you get picked high doesn't mean, just because you go to Georgia and you go to Alabama, there's no guarantee that you will be a superstar. There's a good chance because you're on Georgia and Bama, but we'll see. He was better last year, but I think who's got more upside for bigger plays, and it's Will, because he can play D-end or linebacker, more versatile in Seattle's defense instead of a guy that's just big that can only play D tackle. And D tackles get hurt a lot. You know what I mean? You got the Aaron Donalds, the Warren Sapps, the Vita Veas. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if there's a Aaron Donald, Warren Sapp in this draft. I would say no. I think Jalen Carter's good. You know what I mean? But is he Warren Sapp good? And the answer is no. So, but you never know how things can, develop. And then we'll get some photos for Holly as well. And then what do you want to see, Holly? Anything specific that you want to see? Let me know. And Reflect is kind of like Mike, always taking care of the people that are in need. And we'll get a few more extra photos here from his $10 dono. Thank you, Holly. I appreciate you so much. Lions are fun to watch. I would really like to, like Holly mentioned it like 7 weeks ago. Holly was like Lions and Jags. And I was like, but it actually is starting to come into fruition where both teams are starting to they're starting to get hot at the right time, but you got to go 4-0 in this last stretch. And I don't know if the Jags and the Lions are going to be able to go 4-0, but it's exciting seeing bad teams get better. But again, the Lions and Jags have something in common. Their defense isn't good. Their offenses are awesome, but their defenses have some holes. So, right. But then who are you going to get after that? Are you going to be looking at O-line, D-line, defense? If you trade down, then what is the prospect that you're going to be looking at? You know what I mean? So I totally hear what you're saying, so especially if there's not like a Sapp or Donald at 2. You don't want to just take a guy and then he ends up being a bum, or a guy that ends up being injured, or like, you finally get the second pick and then you pick the wrong guy. You pick Jalen Carter, he ends up being average, and then Will Anderson turns into Hall of Famer. You don't want that to happen. So I get you. Thank you so much. Holly with a 20. Megan with a 20. Reflect with a 10er. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. It is fun to think about, though, for sure. But if you go 3-1 or 4-0, there's a chance. And that's also what you want to see with the elite teams, right? Like if you're looking at these teams here, you got to go 3-1 or 4-0. And obviously this team doesn't have defense. And that's what Kevin O'Connell needs to work on, moving forward. But to get to 10-3 with no defense, that's wild, right? But this team is a contender. Running game, defense. Running game, defense. Running game, defense. And then this right here, you're starting to get the running game, but it is shaky. O-line shaky, running game shaky, secondary shaky, but they can firm it up. And they don't have Von Miller. So running game shaky, defense shaky, no Von Miller. So these two teams are kind of in the same boat. It's all about being hot and healthy. And this team can represent the AFC. And this is the team that's the NFC. That's very clear. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And then we got another one, Megan, with a bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Thank you. Nice little dono train right there. It's funny how one person And then it obviously has a nice little chain effect. You guys are the best. I thank you very, very much. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Thank you. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me know what you guys want. I'm going to get some more stuff for Megan, and then you let me know what you want to see, and we will cater to you. But it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. And at the time, I thought, you know what? There's a slight chance it could happen. But as we're getting closer and closer, and as the weeks have passed, like your prediction could come true. Maybe not for both teams, but maybe one. Or if it doesn't happen with either, at least we're getting better football from those teams. Because honestly, with me, I like both of those teams. I root for the Lions and the Jags and the Jets every year. Now the Jets are taking one step already, benching Zach Wilson, and Mike White's played well, but also it's because of Sauce Gardner. Now imagine if the Jets didn't lose Breece Hall. The Jets could actually beat like the Bills or one of these other top dogs, but the injuries are starting to kind of catch up to them. I don't think I'm really that surprised. He was the number one pick in the draft. If you go back and look at Trevor, he has probably the most skills out of anyone in the draft, in that draft class, besides maybe Justin Fields, right? But when you have horrible coaching, Urban Meyer, and you don't have a lot of, support on defense, it's going to be hard. You're going to make mistakes. But Trevor is a guy that could end up being a top 12 quarterback one day. And if he doesn't do it with the Jags, maybe one day he goes to the Niners and then he leads them to the promised land. But I always liked Trevor, and Trevor never lost a game, until he ended up trying to go to the NFL. Like, he didn't lose games in Pop Warner. He didn't lose games in high school. He didn't lose games really in college. The first time he actually started to lose was in the NFL. So that is big facts. And I'm glad that he's doing good. We don't want to have Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, and Trey Lance all suck. We got to have at least one or two keepers out of those five. So the best guard, center, safety, linebacker. Yeah, again, if you can get a guard or a center and you can trade down to pick 10 or 15 and get that best offensive lineman, so you have Cross, Lucas, and then the best center or the best guard, that could be just as influential as having an Anderson or a Carter, maybe more. Because if you get more offensive line, that means better play for Geno, better DK, better Lockett, better Kenneth Walker. Everything will flow. But we can't ignore the defense, because that's the difference. Do you want to be, a 7-6 team, or do you want to be a team that's like 8-4 or 9-3? You got to get defense at some point. So, and I knew that. Reflect, you're a Seahawk person. Megan's a Seahawk person. So, yes, thank you so much. Yeah, and I'm not surprised, because you ended up learning from Sean McVay, and then you ended up winning a Super Bowl. So, and like I said, I did predict they were going to win 10-13 this year, and a lot of people thought I was nuts. And I'm not going to be right about everything. A lot of us were wrong about Denver. A lot of us were wrong about Seattle. But I was right about Minnesota and the Eagles. But the Eagles was too easy for me. I already knew that they were going to be good. But the thing is that holds the Cowboys back is coaching. Play calling. So that's why I feel that the Niners are better than the Cowboys based off play calling and coaching, even with a third string quarterback. You know what I mean? Because they know how to beat the Cowboys. You know what I mean? The Niners, to me, are a little bit more deadly. You know what I mean? Cowboys got a great defense and they got a good offense, but the thing that they lack is coaching and play calling. And that's one of the most important things. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, and play calling. And I don't know. The Cowboys got to win a game first before we, pencil them into the NFC Championship game for me. So, okay, let's do that. Okay, let's do some Christmas stuff. We have to give you some good like vibes. That's a great suggestion. Let's do the Christmas lights and stuff too. And we'll do some food and we'll do some animals for you. I'll take care of you. Yeah, and like I said, Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker are both great. And like I said, it's just nice to see you guys. And hopefully that Breece Hall can be healthy, and hopefully Kenneth can get healthy, because they're going to need him. If they want to be able to make the wild card, Kenneth has got to be at least 80% in these last 4 weeks. Otherwise, they might miss the playoffs like by this. And I don't want to see Washington or the Giants in the playoffs. I want Seattle. I really do. You know what I mean? So we'll see. I'm rooting for them.
on track, that felt good.
Jay, break down the bucket that you hit to send the game the whole time.
Yeah, he missed 2 free throws, and we was down 2, and I didn't want him to load up, so just tried to get out, find an angle, get to my spot and raise up.
Yeah, Christmas light stuff would be perfect. I mean, we ended up doing Thanksgiving stuff and I do Christmas stuff, but yeah, I mean, it's good for the mental health to see stuff like that. Food, animals, Christmas, just that, the snow, nice little, views of mountains and lakes. And that, I always try to do things that will make me smile and make me feel a little bit better about things.
Games like this, on a stage like this, does something for your candidacy. Did you think about that at all, as far as like wanting to prove that you're amongst the best?
I feel like I'm the best player when I step on the court, but I had some great players in this league, man. I know I got my work cut out for me, but I just try to focus on one game at a time. Keep winning, keep building, and let the rest take care of itself.
Go get some rest, bro.
I'm in.
Take care. Celtics coming off their most lopsided loss last night, led by Tatum, a 3-time All-Star, a first-team All-NBA selection, and in the conversation for the MVP this season, playing for the best team in the NBA. Celtics winning in OT. Coming up next inside the...
How the hell did the Celtics come back and win in OT? Are you kidding me? 120 after the Lakers came back by like 20 down. Wow. Unbelievable. Basketball is a game of runs. Oh yeah, that's a great movie. It's super funny. I know, it's crazy. Time flies so quickly. Oh, when? Tonight? Wow. I'm still doing all my walks with Paisley in shorts. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what I do. I'm always going to be, making sure I get the proper exercise. And if I don't get the exercise, then I'm just not right. So I have to do it. I have to make sure I'm taking care of my mental health. So, and it's funny, like, if I do miss it, I'm off. If I don't listen to music, I am off. Like, if I have to make sure I know what I need to do, and making sure I get those proper things checked off, every day. We can't skip it,
Nobody is happier about the Celtics winning this game in spirit. You're right. Oh, I like that. I like that, man. Experience the show. Yeah, I mean, this game went from fall asleep on the couch to the edge of your seat. Man, this was awesome. Yeah, that was a heck of a comeback by the Lakers and a heck of a comeback by the Celtics. It certainly was. We should watch the Lakers one more time this year. Nope, that's it for the year. for 2022. Because, I can tell you something. I know how y'all are around here. Y'all are haters. Wait, who haters are haters? YouTube, 1 and 2. We hate on you. What do you mean? Yeah. Oh my God. I know Dunzel and Keith had the tape ready when I was talking about the Lakers picking up the joint. They would have hated. I know it well enough. If the Lakers had won it, if the Lakers had won this game, they would have went right back at halftime. While I was telling how bad the Lakers stink. No, I know. The Lakers stink. Yeah, they forcing us to show them all the time like they're gonna be good. We have to show the Lakers all the time. Yeah,
the Lakers on TV stinks. I mean, even if you're a fan, it's hard to watch them. It's not the.
I know. I've been here long enough. Okay, well, let's get to the highlights of this one, shall we? Because this was a back and forth thing, a 20-point lead that mysteriously vanished for the Celtics.
And then reflect. What do you want to do for your dono as well? Let me know. Just trying to get a few of these nice ones for the 3 of you. I'm trying to give you some stuff that maybe you haven't seen, or maybe you have seen it but just haven't seen it on this channel. But I'm always going to give you the, the new.
When you can shoot a 3 and go to the bathroom, man, it just makes you deadly. 15-point lead at that point.
No problem. And sometimes pictures and, because pictures are like a TV show or a movie or a song. Yeah, it's maybe just a still picture, but that doesn't mean that it can't make you feel better. And that, like I said, that's why I always, listen to and watch Transformers and G.I. Joe and Ninja Turtles at least for 20 minutes every night, just to make sure I go back and reflect and have gratitude of what it was like when I was younger. So. But I will always take care of you guys when you guys are in need. If you guys are struggling a little bit, I'll make sure I can do what I can to make things better for y'all. And I do care about you guys. You know what I mean? This is my life. And I mean, I'm dedicating, about 15 to 16 hours every day to this. And, I'm not going to stop anytime soon. And I understand what it's like to, not be, physically or mentally not 100%. So I've been there. I've been very, very in that bad, in bed for 3 weeks. And the only thing I did was go to the bathroom and eat. And that's it. Like, didn't even leave the house. So got fired from a job. It's not a fun feeling, Yeah, I hope you guys get better. I know Holly's had some tough times. Megan, Sarah had to take antibiotics, and she's got like strep throat now. Just when I thought she was getting a little bit better, and then there's another thing. I was just telling her I hope she doesn't get fired, because anytime you get sick, within the first month of a new job, a lot of these jobs don't give a fuck about you because they think you're lying. Or even if you got a doctor's note, but if you miss time within the first 2 weeks, you're fucked. If you miss time within the first 3 weeks or a month, a lot of times they don't care. They'll just fire you and then hire someone else, even if you're sick with a note, which sucks. But I just hope that this job is good and they will not penalize her for being sick. I would hate for her to have to start over again and, have to get another job. But, every employer across the country kind of does it a little different. So. All right, let's do some Christmas lights. Let me get one more. Let me get Abraham Lucas. I can't forget about him. We got to make sure we get that. I always want to make sure. I actually kind of hope that you guys go offensive line personally. I mean, that's what I would want for you guys. Get the best guard or center to have I want you guys to be able to have the Dallas Cowboy line when Zeke first came in, where it's like the best line in football. And that will only happen if you end up picking the best center or guard, or if you can get like a sleeper player in the second, third, or fourth round, and they end up being a first-round talent that slid. But, I mean, if you just keep building that line, I'm telling you, magic will happen. And you guys already got 5 good picks this year. I don't think I've ever seen a team. You have Geno, but, like I said, it's not a lot of people are some will talk about Geno, some will talk about Pete, but it really is about, Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas and Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen, all the different pieces, Kenneth Walker III. I don't think I've ever seen 5 different players all be relevant in the first year. And that's why you guys are 7-6, not, 4 or 5 win team right now. You're getting production. You just need more defensive depth. And once you guys get the defensive depth, then you guys will be a team that will compete, I feel, with the Niners every year moving forward. But you just need a little bit more O-line, a little bit more defense, and you guys will be great. So.
They're not a good team. You just hate we have to talk about it all the
time. Yeah, but also too, if you trade down and you get extra picks, you could always go O-line in the first round and then go D-line in the second round, D-end, a linebacker in the third round, another D lineman in the fifth round. You know what I mean? Like, you just because you have a need, right, doesn't mean that they're gonna like let's say you have to go D-end, D-tackle, offensive line. You don't know where they're going to go. Are they going to go offensive line first? Are they going to go DN first? D tackle, linebacker? You don't know. But sometimes they'll fall in love with a player, and it looks like, oh, they're going to go Anderson or Carter, and then all of a sudden they trade down and they go for an O lineman. And that might be actually the smartest move they can do if they're not sold on those two guys. So if they're not sold on them, trade down, get the offensive lineman. That's what I would do. So, but everyone's got their own, method to the madness. So. Hey, but number 2 pick is pretty sexy. You know what I mean? Especially when you didn't think it would be that high. Most people thought it would be top 6, but not top 2, which is amazing. And you don't have to worry about getting a quarterback either now. So since Geno is, looks like he could be a guy for the next 3, 4, 5 years for you. I mean, down the road in a few years, yeah, you're going to have to look at one. But at least for the next 3, I don't think you're going to have to really focus on that. You can focus more on the defense and the O-line, and that'll benefit more. All right, let's do some Christmas lights for you guys.
I would say.
All right, I'm going to do my best to give you guys like the most wholesome content here with like stuff that's going to just make me feel great. All right, first we got to maybe leave the studio so I can get my mind right. So first we got to leave and go somewhere pretty. There we go. Now we're somewhere pretty. I'm in the cold here. Okay, I'm doing the stream in the cold. All right. And then we'll give a little Pete, a little Charles Cross, a little Abraham Lucas, and then let's go to something that will be nice, like this. A beautiful look. A beautiful look. 3, 2, 1. Christmas lights. Oh, baby. Sign me up. Can I come here? Man, look at this. Look at the time and effort. My goodness. That's a pretty photo. Oh, yeah, we can do some gingerbread houses. That's a great idea. I know, like I said, sometimes when I do the food, it's just like meats. Because, I mean, I do love meat and a lot of people in the room. But, yeah, let's do that. That'd be a great idea. Anything Christmas related would be great. Yeah, and Christmas lights can definitely give you a better mood. Like me just looking at this photo, I'm already like 10% higher than what I was. I mean, just it's hard not to smile and feel good when you see stuff like that. Very pretty. Great photo. Good job, O-Dog. You're welcome, O-Dog. There we go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Oh, man. Beautiful. Well, your boy's 2 for 2 so far.
But also, the Celtics played last night. The Lakers did. So I don't want to hear no excuse about being tired.
Oh!
Yeah, I mean, whatever that you can say, they played and got stomped last night by the Clippers. So, listen, you can't use I'm being tired as no, it's not.
All right, I'm going to go to NXT now and just try to get as much as I can in. Oh, we can do Christmas cookies too. Nice. We're all in the same wavelength. Yeah, they do. And I love that because, like I said, I'm a person of passion. You know, it's like, you know, if I can see someone that puts effort and passion into what they're doing, then I mean, that's where I get drawn to emotion, passion, energy. And that's why I like going to wrestling and football because you really feel that emotion and that energy out there. And I also like people that put in the work, you know, that go above and beyond. And like when you see photos like this, I mean, that's a great example of, hey, let's go above and beyond. Oh, my goodness. I'm already in a better mood. Just like that already. See, that's why I need you guys in the room, because when I have people that are smart, that have great ideas, then it's like I don't have to come up with all the ideas on my own. I can just, you know, I know that you guys will be able to come up with some things. Ooh, I like this next one. This one is a vibe. Oh, yes. I really like this one. This one with the lights and the different colors. This, and it's got even the little reindeer on the ground there on the right-hand side if you look closely. Oh, I love this one. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, me too. I mean, for me, it's water, snow, mountains. That's why I like watching Alaska programs and like Life Below Zero. Like that stuff, it really makes me happy. Like I do the cartoon thing, but I like Nat Geo, you know, those type of things that can just make me smile, make me feel good. Oh, wow, look at this. Definitely a comforting vibe. It's kind of funny that we haven't even that's why I need the people like that to be able to come up with ideas like that. It's kind of funny that we haven't even thought of this idea until now. Very cozy.
The NXT universe is still buzzing from what happened this past Saturday.
What are you talking about? That man was off the hook. Wait, I'm composed now. I'm back. I'm ready. I got my game on.
We're ready for someone who's been on her A game. She made history this past Saturday, and she's standing by to kick us off tonight on NXT.
Your winner of the Women's Iron Survivor Challenge is #1 contender, Roxanne Perez.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
That's the start till I say it starts. Now, where's that microphone? Let's go up here. Let's go see the plebs in the crowd, huh? Let's show them a real superstar. Because your Iron Survivor is here. It is very difficult in the WWE to do anything for the first time. Let alone make it look as easy as I did Saturday night. But that's what I do.
Grayson.
I make history. NXT Deadline, the biggest premium live event in NXT history.
Grayson!
Look at me and that New Year's.
Grayson! You can shut your mouth now.
Hey, who said that? Who interrupted the Iron Survivor?
You're really funny. Huh? I don't know if you forgot, but you weren't the only Iron Survivor on Saturday. Yeah, you won. Props to you, but I did too. And I did it before you. Oh, and unlike you, I did it from the #1 spot.
Oh, Roxanne Perez, Booker T's favorite wrestler. You're growing up so fast, it's adorable. But the reason you were first is because you have to get home for bedtime, lass. I know after the show you were snuggled up, your mum was reading you a story, while Grayson Wall was out with the big...
Jameson, how are you, bro?
They are doing shoey after shoey after shoey.
Yes,
By the way,
that's a good one. And the potty.
Roxanne, you are right about one thing. That was the biggest win of my career. It was the biggest win of yours. Which is sad, because it means you peak at 21, because there's no way you're ever beating Mandy.
Oh, God. The God thing.
All right. Grayson, you're wrong, all right? Roxanne is the Iron Woman in NXT. She went the full 25 minutes and outlasted some of the best women that NXT has to offer.
Yes. I'm just trying to find all the good ones here. So let's go and do a quick recap with just some of these ones. Always good positive vibes. Good feeling. Especially if there's snow already like there, then it takes like the photo to another level to me. But still, even with no snow, it's very pretty. I really like that one. I like the colors. Lots of effort with this, with all the different colors and the trees.
Roxanne Perez did win, but she didn't understand the game of the Iron Survivor Challenge. It's not about how many.
Very festive.
It's about how many falls. And I outsmarted everyone. When I got 2 falls, I'll say it one more time. I got 2 falls in the first 20 seconds. And that New Year's Evil, Bronny, I'm going to outsmart you and take that NXT Championship from you. Because they're all about making memories, or Grayson Wall's about making moments.
Moments, huh? How about you and me make a moment right now? Oh, yeah, this boy. How about a moment? Look at Waller. Look at Scalded Dog. I'm really... Oh, God.
is a goes, but that was totally uncalled for.
What a way to kick off NXT, but it was earlier today JD McDonough was being checked out by our medical staff.
Trying to think of the last time I actually made a gingerbread house with like family or anything like that. It's been a few years. It's always fun, especially if you have little kids involved. They love it. Just got to make sure they don't eat the house before the house gets done. All little candies.
That's correct.
Really? Might be time to make one this year. You can make a Kansas City Chiefs gingerbread house. Hmm?
But you know that. I don't care what the images show. I don't care what the doctor said.
Yeah. Tommy Townsend Christmas cookies. Just gingerbread men.
JD, you're so calm, cool, and collected, huh? Yes, I am. Yeah, you are. Well, guess what? Since you tried to hurt my brother here tonight, I'm gonna hurt you.
You know, I'm just so fascinated by the love between two brothers, the familial bond, the dependency. Sadly, that's just something I've never had to wrap my head around.
Mandy! Mandy! You think you're the baddest bitch in the game? Well, I don't want to wait until you're evil. Put your title on the line tonight.
You're ready, honey.
Expect the unexpected, and speaking of champions, there's a rule. Our North American champion, Wes Lee.
Hit the gun. Rock it on his
It's Stacks, it's Lee, and of course, as you mentioned, the top.
I like it. The gun just making sure Stacks and Lee is in control of this situation. And this kid wants to take back away from it. He's a fighter, bitch.
Now, Lee didn't take kindly being called a kid last week by Stacks. And these two are supposed to have a matchup here tonight. And you see the officials say, get in the ring.
Let's do it. You can't get along when you music. You get it on, man.
And here we go, it's official, and now Lee taking it right to Stacks.
I understand, you know, big mama kid, but that's it take too kindly in the neighborhood.
Oh, nice bulldog.
Space Kitty with a 15er. Good vibes all day, every day. Thank you so much.
Can we please put the argument to rest? Lee didn't intentionally try to hurt Tony D'Angelo, which is what Stacks would have been trying to say.
Appreciate you. Anything else that you want me to see? I don't know how much longer anyone can stay, but like I said, even though I'm already past that 4-hour mark, I mean, I always have fun hanging out with you guys. I mean, the longest I can go is into the 5-hour mark. So I don't know if people want to stay for another 24 minutes and we can end it there. If you want to go for 54 minutes, I can do that. I mean, some of us came in here a little later than others. So I'll let you guys decide. We'll go to the 4-hour and 30-minute mark. And then if we're willing to you know, say, let's call it a day, then we can do that. But if you guys want to get a little more for the mental health, I will stay to the 5-hour mark and we can just look at cool Christmas stuff. And I'm totally cool with that. Regardless if we, you know, get any more donos from here on out, I don't care. I mean, I care, but it's not like a priority. You know what I mean? Like we can do whatever we want to do. So you guys let me know what you guys want. And I still got more reading and film study and other stuff. I got, what do I got? I got a nice Alaska program that I'm going to dive into, Life Below Zero. And I got some Simpsons and I'm watching a little wrestling now. So the 5-hour mark would be in 53 minutes. So we're at 4 hours and 7 minutes right now. So if we want to go 23 minutes and call it a day, I'm cool there. If we want to go to the 53 more minutes, so it'll be essentially, it's 10:08 here, which would be 12:08 or 108, depending on where you're at, or if you're in Australia, obviously different, schedule and time with Megan. So I'll let you guys decide when you guys are ready to go. I just want to make sure I'm here for you guys. Sometimes we're good, but sometimes we're not so good, and sometimes just getting a little bit of comfort and being able to see things. Seeing things that make you happy. That's what it's about. That's what, I really enjoy to do. So, like I said, it's all up to you guys. I did the show with the power rankings and wanted to kind of go based on how I feel and this could obviously change as we get closer and closer to the end of the month. And like I said, we talked a little bit about Mike Leach, and we wanted to go a little bit more positive. So you guys let me know what you want. And Holly, if there's anything additional, let me give you some Penguins and some Tommy Townsend, and let me give you some of that. So at least we get a little bit of that, because obviously we know those are things that you enjoy. And then we can always go back to these cookies and different houses and whatnot. But unless you have something else that you need to see, so. Yeah, I like letting you guys decide on how everything goes. So, all right. So first, let's try to make sure we'll show. So I'm probably going to end up trying to get Cyberpunk the Texas Tech black jersey. I got a link, and I think if that's the one that I think he's got kind of his mind on. And if not, maybe Bo Jackson or like a Derek Thomas. But it sounds like he wants to get the Mahomes high school or college, so he can just leave it in his car and try to get it signed or whatever. He'll probably wear the black one too, and it looks very, very clean. So we'll see. But there'll be at some point I'll probably end up getting a bow for Holly and Cyber at some point, anyways. So, but I appreciate you, and especially when you have favorites, it's always good to be able to see some of those favorites, because you're not gonna, unless you're just gonna look up Tommy Townsend pictures for an hour. But it's a lot easier if I just do it for you. So. I'll get you some corgis, a couple penguins, and then we'll get back to our regular stuff.
This couple was headed to the farmer's market. When they got a chip, they drove to Safeway for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That service the way you need it.
Safe like repair, safe like replace. Restless nights fogging up your day? Tonight, try new ZQL Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy with melatonin to help you fall asleep naturally, plus extended release B vitamins.
All right, man. Have a great rest of your day. I know. And Kendi. Heck yeah. I can't wait for you guys to wear your throwbacks. I get to wear my creamsicles next year, but I don't think Brady's going to be on my team. He'll probably be on the Niners or somewhere else. That's just the thing, it's like when you know people, you just got to be able to know what people like. And if you pay attention and listen, then you can make things go a little bit easier, a little bit more smoother. Holly, what's up with the punters getting freaking destroyed in every game and no one's calling penalties? I know I'm not the only one that's noticed that. And it's not just Tommy Townsend. It's like every punter. I mean, I know a lot of them are flopping, but there's some that are getting blasted in the air and they're not even getting like a running into the kicker. It's one thing if it's like, there's different types of penalties, running in and, obviously destroying the kicker or the punter, but it's very weird to see like they're so protective of the quarterbacks, but it's like they think kickers and punters don't matter. Like, oh, the punter just got destroyed and goes flying in the air 5 feet and then no penalty. I don't know. Weird for me. The referees need to be better at that. But I've noticed that more this year than any other year in the last 5. Frustrating. Like they don't care. Like, it's just a punter. It's ridiculous. I mean, is that like where our game is going now? Where we're only going to protect the QBs and we're not going to protect the punters or kickers? Crazy. Nice. Yeah, and I'm always watching, defense. I'm always watching special teams. I'm always looking at coaches, body language. I'm always making sure. And when you see the game from a defensive perspective or special teams perspective or O-line perspective, you see the game totally different than what you used to see it as, following the football. Center hikes the ball to the quarterback. You're following your eyes to see where the running back is going or wide receiver or tight end. And if you actually do it from the opposite side, the defensive perspective, you can still keep your eyes on the ball. But if like your team is on defense and you're watching the linebackers and the corners and how they move, you definitely see the game on another level. And I like to pay attention to, the place kicker, the placeholder, just being able to see the punts. I like seeing the game as a whole, and I know you've commented a couple times, but unbelievable. Yeah. Yes. You will draw. I know you will. Oh man. Yeah, ridiculous. Hopefully they can clean that up though. But I know I'm not the only one that has seen that. I was like, and there's some of them are like blatant. Like there's a guy that kicks the ball, right? He gets hit in the air, midair, goes flying like 3 feet, 4 feet to the right, lands on the ground hard, lays there, wiggles around, and they act like it's someone that just like flopped. I was like, there's a difference, right, between guys that flop and fall over and guys that actually get physically touched. Like, I don't know. Weird. I hope they clean that up, but no guarantees they will. Hopefully they do, though, for our mental health sake. It's like, come on now. Plus, it's been a few days we've been able to do some Tommy, and it's always good to be able to get those in. I know, and then they always decide like the lower penalty. It's like, oh, the guy got blasted. Oh, he barely got him. It's like a little penalty instead of like a 15-yarder. Let's just give him the 5. I don't know. Just little things that I observe. And I know a lot of you observe the same things too. Handsome man, Tommy. Got to make sure we touch all the bases for the mental health, And not only does this like make other people in the room, feel good and feel a vibe, it makes me feel good too, knowing that I know that it's something that I enjoy looking at as well. So. Yeah. Plus, but you're also taught that if it's close, fall down. You know what I mean? Because if you get that penalty, that could change the game. So a lot of punters and kickers are, taught that even if it's close, just go to the ground. And, sometimes you'll get that extra, penalty. But it seems like they're trying to teach the referees that, to look for the people that are maybe being a little over dramatic. But it's one thing to flop over for dramatic and to be funny, but then what happens when it really does happen and then they don't call anything? It's like, that's what makes it frustrating, I feel. I got you. All our favorite things.
Hey, what the was that? What was what? Gulak, the handshake? Wait, are you thinking about entering the transfer portal? Transfer. Look, if this about last week, I lost my cool, and I'm sorry. I was wrong, and you were right.
Oh, sorry, I seem to be a bit hard of hearing in this ear from all the yelling. Can you repeat that?
I said I was wrong, and you were right. Thea, I love your passion, but you weren't ready for either dog.
I really tried.
I know, and it's my job to look after you. And Duke has your best interest at heart.
Well, thanks for caring, dude, but you can't transfer. No.
I'm not transferring. I've got so much to learn from Tracy. Maybe a little to teach as well, Professor.
I probably deserve that. But what about tonight? Are you ready for your match?
Oh, this one's cool.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it goes a little something like this. I'm going to give Damon Kemp and Andre Chase University size massive. Oh yeah, Duke cuts it, Chase you through and through.
The NXT Women's Tag Team Champions, Kaden Carter and Katana.
Yes.
Well, we've been talking about champions, folks. The NXT Women's Tag Team Champions are coming out here. They're going to join us on commentary for the tag team match coming up next.
You know, it's one of those things, Tyler. You know, you're young, you're 14. You know, like I said, you have to understand, you have to put it in perspective. You know, I have supposedly 20,000 people that follow me, and I have a hard time even getting to 20. So if, you know, you barely have any subs and you're not getting anybody showing up, you just have to keep that in mind. You know what I mean? Like, it's not easy to get people, you know, to come to a stream. It's not like, oh, I'm just going to be able to go live and everyone's going to show up. I mean, if anyone gets hated on YouTube, I get hated on the most out of anyone, but you just have to, you know, be diligent. You have to be positive and you keep grinding. It's not easy, man. Like I said, YouTube will chew you up and spit you out. And that's why most people don't even continue a YouTube channel. They usually quit before they get to 100 subs or 1,000 subs because it takes a lot of fucking work. And you want to make sure that, you know, your mental health is okay, but it's not an easy thing to do. I'm a great example of that. I've been doing this for 10 years. And I'm nowhere near where I think I should be or deserve to be, but that's not neither here or there. I just have to put my head down and keep grinding.
Oh, that's my piece of the chaperone. That's the biggest one we make.
They've donated $1 from every chaperone to the Papa John's Foundation.
Hey, that's huge. If the hoop was as big as that pizza, maybe you'd have made some of your free throws. Somebody say me a slice. Where'd it come from?
All the snow just melts away when I'm with you. Oh, baby, baby, will you please give me a kiss?
I mean, there's no way in hell I should be sitting with like 20 people. I mean, I should normally have like, you know, based off the numbers that I have, I should have at least 50 to 100 in the room, you would think. But, you know, it's just, you know, if they don't give the notifications to the people that already, you know, supposedly support me, then what can I do? All I can do is just keep improving the channel, stay positive, be a good influence, you know, and just know that my time is coming. So. You know, most people don't make it on YouTube. You have to be very, very mentally strong. If you're not mentally strong, you're never going to make it. And that's just being very honest and truthful. You know, the main reason that I'm never going to quit, I mean, I sacrificed a Michael Jordan rookie card that's worth like $30,000. There's no way in hell that I'm just going to, you know, quit. It's just not in my DNA. So this is not only my dream, but this is my legacy. So.
Weird smell in your home? We added a rotten egg odor to natural gas. Help you detect even the smallest. Get everyone outside and give us a call.
Yeah, plus there's, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, you know, every day trying to, you know, make another YouTube channel. So, I mean, there's a lot of competition out there. It's not like there's only so many YouTube channels. Like every day there's more and more people that are creating them and stuff. So some channels are good, some channels aren't.
When it's go time, I don't like.
You got to believe in yourself and keep going.
New great tasting Dulcolax Chewy Fruit Bites work
naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. So you can go fast, go gently, and go on with life. New Double X Chewy Fruit Bites put you comfortably in control.
Sunday night in football's toughest.
But I've had some good snuggy naps with Paisley, which is really comforting. It's been a very special time where we can just, we'll go for our walk and then we'll play and then we'll get to a point where we can just kind of spoon and snug, and she's just so loving, you know what I mean? We can just literally be face to face with each other, or she'll be facing the other direction and we'll just kind of be there and snug together. And she just loves that body contact with my arm or my leg, or or in between my legs, and curl into a little ball to feel that heat from my legs. But sometimes she'll get a little too hot and have to get out of there. But it's just always making sure that she has that contact.
Missing is Mandy Rose, who is set to defend her NXT Women's Championship later tonight against Roxanne Perez. Roxanne Perez, of course, is confident as ever. This is a big match for both these teams here tonight.
All right, no problem. I was thinking that we'd probably end it here in like 6 minutes unless Holly wanted to stay a little bit longer. Holly, how are you feeling? You want to stay for another 30 minutes after this, or do you just want to end it in 5 and then we'll call it a day and I'll see you tomorrow or whenever you can again? I mean, I just always want to make sure that we have enough time with the people that I care about, So you let me know what you're thinking. I'm down for either option. So another 30 minutes isn't going to kill me. Even in 6 is no problem either. So. Night, Jameson. Have a good one.
Still not right here in front of us, I guess. Then I'd say, which team do you guys believe is a tougher challenge?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go any longer than 35 minutes, anyways. But like I said, it's just it's up to you, not necessarily me. I'll let it be you. It's your decision. Like I said, if you feel that you need a few more minutes to get a few more fun things that'll make you have a better, midweek transition into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I mean, are you awake? I mean, you're not going to bed anytime soon, right? You're already kind of up, right?
Teams have been blowing all over NXT. Look, we take a look at a team like Alan Baxley, much like Jansen Carter. Want to show that hard work pays off. Bring it home now. Into the cover. Another near fall.
This is called jockeying for position. Everybody want a little champagne vision. Everybody want a little caviar drink. And the team is sitting right next to me.
Okay, let's do the 34, because I mean, like I said, if I disconnect, I'm still going to be doing the same type of thing I'm really doing now anyways. So let's go for a little bit longer, or whenever you feel that you're ready to go. Once you're ready to go, just message me in there and then we'll call it a stream. I think that's fair. You know what I mean? So I mean, there's some streams, you know what I mean, where I cut it short and stuff, but when I have people in here, I don't want to cut it short if they are still wanting to hang out. So we can do a quick review here, and then I'll eliminate some of these photos. And let me know anything specific that you want to see for these last like 30 minutes or so. Anything that you want to see, just let me know, and then I got you. But we'll go through these real quick and kind of soak these in. And then anything you want for the last 33 minutes, you let me know. And then we'll end the stream either in 15 or 20, or we'll end it in 33 to make it a clean 5 hours. So whatever you want.
I mean, you're wearing it, ain't you? So it fits fine. But what isn't loose? Man, how's your dad doing, Mom?
He's doing all right. He said it's going to be a tough year because of the bar. Just not my week. First the triple threat, now this.
Look, it's gonna be fine. I know it's tough right now, but we got your back. Man.
Thanks. He's looking into some things.
Hey, if he needs anything, we're here. Breathe in. Come on, turn the frowns upside down. Hey guys, look. I think our luck's gonna change. It's 2023. It's gonna be our year. Our year. Smile a little bit. Come on.
Could just be their year, but Wagner and Stone have a plan. They're on a mission here tonight. Never in a good mood is Von Wagner. Same can't be said for his opponent, Odyssey Jones, who typically is all smiles, but he too is all business. These two battle it out next.
On the U.S. side, gathering stopped because Earth Liquid. Can it one up whatever they're doing? For sure. Seriously? One up the power of liquid, one up the toughest stains. Any further questions?
$5 holla. That's a good question. Obviously, the Texans gave the Cowboys some trouble, so it's definitely going to be like a trap game where I feel that if the Chiefs think that they're just going to go in there and win by 40, yeah, they could. But if the Texans played like they did against Dallas, it could be a little bit closer. You don't want to drop that game. They only have one win. So I know that they're going to, the Chiefs will win the game. But I think that if the Texans play with inspired football like they did against Dallas, this could be a little bit closer of a game than anyone anticipates besides you and me, because I think you and me kind of think the same way. It's like you never can take an opponent for granted, even if they only have one win. So that's kind of how I'm feeling, and I assume that's how you feel as well. So yeah, I'm going to go for another 30, and then I'll just throw up pictures for you guys for the rest of the time. Just trying to make sure we get some good ones based on what you guys want to see. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. $5 holla. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yes, we'll do Pacheco. We'll do some Pacheco photos for your 5, and then we can go into some more. Let's just go through some of these photos here, and then I'll delete some of these, and then we'll make some more room for some others. But it's always good to at least go through them one more time, so that way we can kind of see them. Can't go wrong with Tommy and penguins and corgis, huh?
Please tell me why people are talking about the hottest dude in the game. No, they ain't saying that. You missed those things. Man, I told you don't listen to what they're saying. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay, I didn't miss. I just didn't win. If this Iron Survivor Challenge was 30 minutes instead of 25, I would have had it in the bag. Okay, I've been the one opening up NXT. I've been the one that be going to New Year's Evil and challenging Raw for that title. And I've been the one taking us on the road in Charlotte for Vengeance Day. All of that, bro. It doesn't matter which way you want to flip it. I'm still him. Yeah, you're him, but you're also the one being posterized by Axiom on Twitter. What? Look at him flying through there. No, I'm amazed. Look at you. You look amazed.
All right, let me delete these photos, and then let's go, and I'll get you some Pacheco, and we'll go that route. So let me delete these, make some more room.
Send me that picture. Send it to me. Yes, okay. Delete it. Yes, all right. Because I'm going to go through the Axiom fast. Okay. It's on Twitter.
Well, this is a true battle of big men.
It is, but you're the big man. What are you talking about?
A WWE Universe
All right, let's get some Pacheco's in here, and then we'll get whatever you want here for the last 28. Sometimes I think people don't realize, just a little bit of time with the right people can really smooth things over and make things a little bit better. People suck, and there's a lot of people that just suck. And it's just, you guys got to be able to make sure you prioritize your time with the right people. As you get older, you start to realize who's really worth your time and who's not. Like I had Facebook, I deleted 300 people on my Facebook, and I know some of the views are down on some of my videos because I did that, but you sometimes you got to thin stuff out. Instead of having 515 people, I went down to 215, because some of these people aren't really my friends. They're just spying on me and stuff. And, we're not even really talking or even friends, so.
Jones, of course, offensive lineman from Syracuse.
Jones, he has a lot to lose now. He has to win this match in grand fashion because, like I said, coming off an injury, you always.
Yes, he is. McKinnon's been playing pretty good as well. And we'll do some Christmas cookies for sure. I'll be able to sprinkle in a little bit for both of you. It's no problem. And this is what I do. So I'm like the DJ. Plus, it's always cool for me because sometimes I get to see stuff that I've never seen before. So. Yeah, Pacheco went to Rutgers. So very, very small school compared to some of the, obviously bigger ones that have players.
Destroyed one of late father's sweaters. And again, watch, there's no need to do any of that. And that's what really angered Jones, which led to this matchup.
Exactly like what Jones was running.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is, Jones is actually concerning himself in business that really don't concern him. Now we go get friends. Friends that get you in a whole lot of
Are we friends?
peer pressure. Down that rabbit hole. You don't want to do that, big.
Huge slam by Jones. Stone beside himself. Come on. What the hell is Stone doing? A little bit of payback. And Jones with a big splash. How good it must feel for that trio. Huge win for a big guy.
I'm now joined by Javier Bernal, and in just a few moments, you go one-on-one with Icky Man Jiro. And hey, full transparency, I'm rooting for Jiro.
Ouch. That man called me big body chicken on Raw. No, don't laugh, Mackenzie. That's not funny.
Look, 99 times out of 100, I'm unbiased, but who doesn't?
Yeah, it's always nice just to relax. I mean, that's what it's about. That's what I try to make sure, it is here. Like I said, sometimes having to be an aggressive mod, it takes away the fun, from the channel. Like you can still love the host. You can still love, everything that comes with being a mod. But sometimes it's just nice to be able to relax and not have to worry about timing someone out or always clicking a fucking button. Like, it's kind of nice to be able to just have a conversation, with either me or the other host or people in the room. But a lot of times when there's so many people in the room, like in these other streams, there's no chance to relax. Like you're always on edge and everything. And especially if you're not getting acknowledged by those people and the hard work that people are doing, then you feel undervalued and underappreciated. And, at some point, things might change, for the person. So I always want to make sure I let people know how much I appreciate them. I never will take anybody for granted, and I wake up every day with a lot of gratitude. And I think that's why I'm built a little different than every other streamer that's out there. So my time's coming. I'm not worried about it. But we got some pretty cool ones there.
Whatever it carries, it's been my life. The good and the bad. Fair to say, I'm a complicated man.
You ahead of this time. You're very cool. Unbelievably captivating. The most prolific talker, the greatest world champion of all time. Do it his way, no matter the consequences. People are starting to worry about him. Ric Flair, you kidding me?
My dad has to slow down.
What the hell is he doing this? It's almost like he wanted
Yeah. Plus, like I said, I will always go the extra mile for people that go the extra mile for me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to wake up early. I still wake up typically around 7 o'clock. And then, sometimes I'll make my way back to the bedroom and sleep a little bit more or whatever. But sometimes I will, go for that walk early. But it's been kind of cold lately. So sometimes I try to wait till like 10, 11, noon. Well, it warms up a little bit if I'm going to be walking for an hour. But it's always good to get the exercise, get the blood flowing and getting outside.
Tis the season to switch to Verizon. They'll give you the new iPhone 14 Pro. Amazing phone.
This holiday season, Verizon gives you the new iPhone 14 Pro, plus an Apple gift like Apple Watch SE, iPad, and Beats Fit Pro, all on us. That's a value of up to $1,900. Wow. And there are unlimited plans for everyone, starting at just $35 a line. It's our best deal of the year. Get the network you deserve and the savings you want, only on Verizon.
We get to celebrate being together.
tell a joke, share stories, whatever it is done in the past year.
The togetherness of that moment.
Just really celebrating each other.
Everybody's switching to leak-proof underwear from Knix. Like this model. Your friend from yoga and your sister-in-law. You're so absorbent and so comfy. Let's not forget Ashley Graham. You know I love Knix. Join everybody who loves their leak.
All right, we got 20 minutes to go, and at this point we can do like cookies and things like that. We can go down that route. So we can do Christmas cookies or Christmas theme stuff. I will always take care of you guys.
And the new cup coffee when you're on a go. The pet feeding system to feed pets safely. The Wild Emberry gift card with pet and cheese. Order these American-made products the easy way at WeatherTech.com. Happy holidays.
Plus, that's really what the holidays is supposed to be about. It's about giving, not receiving, and just being a good person, trying to be a better person than you were the day before. And everyone makes mistakes, but like I said, if you do actually make a conscious effort to be a better person every day, that's when good shit happens in your life. You do nice things for other people, then you start getting crazy things and opportunities that come to you. You just have to be able to be aware of opportunities, and if an opportunity, is available to you, you got to make sure you take advantage. If you see Tommy Townsend in a liquor store, you make sure you get that picture. You got to make sure you have those opportunities. So.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Italian mozzarella chicken sandwich.
When it's go time, I don't let constipation stop me.
New great-tasting Dulcolax Chewy Fruit Bites work naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes, so you can go fast, go gently, and go on with life. New Dulcolax Chewy Fruit Bites.
Yeah, but a main reason why I had to delete a lot of people, I just, feel like I'm always trying to inspire and help people. But there's just people that I feel that I try to inspire and support, but then they can't even do something as simple as like a stream or, like one of my posts on Facebook. It takes literally 2 seconds to hit the like button. You know what I mean? But they want me to like all their stuff and share all their stuff, but then, try to give them my advice, and then they're not there. So at some point you just have to cut people off. So, Yes, absolutely. This one's awesome right here. And I think, like I said, once you do get older, once you hit, I think 40 and up, you really start to reevaluate everything in your life, and you start to understand what's important. And maybe you didn't really have the vision that, maybe even a couple years ago or earlier in the year. And sometimes you have a breakthrough, and, I imagine at some point I'm going to get someone that's going to message me and be like, oh, I thought we were friends, or this or that. And, people know what's important to me, and sometimes just doing the little things go a long way. But, some people just are, I just feel some people they just think about themselves, and that's just who they are. So.
take a look at everything we've seen so far here tonight.
Or it's like someone asks for advice, I give them my opinion on, what's going to work, and then you just ignore it. So, all right, well, why did you even ask me to begin with? Absolutely. And that's why I really cherish the special people. And I know you're very similar like me as well, you know what I mean? But you just have to realize, that gut feeling that you have, that where does this person really care about me, or do they have some ulterior motive? And all of us have, been hurt, either got cheated on or had a bad relationship, or we go through, good times and bad times, but we just have to bottom line realize not everyone is your friend. A lot of times people have another motive or whatever it is, but when you have that gut feeling where it's real, then you have to make sure you stick to that. Because anytime you have a gut feeling where it's a little off, chances are you're right. 99% of the time our intuition is correct. But also too, we have to remember, if the people are good in our life, we don't want to make sure we ignore those people. We want to make sure we're, giving the proper respect and love back if you're getting it from someone that you truly do care about. And all of us go through our moments where we're really focused on us. But a lot of us in the room think about others before ourselves. And I think that's why a lot of us get along. And I also have a female brain that really helps, because if I didn't have that empathy and sympathy and that female brain, I think that I would still get along with a lot of the female people, but I feel like there's a different understanding because I kind of understand. I'm never going to know what it's like to be a female because I'm not a female, but I do understand the love and the caring and the hospitality and the empathy and the sympathy. And there's just certain things that guys, some guys have it, but a lot of guys don't. So.
This matchup, it is a championship celebration from our new NXT Tag Team Champions, the New Day.
Oh, it's not too dark. That's a big burden. Yeah, for sure. And that's why, like, when you message me and you give your all to everyone else and you just need someone to be there, I'll be that person, you know what I mean? And like I said, you can always tell with the people that care because the people will message when they don't need to, or just, it's not like after, a stream or, during, it's like when it's like everyone's doing their own thing and it's not even stream time for me. And you just like check up on people and you can definitely tell the people that care and the people that don't. And that is a big thing. And I do worry about people, but also too, you have to make sure you're taking care of yourself, because if you're taking care of everyone else's needs and then you're in a fucking low point and you're not taking care of you, then you start spiraling. You know what I mean? And then you have to get back to realizing who you are, what makes you happy, making sure you're getting the exercise and you're eating better and you're listening to music and you're hanging around people that are positive and that you feel comfortable around, you feel good. And once you do those little things, and like I said, the biggest thing for me is always every day making sure 30 minutes to an hour you have that time for yourself. And what I mean by that is that you watch a cartoon or something that you watched when you were younger, you reconnect with your younger self. And if you do those things, as silly as it sounds, watch a 20-minute cartoon or, Punky Brewster, or you just look something up, Masters of the Universe, He-Man, if you're, any of the old school, cartoons or little things that programs you watched, you just take a little time out of your day to reconnect with your younger self and you'll have a smile on your face and feel so much better moving forward. At least that's how it works for me. And so that's why I always make sure I get my Simpsons, my King of the Hill. I make sure I get my cartoons in, and it makes me feel 1,000 times better no matter what's going on. I can always do the other things, Alaska programs, and I do that as well. But you want to make sure you're never neglecting yourself. You make sure that you take care of you too. So, and that's not too dark. That's just real talk, Yeah, I bet, and like I said, in a lot of times, and you guys know this too, sometimes the strongest people still need help. Sometimes the strongest people don't ever have anyone check up on them because they're always checking up on other people. I rarely get any of my friends here in Oregon that check up on me, but I'm not going to hate them for that. It's just not their role. Some people's roles are to be able to help, and other people are just into themselves and what they're doing, and I sometimes I feel, I was put here to help. I can't expect everyone to be like me. So, sometimes you can't hold a grudge or have a certain feeling about someone. Well, I check up on this person. They don't even check up on me, but you can definitely tell the conversations you have if it's a 50-50 relationship or if it's 80-20. And if it doesn't improve to closer to 50-50, sometimes you got to cut those loose, because like I said, you don't want to You know, you don't want to be spending all your energy and time and they don't even give a shit about you. So yeah. And you don't even need to speak. Sometimes, you know, you can just say a couple things and, you know, I can throw up some pictures and things are good. There's no reason to force that you have to type, you know. A lot of times you can just enjoy what I'm doing. You know, if you want to have a comment, comment. If you don't want to talk, don't worry about it. You know, I'll be able to get through. So, and it's good to laugh. That's another thing. It's always good to laugh, and you got to get a cry in a little bit too. It's really healthy. And I'm a guy, and I know most guys don't cry, but there's certain things that are easy. Like I can watch Goldberg's on ABC, and at the end of the show, they always have, you know, Patton Oswalt. They have something where the brothers or sisters are assholes to each other, and then they come together as a family, and there's like a kind of a life lesson at every show. And I don't know what it is about that show and how much I love that show with Barry and everyone in the show. The dad's no longer there. They wrote him off the show, but like certain shows like that will make me tear up, and I can't really explain it, but it's good for my soul to be able to let that emotion out once in a while, because if you don't cry at least like once a month or once every 2 months, like at all, you have too much built in. And sometimes you just need to be able to laugh. You need to be able to let those emotions out. So, and having a good laugh, laughing every day is a must. Yeah. And that's why I watch cartoons every day, because I know I'm Bart or Homer, you know, Rick and Morty, Bob's Burgers with Gene, Bobby Hill with King. I know they're going to say something hilarious that's going to make me laugh a little bit, or Ralph in Simpsons. I mean, I can watch Ralph. Ralph has like the best one-liners, and I usually like watching, like if you watch like the Sons or the Boys, they're always funny. And same thing with the girls and the sisters with Tina and whatnot in Bob's Burgers. But I think that's a part of the mental health, is just knowing what makes you tick, knowing what makes you happy. And if you don't do those things that make you happy, it's going to be a lot harder to get back into the groove. So I imagine, I bet. Nice. That's a classic. That's always good. No, it's not dragging. It's you know, it's a lot of courage and bravery, you know what I mean? Because most of the time you can't talk about this shit in bigger streams, because no one's gonna, you know, maybe be able to give you the comfort or the answer you want to see. There's so many messages coming through. So that's why it's kind of good for me to be like kind of, you know, Dr. O and be the therapist, and we can have this little one-on-one time when the channel is a little slower. Once we get bigger, I'll have to do like a specific stream for only the mods, where we have like just 10 or 20 people and it's only us, and then we can kind of like connect and reflect with each other and whatnot, you know, once we get to that point, if we ever get to that point, which I know we will. But no, it's, you know, it's about being honest and being open and being genuine, and most people are very uncomfortable about bringing up how their feelings are. But I feel, you know, if you get to know me and you know who I am, and you know that I genuinely do care, like I know I can make a difference in your guys' life, and you guys make a big difference in my life. And I always try to give you tips on little things that make things better for me. And if I've been at the very lowest of the low, you know, I know that you guys have been there too, and we just have to try to encourage each other not to get there, and to try to keep the spirits up, you know. So exactly. And that's why you have to be able to understand that, you know, you got these people on social media, or people that you went to high school with. And like I said, you have to understand that your time and who you are is valuable. You got so much on your plate. And if this person isn't even going to like, you know, check up on you, or, you know, if you don't feel that connection, you have to make sure you cut things off, even though you don't want to. You know, sometimes you just want to be that person that's always liked by everyone. And, you know, but at some point, once we hit 30, 40, you know, time is very precious. And we don't want to make sure we're wasting time on people that don't really genuinely care about us. And you can tell the people, and a lot of the mods, you know, we care a lot about each other, more than I feel than other mods and other people on other channels. Like the connection is very, very real. And I think some of the outsiders maybe get a little jealous of that, but it's all about, do you put in the effort to be able to get to know people or not? And there's a reason why that the connection is so strong, and you just have to be able to evaluate who is important, who is worth your time. And if you're putting in all this time and effort, and then that one time that you have like a question or you need help, and they're you know, it's like, you know, when you move, right? And then you're like, yeah, I'll help you move. And then move day comes. Hey, what's up, Johnny? Hey, you're going to be here at 1. Oh, you can't make it? Oh, you have a fake excuse? Oh, okay. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up, Bobby? You're going to be here, right? I really need your help. Oh, oh, you have to go to a baby shower and some made up, you know what I mean? Like you always get people that will come up with the worst lies. When you know they're lying, they know you're lying. You know that they know that you know that they know that they're lying. So you just have to make sure that you evaluate your time and start cutting people off. Plain and simple. Bang bang, boom boom, cut it off. Some people are worth your time, some people are not. And once you can get to that point, it's not necessarily of not being caring or not being an asshole, but time is precious. So, and I know that you're smart enough to make those little changes. So, yeah. And the thing is, you just have to get to a point where you either, cut them off or you just end the conversation. They start dumping on you, be like, you know what, there's probably someone else better for you to be able to vent to this. I'm being pulled in many directions. And if you can't understand that I don't got the time for this right now, then especially if I need you and you're not there, what kind of friendship is this? It's not a friendship. It's one-sided. So. Yeah. I've always wanted to kind of go as well. Oh, really? Well, hopefully things are okay. And like I said, you just have to be able to, see, who's important and who's worth it and who's not, So that way, if you can eliminate a few of the people that are on the fringe, then you can focus more on the 3 or 4 that are more meaningful. So, and I hope things get better. Oh, yeah, you should. It'll be something that you end up doing, a few times for sure. Yep. And like with me, I feel like I'm a really kind and, considerate person. But like I said, if you're gonna push my buttons and you're gonna, I don't have a problem now. And I used to hold my tongue a lot, but not anymore. You know what I mean? I've gone through way too much heartache and heartbreak and too many people that are liars and cheaters and just fucking bad people. I don't got time for that shit anymore. I want to make sure I'm giving my time to people that deserve it. So, and I know you'll do that too. It does. And like I said, sometimes the strongest people still need, that someone there. And sometimes you can think, well, you might think that your friendship is like this, but to the other person, you're nothing. Like you give everything and you really try to be this good friend, but in their head, you're just another person. They can act like you're, you know what I mean? And sometimes people can pretend like that, or if they want something from you, oh, I need a ride, or I want to drink your booze, or, oh, I'm going to come over and smoke all your stuff. It's like, or I'm going to just, give you all my problems. You're going to sit here and listen. And then when I have you have a problem and you try to be able to reach out, then they don't even answer or they're not even responding back. So yeah, you got to put yourself first for once, but also to recognize when you have a good soul in front of you, you make sure that you have that connection. And so, like I said, with me, I don't mind cutting out people in my life and making sure I spend the right time with people like you guys. So. Oh, wow. That is tough.
Thank you so much. As special as this moment was for me, I feel like it's an even more special moment.
That is very concerning too. My best advice, with that is try to be able to spend some more time with him, whether that means that you would watch the Chief game at your house, maybe go to his house and watch it with him if he's willing to have you there. You know what I mean? Like maybe make a little bit of an effort to, go to lunch and spend a little bit more time to make him understand that, you do love him and he's loved by many people. And, everyone gets old, but that doesn't mean that people are forgotten. And sometimes, you got to be the bigger person, even though if you're in a little pain and your heart hurts a little bit based off that situation, and if you can maybe go out of your way to do something nice for him to make sure that he knows that you love him. And people are going to make decisions, and that's going to be, some people make great decisions. Some people make bad decisions. Some people make decisions in the moment. But if I was in your situation there, I definitely would, try to spend a little bit more time. So if you spend maybe like one day a week, over there, maybe do 2, maybe do another day, even though you maybe have other friends or you want to watch the game with your cats or with NWSF, maybe, sacrificing a day with the cats or with NWSF and watching it with your dad, maybe that would be something that would be meaningful, or trying to do, a favorite meal of his, taking him out to breakfast or lunch. Sometimes those little things where you can have real conversations and just, eat food together and watch, a Christmas story or watch a movie. A lot of that stuff can go a long ways. The little things mean a lot. And it's always having that gratitude. And that would be my advice, because like I said, if I was in your shoes, I'm trying to think, okay, what can I do, to try to make things a little bit better. But yeah, and obviously with COVID, you have to wait for that to go. But also too, maybe, a little phone call, if he's willing to talk for a little bit, even if you guys are both not phone people, which I am not. I've done it for a job professionally for 20 years of my life. If anyone wants to have a conversation with me on the phone, I usually don't do it. I'm just like, you can text me, but I don't really like talking on the phone just because I did it for so long, but I will do it for the right person if I feel it's needed. But yeah, but maybe, breakfast, maybe lunch, or maybe ordering some food for him, something special, something Chief related, something just, that, he loves, or something that maybe he can reconnect to when he was younger. Like if he is a fan of like trains or something like he had when he was a kid, maybe go on eBay and try to find something that he loved when he was a kid that he can have some new, breath of light and, maybe a little revelation of going back to the times that were a little bit simpler and a little bit easier for him in his life. Things like that. You just want to look into the things that that someone loves. And if you're willing to take the time to do that, and then you end up doing something nice, like, ordering a meal, even if you can't be there, or sending him a gift that's unexpected that, hey, I love you. I was thinking about you. I know you like, trains or whatever it is. And so I saw this and I wanted you to have this, and, something like that. You just have to be able to know the person. And as long as you're willing to listen and ask questions, then maybe you have an idea. But that's what I would do. And I'm sorry that, you've been pulled in many, many directions, not only family, but quote unquote friends. But again, if you ever need someone, you got Sarah, you got me, there's other people as well. But I'm always willing to listen and help people that are in need, because life is short and we want to make sure that we do that. So, well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. I hope you guys, have a great rest of your night. I hope that these extra few minutes helped. I know, obviously I know my girlfriend's daughter's got to go to school tomorrow, and I could have ended the stream maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, but sometimes this extra time means more than just the time that was spent. So I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. You need anything, you know where I am. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for your love and your support. And hopefully those pieces of things gonna help out a little bit as we move forward. And let's go to my thumbnail here and then we'll call it a day. So appreciate you guys very, very much. Have a good rest of your night. And again, if you guys need anything, you know where I'm at. I'll be back tomorrow grinding it out as usual. Thank you guys so much. No worries. And the thing is I understand what it's like to be able to hold on to things when you're not in a good spot and it's not healthy. So no problem. Anytime I will get you. Yep. I'll get you that tomorrow. We'll get that. Love you guys and appreciate you guys. And I will see you guys very, very shortly. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.